already seen some protests happening in some of the cities where these cabbies are trying to persuade the operators or the government as applicable to increase the prices. So I think the commuting price is going to go up. And of course, you're going to see the overall consumer price index going up as well. We saw the wholesale price index, Shivam, which had climbed up to 8.33 before the series of fuel price hikes happened. And, this is going to convert to consumer price index in the months to come. Add to this the fuel price hikes. And diesel, of course, in particular, has got a cascading effect. So I think we're in for inflationary times, shall I say. And there's no sign of, any kind of settlement except for statements, counter statements, discussions, counter discussions coming from Strait of Hormuz between Iran and US. I think people should be prepared to constrain their home budgets to make room for the inflationary bills, not just for travel, but also for your groceries and household items overall, Shivu.
All right, Sharad, are we looking at further price hikes? Because while we speak on this issue, definitely we are talking about economy, but also diplomacy is at play when it comes to US and Iran. And they say they are close to a peace deal, but nothing is sure when you talk about Donald Trump.
Absolutely. I mean, this seems to be a never-ending process. I mean, how many times proposals have been laid and how many times they have been rejected? How many times threats have come? How many times, things got closer to a truce and then it never happened? And even if, my fear comes from the fact that even if there is a truce tomorrow, it will take a very long time for things to normalize because some of the infrastructure, especially with regard to energy, oil, etc., they have had very, very permanent damages. So this might take a long time to build, 2 to 3 years. So I have a feeling that crude oil's new base, which used to be $65, $70 a barrel before the war started, the new base could be anything around $75, $80,
okay.
Which means that the under recovery for the oil producers and marketing companies in India is going to continue. And when it comes to CNG, we should not forget CNG is a product of LNG. PNG and CNG are the two products that come out of LNG, and that most of that was coming from Qatar before, and some of the infrastructure there also has been damaged. So, the advantage that CNG had over petrol and diesel for that matter, I think that is seemingly getting lost now because the price difference between CNG and diesel or petrol for that matter is gradually shrinking. So the advantage of a cab driver using CNG or the CNG cars being manufactured, was that it runs on cheaper fuel, so they can earn a lot more money and the consumers get the benefit. But I think that benefit seems to be evaporating now.
All right. Thanks a lot, Sharad, for the in-depth analysis on what's unfolding and what the exact reason of the price rise. And let's hope that the tensions ease when it comes to the conflict in West Asia. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, US President Donald Trump has said that a breakthrough deal with Iran is close. However, Iran says not so fast. The proposed agreement aimed at extending the ceasefire and reopening of the Strait of Hormuz has triggered sharply conflicting claims from Washington and Tehran. Watch this report for more information on everything we know so far.
Trump says a deal with Iran is nearly done, but Iran says a completely different story. The United States and Iran are now publicly clashing over the details of the proposed agreement linked to the Strait of Hormuz, sanctions relief, and Iran's nuclear program. While Trump claims a major breakthrough with Iran is close, Iran says that several of his claims are baseless while insisting that no final decision has been taken yet.
تفاهم نهایی نشده. نکات دیگری هم که گفته شده از جمله فرض فرمایید راجع به موضوع هسته‌ای، باز من تاکید میکنم ما در این مرحله متمرکز هستیم بر خاتمه جنگ، بنابراین در مورد جزئیات موضوع هسته‌ای صحبتی نداریم در این مرحله.
One of the key disputes remain the Strait of Hormuz. While Trump insists it must reopen without restriction or tolls, Iran says that any reopening would follow Iran's own arrangements. The nuclear issue is another major divide. Trump suggested that Iran's enriched uranium stockpiles would be destroyed. However, Iran says that the claim is baseless. And then the financial dispute, as Trump has said no money will be exchanged as part of the deal, while Iran is pushing for the release of around $12 billion in frozen assets. For now, both sides allegedly continue to talk behind closed doors, but with different versions coming out from both sides, it remains to be seen what the final agreement of the deal will look like.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another development. Now, concerning developments for India along its in a concerning development for India along its northern frontier, China have upgraded their nuclear capabilities in the Xinjiang desert area. Our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor explains what China strengthening their already substantial nuclear arsenal means for the world and particularly India.
A development on the northern front about which India should worry, but I'll come to that in a bit. Americans, of course, are concerned at this, which is China upgrading its nuclear infrastructure in the deserts of Xinjiang near the Lop Nor site, where they have had their nuclear tests from the 1960s onwards, and hence have developed whatever nuclear infrastructure they have, substantial bit of it in that area, in that desert. Satellite imagery has captured an upgrade of that Chinese nuclear missile infrastructure in those areas of Xinjiang, and obviously caught by American satellites. In fact, some of these structures are bigger than the Pentagon, and they are aimed at strengthening or hardening the already existing nuclear missile infrastructure or silos where the nuclear missiles of China are dumped and kept. In fact, some of them are launch pads also, and as the news report by Reuters calls them, they are octagonal in shape. So in a way, one up on the Pentagon as well, complete with command, control and communications systems and related infrastructure, and a commensurate military strength in terms of personnel to make it war ready. Now, what could be the objectives? This is also the site, or these places are exactly the places spread about 1,000 square kilometer of area where China's original nuclear infrastructure has existed since the 1950s, 60s, and it has, as I said, carried all its nuclear tests in those areas, including the Lop Nor site, where the Chinese obliged the Pakistanis also by carrying out a nuclear test for them. But coming back to the present, and analysts and observers in the United States particularly have noted the mind-blowing scale of this upgrade, and that's something which has got the Americans worried as to why the Chinese are doing it. Even earlier there were reports that China is upgrading and building nuclear infrastructure at a breakneck pace and faster than anyone else in the world. And as of now, whatever number of nuclear warheads they already have with them, they are targeting to have at least 1,000, possibly more nuclear warheads by 2030. Now, for a comparison, India has about 100, 120 warheads, and we are not building to that scale and not to that ambition. Chinese nuclear warheads are still much, much lesser than the Russians or the Americans, who have maybe about 18,000, 20,000, but they have systems and protocols in place, bilateral START treaty, for example, and newer versions of that. But with the Chinese, it's not the case. Now, one explanation given is that Chinese are doing this because they want to use this nuclear umbrella, a very ready nuclear umbrella, to shield themselves when they carry out an operation, if need arises so, to take over Taiwan, which of course Xi Jinping and the Chinese CCP is planning to do in the next few years. There is no particular deadline, but it's likely that they might do it before 2030. Now remember what happened when President Trump was visiting Beijing just a fortnight back. We had Xi Jinping do some plain speaking in front of cameras and say that on the question of Taiwan, let's not go into a dangerous place. That was in the Chinese use of words, a clear warning that stay out and stay away whenever we act on Taiwan. But if need be, the Chinese are carrying out a proactive defense shield plan, a nuclear defense shield plan. They already have their ICBMs or intercontinental ballistic missiles, which can reach any city of the United States and the Dongfeng 5 plus and advanced series of missiles. But what is interesting is that at these sites in Xinjiang, at least 100 nuclear capable or nuclear tipped missiles are locked and loaded, as in present at launch pads in locked and loaded state, which means that it seems that all this nuclear infrastructure upgrade being carried out by the Chinese is essentially aimed at providing them with a second strike capability. What this means is that if the Americans, for example, or anyone else for that matter, launches a nuclear attack on China, these distant in the desert nuclear infrastructure sites are capable of providing them with enough time to hit back with their own nuclear strike. Now, what is important is, should this worry India? Remember, when we carried out our Pokhran tests, the then Defense Minister George Fernandez famously said that these are not aimed at Pakistan. We remember also have another northern neighbor. The Chinese had made much hue and cry about it at that time. But the fact of the matter is that this same site in Xinjiang or Lop Nor is pretty close to India's border with China and abuts Ladakh. And so it should be an area of concern. But primarily, as of now, this is a message to the Americans. And perhaps they allowed the Americans to watch them with their satellites, because China wants to send a message that please do not mess around with us when we take Taiwan. So as in the case of verbal warning, with Xi sitting next to President Trump or Trump sitting next to President Xi, these reports clearly suggest that China is in a mood to back it up with a nuclear umbrella in case an action or military action is needed to take over Taiwan. America watching.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story, a big breaking news development that we are fetching right now. And Israeli airstrikes continue pummeling, targeting across multiple locations in southern Lebanon, with explosions reported across the region. Now, as per reports, ladies and gentlemen, the airstrikes have killed at least 11 in southern Lebanon, and the casualties followed Israeli air attacks on the towns of Marub, al-Abbasiyah and Tyre Deba in the Tyre district of southern Lebanon. Big breaking news development that we are fetching right now, and this is about the Israeli airstrikes which continue. The IDF strikes in southern Lebanon and the Hezbollah's attacks also continue. Big breaking news development on your screens. Multiple explosions reported across the region, and as per the reports, airstrikes have killed at least 11 in southern Lebanon. The casualties followed Israeli air attacks on the towns of Marub, al-Abbasiyah and Tyre Deba in the Tyre district of southern Lebanon. On your screen, ladies and gentlemen, the latest updates and the visuals. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, it has been days since negotiations are on for a peace deal between US and Iran, but a formal agreement has not been reached yet. Even now, agreement needs to be made on Strait of Hormuz and the issue when it comes to the nuclear materials in possession of Iran. So how long shall this continue? Let's decode this power play with an expert analysis by Republic Media Network's consulting editor, Saurav Shukla.
It has been days since the Iran war negotiations are on. We have been hoping that the roller coaster will finally lead to some result. And there is now hope that a formal agreement that may be acceptable to both the sides, US and Iran, may be on the cards. I've been saying all along that this has been fragile peace. It's been going back and forth. But the sense is that even now it will require some of the red lines that both sides have. They haven't agreed on that and they don't want to cross it. So clearly, the key issues of nuclear material, Strait of Hormuz may still take a while. But the good thing is that some kind of an agreement is in the works, which will have a ceasefire holding on for about 2 months, which will allow both the sides to reconvene and also agree to a formal peace agreement, which will finally lead to the end of this war. Obviously, we've seen back and forth. It has been a game of, I would say, a power play, because U.S. Resorted to attacks on some of the Iranian vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, because they felt that these vessels were trying to lay mines and also defying the blockade that the U.S. had. President Trump has made it very clear that his red lines include that Iran has to shun its nuclear program, has to give away the enriched uranium, and also have to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz, which is an international waterway, is allowed freedom of navigation, which is the logical step forward. Clearly, even as this agreement is being negotiated and some kind of an, I would say, settlement will come through, the situation to stabilize will take much longer. So that's the reason why countries like India, countries of Asia, which are severely impacted because of this disruption of Strait of Hormuz, may feel the heat for a bit longer. So that obviously is the big news coming from Washington, D.C. And my hope is that this war should come to an end now. It has been way too long. And even though all the parties are committed in some ways to see the end of this war, but till the time that happens, till the time we see a final agreement being signed by both the sides, I will still not say that this is beyond a fragile peace solution or a permanent peace in the Middle East. And certainly we can expect that the heat will be on, the economic uncertainty may be a bit longer, especially since the peace deal that is also coming to the fore will bring some kind of a temporary ceasefire.
All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up after the break. Coming up, Telangana Congress leader Mujahid Alam Khan and his father have been arrested in rupees 15 lakh contract killing of Waqf advocate in Hyderabad.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets.
This week on Get Me Right, the Pope weighs in on the morality conundrum of artificial intelligence in his first encyclical that has gone viral. Would the tech bros of Silicon Valley listen to the pontiff? Second, we take a deep dive into the cow slaughter ban debate that surfaced around the Eid festivities, the civilizational ethos that guide the Hindu sentiments on cow and what the Muslims can do about it. And finally, we deal with the private sector ostrich that corporate India seems to have become when it comes to betting on our economy. Are they going to be the black sheep in black forever with no skin in the game? This weekend, only on Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial. Was RG Kaur a media trial? When the government of Mamata Banerjee and the whole system came together to destroy the evidence? Was it? If it was a media trial, I and the entire Republic Bangla team are proud for it. Thank God for that. Thank God for such media trials in our country. Thank God for the media trial in the Jessica Lal murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Nirbhaya case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sheena Bora murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Disha Salian murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Pune Porsche case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sandesh Khali case where Mamata Banerjee stood there and the media made a hue and cry about Sandesh Khali, the mass gang rape of Hindu women before the politicians stepped in. If it was not for a media trial, there would be no expose of Sandesh Khali. And you know what? Thank God for the media trial and the media debate and the media investigation that forced the judge to resign in the cash burning scam, where in the house of a judge in the heart of Lutyens, cash was burning. It made people uncomfortable, the judiciary uncomfortable. Thank God for that media trial. And thank God for the media trial in Aravali, which forced the Supreme Court to retrace the steps of an order which, if implemented, would have been disastrous for society and ecology. Thank God for that media trial.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very good morning. My name is Nayan. You're watching Live and Breaking. Now, the toxic liquor network of the Pune district has now come under surveillance of the CID, where approximately 13 people have been killed in the span of the last 48 hours. We tell you everything that we know, but first up, the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Karnataka Congress legislature party to meet today in Bengaluru to elect the next chief minister. Telangana Congress leader Mujahid Alam Khan and his father are arrested in the 15 lakh rupees contract killing of Waqf advocate in Hyderabad. Spurious liquor kills 13 men in Pune. Key bootlegger, amongst the 8 are arrested. Investigations are now being transferred to CID. Lieutenant General N.S. Raja Subramaniam to take charge of the Chief of Defence staff today. Iran rejects Trump's claims of Strait of Hormuz. Nuclear deal, peace deal, all in progress. "11 killed as Israeli airstrikes continue, pummeling the targets across multiple locations in the southern Lebanon." Now, the toxic liquor has been the center of attention in the district of Pune, where it has taken lives of, approximately 13 so far. In the last 48 hours, more have complained and been taken to the hospital and then later pronounced dead. Now, action is being taken by both the police commissioner regarding the toxic liquor case. Now, the action has been initiated against the officers and personnel by the police commissioner of Pune and Pimpri Chinchwad. Now, suspension of these officers and police personnel is ordered by the police commissioner in connection with the toxic liquor case. So far, the CID has taken over the probe in the spurious liquor death case. 13 people have been reported dead so far, while 9 cops have been suspended. These illegal activities that are taking and breeding in many parts of the country have now been taken into cognizance, while police officers and police personnel have been suspended by the Commissioner of Pune Police. CID has also taken over the probe, and right now, all of these people who have died have been allegedly consuming this illegal alcohol that contained methanol, and further they complained of illness. The common factor between all of these victims who've lost their lives, they felt severe dizziness, they felt abdominal pain, and these were also consistent with the initial signs of liquor poisoning. Post-mortem reports have also come so far, and these were later received by the police. So far, what we know is, we'll let you know by my colleague who's been joined so far. And Revati, thank you for joining us from Pune. Revati, these are unnatural deaths. These, of course, alcohol consumption is bad on any level. We understand that as human beings. But those who consumed it eventually lost their lives, and all of them were consistent. That the post-mortem reports say that all of them complained of abdominal pain, dizziness, and there were also traces of methanol that was found in the post-mortem. Revati.
As you rightly mentioned, actually this has been a problem in entire Pune district, that illicit or spurious alcohol is being produced at a major level, and this is the result we are looking at right now, that within 48 hours around 13 to 14 people lost their lives after consuming this toxic alcohol. And now this racket has been busted. This particular case, which was reported first in Pimpri Chinchwad and now in Pune, the charge has been taken by the CID, and the CID has set probe in this particular matter. 2 separate FIRs have been registered with Pimpri Chinchwad Police Commissionerate as well as Pune Police Commissionerate. The reason behind it is that Yogesh Wankhede, who is the prime accused in this particular matter, would produce this liquor in Pune's Hadapsar area, and then he would sell it in Pimpri Chinchwad and other adjacent areas, and that is the reason why there are 2 separate FIRs registered in this particular matter. Also, it is speculated, also the investigation sources say that it is highly possible that Yogesh Wankhede was producing this liquor in Pimpri Chinchwad as well. So this is the matter of investigation. Along with Yogesh Wankhede, there are 3 more people who are arrested and they have been sent to police custody until 8th of June. Over to you.
Revati, now families are definitely grieving over this horrific act that's happened so far, but such illicit alcohol has been sold rampantly across Pune's district. What is your take on that?
Right, as I mentioned earlier, this has been a significant problem in Pune district. The state excise department has been constantly cracking down on this particular liquor producing factories in remote areas especially, and areas like Kalepadar in Pune or Hadapsar in Pune. These are the remote places where such people are producing alcohol and selling it at a cheaper price, and also they are counterfeiting with the branded alcohol as well. So this has been a significant problem, and state excise department needs to crack down this on a higher and a larger scale, because this has been a problem now. Within 48 hours, around 13 to 14 people have lost their life. Now my question is, how many lives shall be lost before entire crackdown is done? Maybe a district-wide or a state-wide crackdown is needed for this particular matter to be solved at the earliest. Over to you.
Right, Revati. Now, the Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis, and the Commissioner of Police of Pune have taken into cognizance, and of course, this will be cracked down further. Thank you for staying with us, Revati, and giving us all of those updates. It's time to shift our focus to another news that's coming in. Right now, what we know so far is that Karnataka Chief Minister has been the bigger question. Who is going to take on to the next state? We will get back to you on that. But for now, there is a heated debate that has broken out inside the Kerala Legislative Assembly only after the opening couplets of Vande Mataram that were played. Now, instead of the entire song during the Governor Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekar's policy address, Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami gives a take on this huge political storm engulfing Kerala. Let's take you through it.
In a major breakthrough in murder case of senior advocate Khaja Muizuddin, Hyderabad police have arrested Congress leader Mahbub Alam Khan and his son Mujahid Alam Khan and 4 others. Police say the murder was linked to a long-running dispute over Waqf properties and their management in Hyderabad's Malakpet and Lakdi Kapul areas. According to investigators, the accused allegedly hired a gang and paid contract money to eliminate the advocate. Khaja Muizuddin, who represented the Waqf board in several land dispute cases, was attacked outside his residence in Hyderabad on May 23rd. A car rammed into the advocate as he was getting into his vehicle and dragged him for several meters. The 63-year-old sustained critical injuries and later died during treatment at a private hospital. While investigators also claim there were multiple failed attempts over the last 2 years before the murder was allegedly executed successfully.
So, सबको मालूम है कि last week 23rd मई को सीनियर एडवोकेट खाजा मुइजुद्दीन की ऊपर एक व्हीकल के साथ इंटेंशनली मार के उसको घायल करने के लिए एक कॉन्स्पिरेसी के हिसाब से 23rd रोज अभिजीत और पोगो नानी मणिदीप मिलके व्हीकल को सुबह लेके आके जब ये एडवोकेट साहब स्विमिंग को जा रहे थे कि रोज वो उस टाइम 5:45 को स्विमिंग जाता है निज़ाम क्लब को। सो जब वो व्हीकल चढ़ रहे तो इंटेंशनली आके व्हीकल से उनको मार के उनको इंजर्ड किया गया। उसके बाद उनको महावीर हॉस्पिटल, बाद में एक प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल लेके वहाँ पे जाने के बाद वो डेथ हो गए।
Following the arrests, the Congress party suspended both Mahbub Alam Khan and Mujahid Alam Khan from the party. Police say further investigation is underway to identify others involved in the conspiracy and execution of the murder plot.
All right, viewers, I have my colleague Aishwarya joining us on this matter. Now, a gentleman, an advocate, is killed over and run over a Waqf property dispute. To know more about this, Aishwarya is going to be joining us. Aishwarya, a property dispute happens and an advocate gets killed. And this is happening at broad daylight approximately around 5:45 a.m. in the morning, while the gentleman is leaving for an early workout, a swimming or whatever, and then he just gets rammed by these two people. What is it that we know so far?
As you rightly pointed out, he was on a broad daylight tried to be murdered, and it was actually tried to be showcased as a hit and run. As you see the CCTV footage, they were trying to run over him with a Scorpio car, but later with the CCTV footages, the police have discovered that the car which was waiting roughly about 50 meters away from the advocate's car was there from the morning, and then they realized that they have been following the advocate for quite some time, and they were doing their Reiki, and they were trying to follow the routine of this particular advocate, and that is how they knew that around 5:30 to 5:45 he always goes out in the morning for a swimming class in the Nizam club as well. So they have been plotting and raking the advocate's entire routine, and after which they had planned this merger after 10 failed attempts, as what the police have also said. Behind this merger is the hands of two Congress leaders. One is the vice president of the Congress, TPCC Congress as well, and his father, both father and son were behind, because what they said was there are several disputed properties that belong to this Congress father and son duo, which they are facing repeatedly legal setbacks as well as humiliation, because this particular advocate represents the Waqf board in the Telangana High Court, and because of him they are not able to actually claim rights over the property, and that is the reason they have finally hashed this entire conspiracy to eliminate him out of this whole picture, and that they thought that after which they will have the property to themselves. And this is a Waqf property dispute that emerged between which was between the two parties for several decades, and after which they have finally tried to eliminate him. However, the police did catch both the Congress leaders and 4 others as well who the murder, the driver and the conspirator as well was caught, and 2 others are also absconding is what the police have said, and they have also now looking into because the family, apart from this Waqf property dispute, there are also other disputes that have been long-standing between the two families. So the police have said that they will go through every dispute and will give the proper punishment due to the Congress leaders.
Right, well. Aishwarya, 15 lakh rupees were apparently given as a contract to kill the advocate. And what are the legal ramifications, and how is this probe going to go further ahead? Aishwarya.
So, yes, the police said that the 15 lakh contract, which the money was given, is recovered. The mobile phone, the SIMs that have been used, the car that has been used, everything has been recovered. And now they are currently in the judicial custody, after which there are several evidences, CCTV footages and the mobile call records that prove and establish the evidence that the two Congress father and son duo are behind this particular murder. And after which the police have said that they will apply for the custody from the judicial custody to a remand custody, where they will further investigate this particular case, and after which they will produce them before the court, and as well book them at the right sections as well. They are also, on the other hand, the son of the advocate is also very active in advocating for a proper punishment for the Congress leaders, and he also said that he needs protection, because now the family of the advocate is also under threat, because the son and the families, the advocate's son and the wife of the advocate are also under threat, because the son clearly mentioned that this is not the first attempt that they had on their father, and they were trying to kill their entire family for for almost 2-3 times they had failed this attempt. And now he has also applied for security from the police, and the police said that they will also look into the aspects of security that will be provided to the advocate's family as well.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya. Thank you for giving us those updates. And definitely justice should be served in due time. We've lost an important, an advocate, in fact, in this case. But now we'll delve into another story. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us and giving us all of those updates. Now, a heated debate broke out inside the Kerala's Legislative Assembly after only the opening couplets of Vande Mataram was played. Now, instead of the entire song during the Governor Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekkar's policy address, Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami gives a take on the huge political storm engulfing Kerala. Take a look.
Naya Bharat, a new India where there is no Muslim appeasement anymore, a new India with its own very nationalistic, nation-first philosophy towards everything, A new India where symbols of nationalism are respected and worshipped. A new India which is forces first. A new India where the Congress party cannot be allowed to insult the national song. The Congress party government in Kerala, or should I rather say the Muslim League government in Kerala, of which the Congress party is a member. The Muslim League Congress government in Kerala has ordered the police band to play its own interpretation, the secular first stanzas of the Vande Mataram during the assembly session. This is opposing what the governor wanted. The governor insisted there is central directive that in India today you have to play all the 6 paragraphs of Vande Mataram without any editing. You are not given a choice anymore. This was part of a central government directive in February of this year. So when the Congress government in Kerala says that no, we will not agree with that, because we want to do Muslim appeasement, because there are references to Durga Ma in the 5th paragraph, to be precise, of the full Vande Mataram. And hence, we will oppose Vande Mataram. We will do Muslim appeasement. We will appease Muslim hardliners at the cost of insulting and sacrificing the significance of the national song of India. Then I want to say this is for this very reason, Rahul Gandhi, that the people of this country can never trust you. Because you've chosen a side. All stanzas of the Vande Mataram are a must. They create together a powerful image of Bharat Mata, nurturing and yet fierce, compassionate and yet strong. From tender love, Sujalam Sufalam, to resolve, this stirs pride, belonging and nationalistic pride. Ladies and gentlemen, in Kazakhstan, Muslim majority orchestras proudly record the full song for the entire world. And yet, in Kerala, the first act of Rahul Gandhi, the very first act of Rahul Gandhi and the Muslim League, is to edit Vande Mataram. Imagine this approach at a national level. But I expect nothing better from a person who says India is not a nation. A person who says India is some kind of a consensus among states, not a nation. And therefore today we are here to debate the new India. Let me define some aspects of the new India. This is a new India in which Muslim infiltrators are detected, deleted and deported. Yes, it is happening. It is a new India where the mafia, Mamta's mafia, is paraded in their underwear to teach them a lesson. It is a new India where under the law there is instant, proper, appropriate justice of the bulldozer. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a new India where we are working towards one nation, one law. Indian citizenship demands equality under Articles 14, 15 and 21. But ladies and gentlemen, true equality will happen only when there is a uniform civil code. Why should we have to say singing Vande Mataram is compulsory? Why should that clarification be made? Since when did respect to Vande Mataram become optional, is what I want to ask. Since when can you choose which paragraphs of the national song are acceptable to you and which are not acceptable to you? Vande Mataram puts the motherland above every other identity. And here there is Rahul Gandhi who wants to insult Vande Mataram, who has called his minions in Kerala to say, do not play Vande Mataram in its entirety, defy the central government, insult the national song. Ladies and gentlemen, the problem with Rahul Gandhi is this. He does not accept India's shared civilizational identity and the role of the Hindu religion in rooting that civilizational identity. Rahul Gandhi will never take this kind of a stance about Italian identity. Why, Rahul? Why are you afraid of accepting the truth about the Hindu roots of India's civilizational identity? It is a reality. And therefore, Vande Mataram, Rahul Gandhi, gives us roots, continuity, history, weight, a civilizational strength. This is what makes Bharat stand apart. I feel sometimes very worried about this approach of Rahul Gandhi, and I really demand a clarification from him. Why did you do this, Rahul? Why did you tell your leaders in Kerala to insult Vande Mataram? Ladies and gentlemen, Vande Mataram binds the cultural and geographical identity of Bharatiyas across the world. Who is Rahul Gandhi? Who is Rahul Gandhi to try and butcher the national song? We demand an explanation from you, Rahul. We do, and we have every right to.
Right, we will continue asking the right questions, but it's now time to get into the big story, which is who's going to be Karnataka's next Chief Minister. Right now, Karnataka Congress Legislative Party is to meet in Bengaluru to elect the next Chief Minister. The Congress Legislative Party, CLP, is going to schedule a meeting for 4 p.m. today, where it's most likely that DK Shivkumar is expected to be formally elected as Congress Legislature Party leader. Now, following the meeting, Chief Minister designated DK Shivkumar will meet the governor and stake claim to form the government. The meeting is going to happen at 4 o'clock today. Now, sources are also indicating that a swearing-in ceremony is likely to be held on the 3rd of June. And after this meeting that DK Shivkumar has with the governor today, Shivkumar is expected to return to Delhi to hold a final discussion with the Congress High Command on the composition of the new cabinet. Amrita, my colleague, has joined on a call with me. Smita has in fact joined on a call with me. Smita, there has been clearly a tussle within the Congress party of Karnataka, and it is still unclear, with every day unfolding with new upcomings, new stories. What is it that we know so far about DK Shivkumar taking over as the Chief Minister of Karnataka?
Yeah, actually, this is the day 5 of this process of actual power transfer from the ex-Chief Minister of Karnataka, that is Siddaramaiah, to the possible Chief Minister of Karnataka, that is DK Shivkumar. Both the leaders were in Delhi yesterday, meeting a series of meetings, in fact, with the High Command, leaders, including Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, who is the AICC president, and also KC Venugopal and Randeep Surjewala, who are apparently looking over these all power transfer tussle. Actually, both the leaders are heading back to Karnataka today, and there is a high expected CLP meet today at 4:30 in the evening in the Vidhan Sabha, where probably DK Shivkumar will be, chosen as the Congress party leader, and which will be a very important process for him to be, raised to the position of Chief Minister of Karnataka. And as the sources are confirming us, probably he will take, oath as the next Chief Minister of Karnataka on Monday. So for this, both the leaders have to come back to Bengaluru, and there's a CLP meeting which is supposed to be held today at 4:30. And there in front of Surjewala, the MLAs of the Congress party down here in Karnataka will likely choose DK Shivkumar as the Chief Minister. And there is also the tussle for the appointment of the ministers for the new cabinet for DK Shivkumar's government. And we are also getting the information that the High Command is showing interest for appointing multiple DCMs. But DK Shivkumar is clearly said that he doesn't want an alternative power center. Right. And he has said that no to the multiple DCM. As you are rightly saying, the tussle is ongoing. Right, Smita. Probably it will take a week to, settle down. Back to studio. Right, Smita Ranganathan on a call with us right now, giving us all the way updates from the city. Smita, thank you so much for joining us and giving us all of those updates. It's time, viewers, to now slip into a short break. Don't go anywhere, because once you come back, we'll tell you that 11 were killed as Israeli airstrikes continue pummeling targets across multiple locations in southern Lebanon, with explosions reported across the region. Let's quickly get into this story, and after that, we'll slip into a short break.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He's
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge...
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Karnataka Congress Legislature Party to meet today in Bengaluru to elect next Chief Minister. Telangana Congress leader Mujahid Alam Khan and his father arrested in 15 lakh contract killing of Waqf advocate in Hyderabad. Spurious liquor kills 13 men in Pune. Key bootlegger among 8 arrested. Investigation transferred to CID. Lieutenant General N.S. Raja Subramani to take charge as the Chief of Defence Staff today. Iran rejects Trump's claims of Strait of Hormuz nuclear and peace deal progress. "11 killed as Israeli airstrikes continue, pummeling targets across multiple locations in southern Lebanon." All right, viewers, you're welcome. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and let's go to a big breaking news development exclusive on Republic. And this is about Pakistan. Yet again, Pakistan trying to improve its tarnished image, the bad image of Pakistan. And this is Pak's bid to whitewash its already tainted image. Now, the Embassy of Pakistan in Washington has signed a 2-year lobbying agreement with US-based Irwin Graves Strategy Group LLC, effective from May 1, 2026. And according to a copy of the agreement that we have accessed, the lobbying firm will, under the deal, the firm will provide government relations, policy advisory, legislative monitoring and stakeholder engagement services on behalf of Pakistan. Now, as per reports, the US firm is tasked to defame Afghanistan. Big breaking news development. They will defame Afghanistan in a bid to improve Pakistan's tainted image in this case. A big breaking news development on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, this is Pakistan trying to improve its already tarnished image. They can't improve their image. It's tarnished to a level from which they cannot improve their image, and this is Pak's bid to whitewash its image, its tainted image again, but they will be once again, I believe, unsuccessful. Let's go to Major Samarpal Toor for a comment on what's unfolding here. Major Samarpal Toor, thanks a lot for joining us at this critical moment. A very big development that we have, and this is Pakistan's bid to improve its image, the tainted image of Pakistan, and they will be paying, these poor chaps will be paying American firm $50,000 per month.
Yes, and they've had a deal. This is agreement for 2 years, agreement that the Pakistanis have had, and it is a deal of approximately $1.2 million. And this game is being run by Tom Graves. And who is Tom Graves? He's a former Republican member of the United States House of Representatives from Georgia. And he was in the Congress from 2010 to 2020. So he's had a substantial time there. He's made good license. And it is his company which is going to provide access to the Pakistan embassy with the US Congress, executive branch agencies of the US, think tanks of the US, policy institutions, industry stakeholders, and then media and strategic networks in Washington, D.C. So basically, the Pakistanis have outsourced their diplomacy, basically.
But Major Toor, yeah. there is a limit till which one can improve somebody's image. Pakistan is a terror-based country. It harbors terrorists. It has all the major terrorist organizations. It has bad relations with all its neighbors, even while he's acting as a peace broker for Iran in this case. But it has led to a catastrophe between Iran and US. The peace talks have failed because it is a failed state. And how can you improve an image of a failed state, Major Toor?
My question is, why has Pakistan hired such firms? Because Pakistan is aware that its image has been tarnished in the face of Washington since Osama bin Laden was found. Things are already on the down trail. Their F-16s do not have any spares to fly anymore. So they are already suffering at the hands of supporting terrorism. Then they want to influence the discussions in the West regarding Pakistan's role in South Asia. They are not in good terms with Afghanistan. Their border is closed. They want to, begin talks with India, but they are not being entertained. Again, the border with India is closed. And soon the border with Iran will also be closed. So Pakistan itself has got itself isolated from all ends. There is nothing that it has to offer in terms of investment. It doesn't have oil. If it has rare earth metals, they are being sold illegally and smuggled out of Pakistan to fill the coffers of the generals. So where is Pakistan contributing in terms of economic matters? Nowhere.
Yeah.
It has only become a platform for cryptocurrency for President Trump as a personal favor. So they are going to convert majority of the undeclared money of Trump in the form of cryptocurrency in Pakistan.
Okay. Major Toor, please stay with us. We have another big breaking news development when it comes to Pakistan. And this is from Jammu and Kashmir Police. Security forces The Jammu and Kashmir police launches a crackdown on Pakistan-based narco-terrorist, that is Shehzad Bhatti. In this case, now FIR has been registered against the network of Shehzad Bhatti by the J&K police. A case has been registered under UAPA, under Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, and the J&K police carrying out search operations in different states of country on those linked with Shehzad Bhatti, and transactions worth crores diverted through dozens of accounts under scanner. A big breaking news development in this case, Major Toor. It also needs to be highlighted, Major Samarpal Toor, that there are certain narco-terrorists at play who want to destabilize what's happening in India. But there has been a very big crackdown. How difficult it's to manage such elements, and how successful are we, Major Toor, in such cases, especially when it comes to Shehzad Bhatti? And there is also a warning by the DGP.
See, Shehzad Bhatti is a renowned criminal. He's a mafia who's based in Pakistan. He's a gangster, and he has very firm links with the Pakistan's ISI. And also, he has a transnational criminal terror network. Be it Dubai, be it in the Gulf region, he's been operating there. So he is somewhat, he does the dirty work for the ISI. And he's been sheltered by the ISI. Shehzad Bhatti has been responsible for killing off few of the mafias in Punjab also, the Indian Punjab region. He has influenced people. He has been running the drone network on the borders of Pakistan and the Indian Punjab border. So he's an asset for the ISI. They've been using him, and he is the one who is basically responsible for the proliferation of drugs in Indian Punjab and in Jammu Kashmir. And now it is eventually proceeding towards Himachal also.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Major Samarpal Toor, on the latest updates and for your comment on what's unfolding, especially when it comes to Pakistan. Thanks a lot, Major Toor. All right, viewers, we are also being joined by our colleague Gursimran for what's happening right now in Jammu and Kashmir, because it is a tough action by the police, because a case has been registered, FIR registered, against the network of Shehzad Bhatti. Now, who exactly is Shehzad Bhatti, and what his activities are, and what are the actions taken by police? Gursimran, if you can put that into perspective, and how big of a development this is, if you can explain to our viewers, Gursimran.
So it's days after the warning that has come from the DGP Nalin Prabhat to Shehzad Bhatti that his entire infrastructure and his associates, they will completely be dismantled, those who are pushing narcotics into the Indian territory. Now the Jammu and Kashmir police has registered an FIR. The FIR has been registered under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act for not only promoting the terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, but also radicalizing the people. The FIR has been registered against the network of the Shehzad Bhatti that is involving in different acts that are detrimental to the sovereignty and the unity of the Union of India. We are told that with regards to the FIR that has been registered, interstate raids are being conducted by the Jammu and Kashmir police. These raids are not specific only to Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab, but also to the different states of North and the Central India. We are told that in days to come there will be arrest, and also a dozen of accounts where the money trail has been found, that money is being transferred from one account to other account, then to other, so that this trail gets complicated, and the people, those who are linked to Shehzad Bhatti, they keep themselves off the radar. Apart from that, the drone consignments that have been dropped not only in Punjab but also in the Kathua, Samba and the Jammu, that has clear links with Shehzad Bhatti, and several of the call intercepts have also been intercepted by the Jammu and Kashmir police, which has linked to the larger conspiracy being hashed from across the border. Some of the digital devices that have also been seized during the investigation so far, they have also hinted a clear-cut finger towards Shehzad Bhatti, and who has been operating on the behest of Pakistani ISI. So in days to come, there will be several arrests, starting from few arrests taking place as soon as in next 48 hours.
We have another big breaking news development. Let's go to that, and it's related to Shehzad Bhatti. And there is a warning to the Pakistan-based Shehzad Bhatti, who is ISI's acolyte and partner in pumping narcotics into India. And the DGP has given a clear warning, straight warning that we will hunt and hound you and your associates and decimate your evil infrastructure. We will be hunting you and we will decimate you and your entire network. We'll hound and decimate you. This is J&K Police turns heat on narco-terror network. Let's listen into what Nalin Prabhat has said. Let's listen into the bite.
A warning to the Pakistan-based Shehzad Bhatti, who is ISI's acolyte and partner in pumping narcotics into India. We will hunt and hound you and your associates and decimate your evil infrastructure. A warning to the Pakistan-based Shehzad Bhatti, who is ISI's acolyte and partner in pumping narcotics into India. We will hunt and hound you and your associates and decimate your evil infrastructure.
Now, Gursimran, the point is, the irony of the fact is that India has the capability to hunt and decimate. We have done when it comes to the previous gangsters or terrorists inside Pakistan. Now, Shehzad Bhatti will take this warning very seriously, Gursimran. If you can put that into perspective too, because this is the warning by the top cop, by the DGP, that we will find you, we will hunt you, and we will decimate your network. So we can expect big action against Shehzad Bhatti and at least the network of Bhatti in India.
See, when any statement comes from the head of the police, it is the statement that the entire Jammu and Kashmir police will ensure that it is followed in the letter and spirit. And when it comes to the Shehzad Bhatti, he has been instrumental in several of the droppings of narcotics as well as weapon consignments in Punjab so that he can carry out the act of terror. And here the narcotics, when we spoke to the senior officials, they said that it is a clear modus operandi of the Pakistani ISI. They want because the renowned terror groups, those who have been active in the past like Jaish and Lashkar, they are here in Jammu and Kashmir. They can carry out act of terror, but in Punjab they don't have any terror groups, and that's why Shehzad Bhatti's network, the gangster network, is used for the terror act and here to push narcotics into the Indian territory. The statement that has come from the DGP, the action has started following in, and the Jammu and Kashmir police being the only police that has delivered not only in the hinterland but outside the hinterland also. The recent arrest of the Abu Huraira, the terrorist who had gone into hiding, was mingled in the civilian population, was living in Punjab, and the way the cargo Srinagar got this operation, that is a classic example that the Jammu and Kashmir police never forgets its enemies and they work round the clock. And the statement that has come from the DGP clearly hints that the Jammu and Kashmir police is planning a major crackdown, and it has already started with a case under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act being registered against the associate and the entire network of Shehzad Bhatti, and it is just a matter of days that the several arrests will take place and his entire network that is operating in Jammu and Kashmir, that will be exposed.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Gursimran, for all the latest updates, and we are expecting a big crackdown against the network of Shehzad Bhatti. Thanks a lot. This was Gursimran with all the latest updates on what's unfolding in Jammu and Kashmir. Now let's move ahead with our top story. Now, the 22-kilometer wide vulnerable Chicken's Neck area connecting the northeast to the rest of India is back in focus. The government has taken a series of measures to fortify the area surrounded by Bangladesh, Nepal and Bhutan. We have this report for you.
चिकन नेक की भी 121 हेक्टेयर भूमि भारत सरकार को दे दी।
Srimati Gandhi could have negotiated chicken neck at that point of time.
स्ट्रैटेजिक एरिया है, जो स्ट्रैटेजिक सेक्शन है करीब 40 किलोमीटर का, नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स को पूरे देश के साथ जोड़ने वाला जो हिस्सा है, उस हिस्से के लिए भी विशेष प्लानिंग की गई है।
Chicken neck is very, very vulnerable because entire 22 kilometer stretch.
कुछ दिन पहले कुछ लोगों ने दिल्ली में नारे लगाए कि चिकन नेक को हम काट देंगे।
Just 22 kilometers wide at its narrowest. But if this small strip of land in North Bengal is ever blocked or cut off, India's entire northeast, 8 states, 45 million people gets separated from the rest of the country. This is the Siliguri corridor, popularly called the Chicken's Neck and right now it's at the center of a massive security operation. Every road, every train, every fuel pipeline, every power line going into the northeast passes through this one narrow strip, and it's surrounded on three sides by foreign countries, with China barely 130 kilometers away. Security experts say if something goes wrong here, the northeast doesn't just slow down, it gets cut off completely.
स्ट्रैटेजिक एरिया है, जो स्ट्रैटेजिक सेक्शन है करीब 40 किलोमीटर का, नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स को पूरे देश के साथ जोड़ने वाला जो हिस्सा है, उस हिस्से के लिए भी विशेष प्लानिंग की गई है। 4 लाइंस और अंडरग्राउंड लाइन की भी प्लानिंग की गई है। अंडरग्राउंड लाइंस की भी प्लानिंग की गई है। तो एक तरीके से नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स के लिए कनेक्टिविटी का टोटली नया एक आयाम बनेगा, नया डायमेंशन बनेगा आने वाले समय में, और काम भी बहुत तेजी से चल रहा है नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स में।
Chicken neck is very, very vulnerable because entire 22 kilometer stretch, if you scrutinize that all the people settled there has come originally from Bangladesh, maybe prior to 1971, prior to 1951. Now these people has become Indian citizen, but now Bangladesh is trying in order to provoke chicken neck. So this will be a very serious security threat in days to come. Suppose in 1970 I was in Bangladesh, I came to India, I become citizen of India, but my loyalty will be to Bangladesh because I spent my entire childhood there, and my loyalty will also be with India. Now, at the time of war, which way my loyalty will go? At the time of crisis, which way my loyalty will go? It will depend how their ideology will be shaped. Now, a group of Bangladeshi organizations become very active to shape the ideology of the people of original people of Bangladesh, presently Indian citizen, that look, that is your temporary nation. You be inclined towards us. So all these phone calls, wall writing, distribution of literature, and in some time even the arms training are part of this overall game plan.
The alarm bell started ringing louder in August 2024 when the government of Bangladesh changed suddenly. In November 2025, a big security meeting was held in Siliguri with the army, BSF and several other central and state agencies all in the same room. That same month, India set up 3 new army bases in the area surrounding the corridor, in Dhubri, Kishanganj and Chopra. The corridor is also at the heart of West Bengal's illegal immigration crisis. BSF arrested over 10,000 Bangladeshi nationals at this border in a single year, and when the new Bengal government launched its crackdown in May 2026, hundreds of undocumented migrants were seen rushing back to the border to cross over.
ये सब बांग्लादेशी है, इसको ले लेना चाहिए, लेकिन ये लोग को पुलिस को हम लोग बता दिया जेल में भेजने का जरूरत नहीं है। देश के रुपया में खाना खाएगा, कपड़ा देगा, मेडिसिन देगा, एक दामाद है ये लोग। जल्दी जल्दी भागो, जल्दी जल्दी भागो, नहीं तो जो करना है सरकार करेगा।
On the ground, the BSF has been working fast. 12-foot high fencing has gone up along the most sensitive parts of the border. Drones, thermal cameras and floodlights have been set up across Cooch Behar, Jalpaiguri and Alipurduar. And since January 2025, BSF has caught smuggled goods worth 85 crore rupees at this border and arrested over 440 Bangladeshi nationals. For years, a big roadblock was the West Bengal's TMC government, which kept delaying handing over land needed for fencing and security construction. That changed in May 2026 when the new West Bengal government under CM Suvendu Adhikari cleared 120 acres of land for the BSF within just 10 days of taking office. Fencing work began almost immediately, and by May 28, 142 acres had been handed over, with 600 acres promised within next 45 days.
हमने चुनाव में कहा था आप हमें शासन की धुरा दे दीजिए, हम बांग्लादेश सीमा पर सीमा की बाड़ बनाने का काम, फेंसिंग का काम कुछ ही दिनों में शुरू करेंगे। और मैं बंगाल के मुख्यमंत्री श्री शुभेंदु अधिकारी जी को बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि साथ ही दिन में उन्होंने 600 हेक्टेयर भूमि बीएसएफ के हाथ में सौंपने का काम कर दिया। चिकन नेक की भी 121 हेक्टेयर भूमि भारत सरकार को दे दी।
3 new army bases, a 4th being planned in Mizoram. Over 142 acres of new land for the BSF, fencing going up, drones in the air, and a plan for an underground railway so that even in a crisis, the Northeast stays connected. India is no longer just talking about the chicken's neck, it is acting on it.
All right, viewers, it's now time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because there's a lot more lined up. Coming up after the break, Lieutenant General N.S. Raja Subramani to take charge as the Chief of Defence Staff today. Coming up next.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाई ठंडक लाई सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he...
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो बंटवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Karnataka Congress Legislature Party to meet today in Bengaluru to elect next Chief Minister. Telangana Congress leader Mujahid Alam Khan and his father arrested in rupees 15 lakh contract killing of Waqf advocate in Hyderabad. Spurious liquor kills 13 men in Pune. Key bootlegger among 8 arrested. Investigation transferred to CID. Lieutenant General N.S. Raja Subramani to take charge as Chief of Defence Staff today. Iran rejects Trump's claims of Strait of Hormuz nuclear and peace deal progress. "11 killed as Israeli airstrikes continue, pummeling targets across multiple locations in southern Lebanon." All right, viewers, you're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Let's begin this bulletin with a very big breaking news development. And this is the chief statement. Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi says that Operation Sindoor is still continuing. And there is a temporary cessation of hostilities. And the Indian Army in all three services are preparing well for Operation Sindoor 2.0 scenario and if it takes place. Now, presently, we are looking at enhancing our synergy within the three services, equipping ourselves for the next warfare. 24/7. Now the battlefield is so transparent, he said, that every movement is known to the other side. Therefore, we have to be very cautious in terms of our employment and the protection required to protect our troops as well as the civilians in the border areas. So this is the chief's statement, and he's saying that all three services preparing for Operation 2.0 scenario.
As far as Operation Sindoor is concerned, firstly, it is still continuing. There is temporary cessation of hostilities. So the Indian Army or all the three services are preparing well for Operation Sindoor 2.0 if it takes place. Presently, we are looking at enhancing our synergy within the three services. We are looking at equipping ourselves for the next warfare. As I have told you, the next warfare will not be limited to the land, maritime and air alone. The new entries, that is the space, cyber and cognitive warfare, will play a very important role. What we have seen over a period of time, that it's 24/7, the battlefield is so transparent that every movement is known to the other side. Therefore, we have to be very cautious in terms of our deployment, in terms of our employment and the protection which is required to protect our troops as well as the civilians in the border areas. As regards the information warfare, what has been brought out, victory is always in the mind, it's not on ground. Therefore, the information warfare is only successful if the whole of nation gets together and trusts the people who are giving the information. And if that happens, I can assure you that the nation will trust each other and all these stakeholders will always win the war.
All right, we have Major General Rajan Kochhar for a comment on the statement of the chief, that is the Army Chief, General Upendra Dwivedi, on the Operation Sindoor and Operation 2.0 scenario. Thanks a lot, Major General Rajan Kochhar, for joining us. I would like your comment on what exactly does the chief mean by this statement, that we are preparing for Operation 2.0 scenario. He also spoke about the synergy, and we'll also have a bite of him later where he speaks about the theaterization also, sir. But initial comment on Operation Sindoor statement by the chief, sir.
Good morning. You see, it's a very significant statement because the present situation and the relations with Pakistan, the way they are, there is a greatest threat of a next war, and both countries are, preparing for such a scenario. In specific reference to what General Dwivedi has said, three important aspects are emerging from his talk. First, he talks about space, he talks about cyber, and he talks about information warfare. So if you try to analyze in this 4 days war, what role space, cyber, and information warfare has played, so I think that would be a very significant takeaway from us, because we have a long way to go to develop our own homegrown capabilities as far as space is concerned. I'll take the issue of space first. This NAVIC satellite which we have, I think we need to upgrade it to a number of satellites in question, because if we compare with the Baidu 3 satellite of China, which Pakistan was given in this 4 days war, and Pakistan was able to see the entire length and breadth of our country 24/7, and it's a constellation of 45 satellites. In comparison, we have a lesser number. So I think General Dwivedi was hinting at that development, that we need to develop our space capability. As far as cyber is concerned, I think we are quite good at it. Still, we need to have more amount of cyber warriors. he mentioned about the whole of nation approach. Whole of nation approach means that it is not only the Indian armed forces which has to fight this war, the entire nation has to get together and support the effort of the Indian army, and therefore more cyber warriors are required. I think that is a strong message we need to send to everybody, that we need to get more cyber warriors to assist the Indian army and the forces. The last point is information warfare, and that is, narrative building, and that is a concern for us, because in future wars, strategic communication is going to play a very important role. So I think these are the focus areas which the chief is trying to bring about.
Well, he also spoke about the battlefield, which is so transparent and every movement is known to the other side. You very well spoke about the Chinese involvement while Operation Sindoor took place, and during that time also, sir, we very well not only defeated Pakistan, we also defeated Chinese technology then, but we have to equip ourselves and prepare ourselves for future scenarios, sir.
Very correctly brought out. See, the point is that in a 4 days war, you really cannot assess all your capabilities or the capabilities of the enemy. But in case this war gets drawn out for 3 months, 4 months, then is the point in question. And this transparency of the battlefield is much related to the space technology, and we have the space technology. We have a very vibrant ISRO. We have a very good missile technology, but the question is of building up satellites. The type of GPS information which NAVIC was giving us was very, very effective in launching our own satellite missiles onto those targets. 11 air bases were targeted and 9 terrorist camps were targeted. So yes, the point what General Dwivedi is trying to bring about is that in future warfare, transparency in the battlefield will be required, and we need to know the entire length and breadth of Pakistan and where all the deployments are happening and where all the movement of these military equipment and the troops are taking place, because in a battlefield, information, surveillance, reconnaissance and intelligence, ISR capability, I think, is going to be very much needed.
Yeah. Major General Kochhar, please stay with us. We have another reaction, another statement by the chief. We'll also play that also, because it is about the theaterization of our commands, of our forces. Let's listen to that statement also, and I'll need your comment on that too.
As far as the theaterization is concerned, I would like to assure the House that it's on the right tracks. As of now, all the discussions on theaterization have got over within the Chiefs of Staff Committee. The complete report has been submitted to Defence Minister. It is undergoing a review from various stakeholders at this stage. In this, the CDS and the present 3 chiefs, including the outgoing CNS and the CDS, we have taken a conscious view that all the major interests of all the 3 services are met with. And of course, whenever you will find there is a kind of a synergy which is to be brought in, there will be some kind of a giveaway by all the 3 services. Therefore, the service chiefs will be responsible for the raise, train and sustain, and the theatre commanders will be responsible for the operation orchestration of the forces. We are hopeful that the next setup which is coming under the new CDS should be able to take the journey forward, and in next 2 to 3 years we should be able to see it happening on ground or getting translated on ground.
All right, sir, if you can also explain the necessity of theaterization and the time it will take for the completion of this entire process. If you can put that into perspective and explain the chief's statement for our viewers, sir.
Viewers to understand is that theaterization in the Indian context is going to be different than the theaterization which the PLA has or which the US armed forces have, because U.S. Armed Forces has an expeditionary role. Most of their 800 bases, have to be synergized. So theaterization is in a different context there. As far as we are actually concerned is, we want to ensure that all the three services resources are available to a single commander to plan an operation. This became very significant in Operation Sindoor. We saw that synergy happening without theaterization taking place, but those systems need to be formalized, and that is why theaterization is important, because to plan any operation, you cannot fight the war by ground operations only. You need the air resources and you need the naval resources. So that is important. What General Dwivedi is trying to stress upon is, to a single point commander, if he has to plan an operation, he must have all the resources under his command. He should not be found wanting at one particular stage if the Air Force commander tells him that a particular resource is employed elsewhere and it will not be available for this particular operation. So that will hamper the planning of the army commander. So therefore, I feel that these resources which are required to be placed under a single commander in a particular theater. And that is why we are going ahead with the Western and the Northern theater, because these are our two priorities now. Western is Pakistan focused and the Northern is China focused. So both Pakistan and China need to be addressed, and I think the Air Force, which had some reservations, may come on board, and I'm quite sure the next CDS, he has a challenge, but definitely I can see this theaterization happening in the next 2 years.
At what stage are we when it comes to the theaterization of all the forces? And if you can explain that also for our viewers, the necessity that you have explained, and at what level are we right now? We already have a Chief of Defence Staff, so we are right on track as per the statement of the Chief also. But if you can explain the necessity and the timeline exact, because the Chief says around 2 to 3 years, and the necessity, the timeline, if you can put that into perspective in context to the threats we have from our neighbours.
See, right now, I'll just first take on the threats part, and then we will talk about what has happened so far, because necessity has been established. Because there is no doubt about it, because if a government has taken a call to have a theaterization, then the government feels that there is a necessity about it, and which I just briefly explained also. Now we talk about the threats. Today the threats are not only from India, Pakistan, also we have to look at Bangladesh. So those resources have to be seen in the context of a three-front now. If we still close our minds to a two-front, I think we will be failing in our perception of the threat. The threat is from the three sides, and what is likely to happen in the likely scenario is that China is going to strengthen Pakistan in a way that though we may be fighting Pakistan, but actually we are fighting China and Pakistan both at the same time, and China will use Pakistan as a proxy. And that is what we saw in the brief in episode Operation Sindoor. So the point now comes is, what have we done about it so far? We have started with the training aspects. Like in the Defence Services Staff College, we have now introduced a capsule on theaterization. We are educating the officers, training our officers, and remember, the Defence Services Staff College is a tri-service organization in which Army, Air Force and Naval officers are there. So we have now training them to work in a joint environment. So immediately after completing the Defence Services Staff course, the last course which has been completed, we have officers who are being posted in cross appointments, like Indian Army officer gets posted in an air headquarters, Air Force officer gets posted in Army headquarters in areas where the joint planning is taking place. So I think the first step has been done as far as the training and the mindset, because whenever you introduce a change, the mindset has to be addressed first, because the people who are going to implement the change, they should be assured that this change is good for the organization, and that is why these officers have been trained now. So now We are doing a continuous upgradation of our training programs in which theaterization has been brought in, joint planning has been brought in, and in headquarters like the IDS, we are posting these officers there where this integration of the three services and their plans are going to take
All right,
place.
sir.
The most important aspect and the critical aspect will come to the management of equipment and logistics.
Yeah.
So I think that is a long period, about 2, 3, 4 years.
Okay.
It will take for the synergy of that system to take place.
It will take time, but it will be better comparatively to the other nations. Thanks a lot. Very well explained and very well put, sir. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now India's top military leadership is heading into a crucial transition at a time when the country is accelerating defense reforms, sharpening its warfighting doctrine and pushing ahead with the theaterization of commands after Operation Sindoor. Lieutenant General N.S. Raja Subramani will take charge as India's next Chief of Defence Staff today, while Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan will assume office as the next Navy Chief tomorrow. But beyond the routine change of guard, these appointments are being closely watched for what they could mean for India's future military strategy, from integrated theatre commands to maritime dominance to the next phase of tri-services warfare planning. Here's a detailed report on everything we know so far.
India's military leadership is set for a major transition next week, with Lieutenant General N.S. Raja Subramani taking over as the next Chief of Defence Staff on May 30th, becoming only the third officer to hold the post since its creation in 2020. A former Vice Chief of Army Staff and ex-Central Command Chief, Raja Subramani is expected to play a key role in pushing theaterization and strengthening tri-services integration. With India focusing on joint warfare capabilities after Operation Sindoor, the new CDS will be closely watched on military reforms, technology integration, and future combat planning. Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan will assume charge as the next Chief of Naval Staff on May 31st, succeeding Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi. An expert in communication and electronic warfare, Swaminathan has commanded key frontline assets, including aircraft carrier, INS Vikramaditya, and the Western Naval Command. His appointment comes as India sharpens its maritime focus in the Indian Ocean region, with the Navy expected to play a bigger role in future integrated military operations. The transition comes at a critical moment when India is moving ahead with integrated theatre commands, military modernization, and post-Operation Sindoor restructuring. Military experts believe continuity in leadership without any gap could help maintain momentum in India's biggest ongoing defense reform.
This is a very critical juncture, not only for India, but for the entire world. The world is witnessing a number of conflicts which are having global impact on economy, on trade, and a number of other issues, including military dimensions. So therefore, changeover of CDS at this point, without a gap, I think this is the best thing which could have happened. There are a number of initiatives which have been put on track by the current CDS, and these have to be carried forward. The appointment of the military advisor in the NSCS to take forward those initiatives, I think it is the best thing which the government could have done at this point in time.
Theaterization remains the biggest task ahead, a reform aimed at integrating the three services under unified combat commands for future warfare.
The new CDS has got a ground level operational and vast operational experience, and he has got good insight of Operation Sindoor also, And new leadership definitely is required to work on the theaterization, is required to work on the AI, work on the new norms of warfare, and also work on the jointness. That is the key to the success, key to the future warfare. So his focus would remain on the operational preparedness, theaterization, and modernization and multi-domain capability building.
The next CDS is expected to face multiple challenges, from rolling out theatre commands to balancing manpower and military modernization. Questions are also being raised over whether appointing a third CDS from the army reflects a land warfare-centric military posture.
When you are appointing senior officers for leadership roles, they really don't have to be tutored about, the other services. So if he's from the army, it doesn't mean that he does not have the essence of Air Force or the Navy. In addition, you must also realize that it's a joint organization which is coming up, integrated organization. It will have Air Force and the naval advisors also as part of the CDS structure, as you can see in his current role, which is there in front of you. You have an Air Force officer, you have a naval officer. So therefore, these are the people who will be giving the technical advisors, etc., to the CDS, who can then offer the right kind of advice to the CCS, Cabinet Committee on Security.
However, experts argue that the CDS functions as a tri-services appointment focused on integration rather than service-specific priorities.
CDS could be by rotation, CDS could be from any arm, any service, Air Force, Army, Navy, it could be from any. It is just so happened that at present, the third CDS in a row is from Army, because could be after the Operation Sindoor, things, his experience in Operation Sindoor is of very important. Second thing is, India has a huge land border, an active land border. On the one side is Pakistan, on the other side is China, and now the Bangladesh is also getting activated. Keeping with this, at present there is a requirement of sorting out these border issues, modernization of border issues, development of infrastructure, and jointness, theaterization. These issues are there so that we can focus on the immediate operational requirement.
Alongside the CDS transition, the Indian Navy is also preparing for a crucial leadership change at a time when maritime security is becoming central to India's strategic planning. The Navy's aggressive deployment during Operation Sindoor has also triggered conversations over whether future tri-service operation could see a larger maritime role.
The way Op Sindoor was conducted, and after that we all know it was in a pause. And Admiral Swaminathan at that time was our Vice Chief of the Naval Staff, means he was the number 2 when this operation was unfolding or was being executed from Delhi in a very, very joint manner, in a very, very secure manner it was happening. And Admiral Swaminathan was Vice Chief of the Naval Staff at that time, and after that he has been he's got appointed as the Commander-in-Chief of the Western Naval Command, from where all the assets were deployed for Operation.
From theatre commands to next-generation warfare, India's new military leadership will now be closely watched for how fast it pushes the country's biggest defense transformation in decades.
All right, viewers, it's now time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up coming after the break. 11 killed as Israeli airstrikes continue pummeling targets across multiple locations in southern Lebanon, with explosions reported across the region. Coming up next.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
का ये जश्न है, जश्न का ये जश्न है।
राजश्री इलायची जश्न का जश्न।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions
Hello, very good morning, viewers. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in this Saturday morning. We'll get to all the updates, breaking news which is coming in. A lot is expected today, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Karnataka Congress Legislature Party to meet today in Bengaluru to elect the next CM. Telangana Congress leader Mujahid Alam Khan and his father arrested in rupees 15 lakh contract killing of Waqf advocate in Hyderabad. Spurious liquor kills 13 men in Pune. Key bootlegger among 8 arrested. Investigation transferred to CID. Lieutenant General N.S. Raja Subramani to take charge as the Chief of Defence Staff today. Iran rejects Trump's claims of Strait of Hormuz, nuclear and peace deal progress. 11 killed as Israeli airstrikes continue, pummeling targets across multiple locations in southern Lebanon. Viewers, getting some breaking news coming in. There has been a lot of tension in Manipur. So following the tragic incident of killing one local truck driver in a cruel attack, drivers from all over the state jointly protest staged at the new Keth Lamani area along Imphal-Jiribam Road. So the protests are happening and search operations are underway after the non-local truck driver was killed in the fresh violence which has broken out in Manipur. Putting on these pictures coming in for you. These are the pictures of the truck drivers who are protesting. These are truck drivers from all over the state jointly protesting along the Imphal-Jiribam Road. The truck driver was killed in a Manipur ambush. We had reported that story yesterday because we have seen there has been a fresh escalation in Manipur when it comes to violence and ethnic violence in the past few weeks.
We don't have any word to condemn such kind of act. Aduna, akoi masigisi adum taraina lepoy matam giwani. We are just waiting for an right moment. And we lack upon.
Same location at a sea area, and cannot intelligent sovereign can be another sea incident. Among and my hunter, you know, that's never example later.
Adugumbadi, who's later, the Sakar Nadu decision longly, but area coverage the BSF even have a call. Adugai, detail lower, BSF not even high. But I the left says like you have it all.
So whose culprit could be culprit behind the incident?
Adu karam mana tauge habado. Hujiki area sidi normally akoye community amana dominate over area ne hai pa. Adu gidu ko detailed report se koi huji phangri. Detailed report by the evening I'll be getting the report.
Suspected would be like that.
That is not certain.
Action will be taken again.
Action will be taken.
Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. We'll be joined by Johnson in a short while from now, but the protest continues in Manipur. And now these are truck drivers who are protesting against the killing of the non-local truck driver in Manipur's Ukhrul district. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Johnson will be joining us in a short while from now. Johnson, coming across to you. Johnson, just take our viewers through these visuals that we're seeing. Truck drivers are protesting against the killing of a non-local truck driver in Manipur. Now we've also seen that specifically there has been a lot of violence in Ukhrul district. Security forces have also been deployed. Yes, Johnson.
Okay, yes, Shivangi. Right now I'm at the very spot. I'm at the ground zero where the truck drivers are, setting a protest. Almost yes, approximately about more than 300 trucks will be here stranded. They are on protest. So all the drivers, they step down from the driver's seat. They, they suspend holding steering. So this is not just a protest. The drivers, the trucks are now stranded along one of the only main highway, Imphal-Jiribam Road, where all the goods and where all the essential commodities are being imported, are being transported to Manipur. So let me show you the background here. So it is clearly seen that more than 300 trucks right now they are in protest, and the trucks will not move for today. The protest will go on the whole day. This protest is one of the very significant protests, by the drivers of all Manipur, not only the locals, not only the non-locals, but all the drivers. They are now staging a protest in here. So this is the National Highway, Imphal-Jiribam Road, National Highway 37. Right now, this is the only national highway which is freely, able to move for all the trucks, for all the goods carrying vehicles. besides this, other highways like Imphal Dimapur Road and other national highways, they are all not safe for all the drivers to move because total shutdown has been carried out, economic blockade has been carried out. So this is the only main highway left. If this highway is also supposed to be blocked, then Manipur will be facing a very huge, one of the largest issue in economic crisis, in transportation of goods, products and all. So if I get a chance, I will let one of the truck drivers. भाई साहब आप लोग ड्राइवर है ना क्या? तो आप लोग कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? You are live with Republic TV. इस प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में कुछ कहना चाहते हैं?
क्या बोलते हैं सर, हम यहाँ बंदी में बैठे हुए हैं.
थोड़ा जोर से बोलिए.
वो बंदी सर बैठे हुए हैं.
हाँ.
रखता नहीं है, उधर से बंद हो गया, उधर से बंद हो गया.
ओके. सो थोड़ा कुछ और नेशनल हाईवे में आप लोग नहीं जा सकते हैं. ये सिर्फ इस रास्ता में आप लोग जा सकते हैं. वो आप मणिपुर सरकार और इंडिया सरकार को, भारत सरकार को क्या कहना चाहते हैं? वो ड्राइवर लोग भी नहीं सेफ है.
हम लोग सेफ नहीं है. बंद करना है तो सब जगह से बंद कर दिया. आना ने उस तरफ भी बंद कर दिया, हम लोग को इस तरफ से.
Okay, we'll go back to Johnson in a short while from now, but they are truck drivers which are protesting in Manipur. I think we have Johnson back with us. Johnson, go right ahead.
Okay, yes. So one of the drivers have commented was he has spoken very exclusively right now to the public. So as per their comment, they mentioned that even the cookies have clear knowledge that the driver who will be traveling along the national highway will either be non-local or will either be Metepanga. So, besides knowing all these facts, their targeted attack means that even the non-locals who are traveling along, who are carrying goods, who are carrying essential commodities along the national highway, they are not safe. So, regarding the incident that happened on yesterday, regarding killing of one non-local driver who is identified as Nitish Kumar from Hooghly district of West Bengal. So Manipur police have also issued a clear statement. Yes, I repeat, Manipur police have issued a clear statement mentioning that armed Kuki militants have ambushed the security convoy carrying essential commodities, carrying rice and daily needs by the FCI, FCI truck. So resulting into the killing of, unfortunate killing of one truck driver and resulting into the injuries of one police personnel. Back to you, Shivangi.
All right. Okay, thank you, Johnson, for getting us all those details. There has been an uptick in violence in Manipur, like Johnson is reporting for us. The truck drivers are right now protesting in Manipur. We move ahead, viewers. Hyderabad police has arrested a Congress leader, Mahbub Alam Khan, his son Mujahid Alam Khan and 4 others in a murder case of senior advocate Khaja Moizuddin linked in killing to a Waqf property dispute with allegations that contract killers were hired to eliminate the advocate. Now we know that Moizuddin was fatally attacked outside his residence on May 23rd after being hit and dragged by a car. Following the arrest, the Congress party has suspended both the father and son from the party. We are getting our viewers these updates which are coming in. And we are being joined right now by Ashura to give us more details on this development. All right, let's go ahead, Ashura. Take our viewers through these details and these pictures that we are seeing on our screens.
Well, the two Congress leaders, a father and son, and the son who is the TPCC vice president has been officially arrested by the Hyderabad police yesterday night on the charges of murdering senior advocate of the Telangana High Court, Khaja Moizuddin. What we are also learning is that Khaja Moizuddin represents the Waqf property, Waqf board in the Telangana High Court, and there was a long-standing dispute between this particular senior advocate Khaja as well as the Congress father and son Alam Khans. So while the Alam Khans believed that because of their long-standing dispute of the Waqf properties, be it in Malakpet and Lakdi Kapur, the two properties that were disputed in the Telangana High Court between the family as well as the Waqf property, they believe that because of Khaja, they are not able to claim their own property and they are facing repeated legal setbacks. And for the past 10 years, they have been struggling in the court as well as there are other disputes between the two advocate family as well as the Congress family. That is the reason they have decided to eliminate this particular advocate eliminate so that they could finally get hold of the property as well. So this was a Waqf property dispute that led to giving a supari. Almost 15 lakhs was given as a contract killer to kill this particular advocate and make it look like a hit and run. And if you actually see the CCTV, they had tried to make it look like a hit and run case, but then unfortunately it looked like a murder, and the police investigated and caught the culprit, who is the son and the father, the Congress father and son duo. After which the Congress party has also taken note of this and suspended the son from the Congress as well as the father as well. What we are also learning is that they have taken strict action against these two leaders and have asked them to stay away from the party activities as well. Now, on the other hand, the police are trying to get into the more details of the investigation, and though they have said that they have enough evidence to say that the two Congress and father and son duo are behind this particular murder. They are also further investigating about the long-standing dispute between the advocate family and their family and try to establish and then finally book them in the right cases. That is what the police have also said. Finally, they are also will apply for the remand and investigation.
Ashurya joining us live from Hyderabad. Thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more on this development. Let's move ahead, viewers. The Maharashtra government's Urban Development Department is set to launch a comprehensive inspection of elite gymkhanas and recreational clubs operating across prime government-owned land in Mumbai. Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami makes an unwavering demand that the Maharashtra government takes severe action against Mumbai's elite Breach Candy Club, revealing how large tracts of extremely valuable government property are kept under subsidized leases for a privileged private group. Take a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a group of people in India who carry an Indian passport, but they don't really feel they are Indian. They are coconuts. Brown outside, white inside. We can also refer to them as the shameless brown sahibs. These are people who wish the British were still here. Because mostly this class and their forefathers were chamchas of the British, sycophants, licking the boots of the British, the white man, the Europeans. These are Indians which are deep inferiority complex. It is because of these shameless Indians, these brown sahibs, that you've got these supra-elitist clubs over which bulldozers should be run like the Delhi Gymkhana Club. The Delhi Gymkhana Club, a relic of the past, all its members also relics of the past. And now there is apparently a club in Mumbai, the Breach Candy Club, in which I am told, it's been reported, that the Breach Candy Swimming Bath Trust, founded in 1878 during the British Raj, continues to restrict trusteeship only to European inhabitants of Mumbai. So you have to be a European or a pseudo-European to be on the trust of this club. And this was put out by a tweet that Harsh Goenka put out. Others put it out. And then it is now found that Indians in India today in 2026 are allowed only as ordinary members of this great club and not in decision-making roles. This is racism. I call upon all the members of the Breach Candy Club to immediately close the club or resign, unless they believe in this form of racism. I want to tell all these members of the Breach Candy Club, remember how this small country called England ruled India by dividing Indians and by creating a small subgroup of brown sahibs, coconuts. To them, I would say, to these people, if you are not coconuts and you are members of the Breach Candy Club, please resign. Keep your sense of nation and nationalism and national duty. To the Maharashtra government, I would tell them that if it is true that this Breach Candy Club is running on the lease of the Maharashtra government, then it is best that the Maharashtra Chief Minister of the government, the MVA government in Maharashtra, should immediately, ladies and gentlemen, cancel the license of this club, stop it from functioning. If the constitution of this club restricts the trustees only to Europeans, then I would like to say to the members of this club that in India today, public resources cannot be used to uphold only Europeans. Those days are gone. In fact, when I heard about it, I was shocked that these sort of colonial era privileges are still prevalent. This is apartheid on our soil. It is apartheid against Indians. It is a brown sahab mentality. Down with the brown sahab. Remove the coconuts. Let's free India from these people with an inferiority complex and a fake accent. Let's save the country from the supra-elitism of these colonial clubs. Ladies and gentlemen, spread this message as much as you can. Let's change India.
Republic also spoke to Advocate Dipesh Mehta, chairman appointed by the European members who hold the power to choose any external member as the authority, but with no power. Let's listen in to what he had to say on the ongoing issue.
First of all, let me tell you that it's not a club. I don't know why you people are calling it a bridge candy club. It is a public charitable trust.
Can you please reiterate it?
Yeah, it is not a club. It is a public charitable trust, and it is registered under Public Charitable Trust Act in Maharashtra state, and the whole functioning is supposed to be legally monitored by the Charity Commissioner's office. So I don't know where this whole concept and controversy of a club and gymkhana. It is a public charitable trust. It enjoys all the privileges which any charitable trust enjoys, including concessional income tax for the central government, whatever water charges, electricity charges, property tax, all the benefits which a charitable trust enjoys, that is being enjoyed by Bridge Candy Charitable Trust. It's a Bridge Candy Swimming Bath Trust. It is not a club. It's a registered public charitable trust.
So now you're saying that it is not a club, it's a charitable trust. The most important thing I want to ask you here is that even now in 2026, are there policies of that specific charitable trust are limited to only European nationals for the executive positions there?
Yeah, the situation is such that there is certain legal controversies which are created, but the fact, let's not get into the controversy. Your question is, as on today, it is being fully controlled by the executives who are foreigners, who are Europeans, and not a single Indian member is on managing committee of the trust, and that is the main issue which is pending adjudication, pending consideration.
TMC faced massive embarrassment in West Bengal after police recovered weapons as well as huge amounts of cash linked to TMC leader Ajit and Sujit Saha, both of whom are said to be close to former Minister Jyoti Priya Malik. Now, 3 shotguns, hundreds of cartridges and over 40 lakh rupees in cash have now been seized in North 24 Parganas, with 2 brothers now in police custody. Here's more on the story.
The arms trail in the North 24 Parganas is getting bigger by the day. The West Bengal police investigating the case have arrested TMC leaders Ajit Saha and his brother Sujit Saha while recovering 3 shotguns and around 40 lakh rupees from them in the process. The recovery was made after the accused were taken to the location during custodial interrogation. Investigators say the weapons were hidden underground and wrapped in plastic covers. The latest seizure comes days after police raids at properties linked to Saha brothers uncovered massive caches of cash, ammunition and firearms. The police have also seized hundreds of live cartridge empty shells, a 7mm pistol and several other firearms along with several bottles of foreign liquor. Police are now probing whether the accused were linked to illegal arms storage, land syndicate operations and post-poll violence networks in the region. The TMC, however, have not issued any response on these developments regarding the Saha brothers. Meanwhile, both the Saha brothers remain in police custody as investigators continue questioning them over the source of their cache of arms, ammunition and cash recovered during the raids.
All right, viewers, take a short break. Do not go anywhere. Coming up, Lieutenant General N.S. Raja Subramani, you take charge as Chief of Defence Staff today. Stay tuned. We will get to the latest updates coming here.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there...
We have a huge role to play in one of the marquee products of the Kalyani Group and the Bharat Forge, which is your artillery gun. I'd like to hear from you the story of that artillery gun.
There's a gentleman called Baba Kalyani. When we started, he started by saying that make an artillery gun. It's close to my heart. I cannot imagine that India, with all its manufacturing competence, cannot make a gun, and we have to depend, since by that time you should realize the background, till 1986. The last Indian gun which was developed was IFG and LFG by an Indian team. And artillery gun has some few thousand parts. It's not a, it's a complex equipment with a lot of science and little bit of art. So this was the backbone of 40, 50 young engineers.
Kids with you.
They were with me. They were totally committed to the project. The aim was to make a gun.
This week on Get Me Right, the Pope weighs in on the morality conundrum of artificial intelligence in his first encyclical that has gone viral. Would the tech bros of Silicon Valley listen to the pontiff? Second, we take a deep dive into the cow slaughter ban debate that surfaced around the Eid festivities, the civilizational ethos that guide the Hindu sentiments on cow, and what the Muslims can do about it. And finally, we deal with the private sector ostrich that corporate India seems to have become when it comes to betting on our economy. Are they going to be the black sheep in black forever with no skin in the game? This weekend, only on Republic TV.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide?
This week on Get Me Right, the Pope weighs in on the morality conundrum of artificial intelligence in his first encyclical that has gone viral. Would the tech bros of Silicon Valley listen to the pontiff? Second, we take a deep dive into the cow slaughter ban debate that surfaced around the Eid festivities, the civilizational ethos that guide the Hindu sentiments on cow and what the Muslims can do about it. And finally, we deal with the private sector ostrich that corporate India seems to have become when it comes to betting on our economy. Are they going to be the black sheep in black forever with no skin in the game? This weekend, only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very
warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and we have many top focus stories for you in this bulletin, because the DGP, J&K DGP, has clearly warned Shehzad Bhatti that we will find you, we will decimate you. So there's a clear warning to a Pakistan-based narco-terrorist from the DGP that we will find and decimate your entire network. We'll get you all the latest details of this and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Service chiefs will be responsible for the race, train and sustain, and the theatre commanders will be responsible for the operation orchestration of the forces.
Big remark by Army Chief General Dwivedi, says Op Sindoor 2.0 preparedness is underway. Pakistan hires US firm to whitewash its tainted image. Reports say Pakistan will pay the firm $50,000 per month. Congress leader and his son arrested for 14 lakh rupees Supari murder of an advocate from the Waqf board in Telangana. After Trump claims New Deal will be signed soon, Iran refutes the American president, says no consensus on final deal yet. One year since the crash, Air India eyewitness speaks for the first time, says he saw body of Captain Sabharwal holding the steering wheel. Bengal police recovers weapons as well as huge amounts of cash linked to TMC leaders Ajit and Sujit Saha. Massive protest by truck drivers along highways near Manipur's Imphal after the killing of a truck driver from Bengal in Manipur. And Maharashtra CID takes over probe in a spurious liquor case that costs the death of 14 people, cost the life of 14 people. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a very big breaking news development, and this is the statement by the Indian Army Chief, that is General Upendra Dwivedi, who has clearly said that Operation Sindoor is still continuing. And indeed, yes, there is temporary cessation of hostilities. The Indian Army and all the three services are preparing well for an Operation Sindoor 2.0 scenario if it takes place. So that's the statement by the Army Chief. And he's also said, he mentioned that presently we are looking at enhancing our synergy within the three services, equipping ourselves for the next warfare 24/7. The battlefield is so transparent. He also mentioned this, that the battlefield is so transparent that every movement is known to the other side. Therefore, we have to be very cautious in terms of our deployment, employment, and the protection required to protect our troops as well as the civilians in the border areas. So this is a statement by the Army Chief in this case that we are preparing for Operation Sindoor 2.0, and the Operation Sindoor is still ongoing, and this is the reaction. This is a statement from Army Chief, and definitely Pakistan will also be tracking the developments and clearly understands, because this is a clear message to Pakistan, a neighbor Pakistan, unfriendly neighbor Pakistan, that yes, Operation Sindoor is still ongoing. Let's listen into the Army Chief's statement first.
As far as Operation Sindoor is concerned, firstly, it is still continuing. There is temporary cessation of hostilities. So the Indian Army or all the three services are preparing well for Operation Sindoor 2.0 if it takes place. Presently, we are looking at enhancing our synergy within the three services. We are looking at equipping ourselves for the next warfare. As I have told you, the next warfare will not be limited to the land, maritime and air alone. The new entries, that is the space, cyber and cognitive warfare, will play a very important role. What we have seen over a period of time, that it's 24/7, the battlefield is so transparent that every movement is known to the other side. Therefore, we have to be very cautious in terms of our deployment, in terms of our employment, and the protection which is required to protect our troops as well as the civilians in the border areas. As regards the information warfare, what has been brought out, victory is always in the mind, it's not on ground. Therefore, the information warfare is only successful if the whole of nation gets together and trusts the people who are giving the information. And if that happens, I can assure you that the nation which trusts each other and all these stakeholders will always win the war.
All right, we are being joined by defense expert Colonel Rajiv Bagga. Thanks a lot, sir. It's always a pleasure to have you on our show. But let's talk about this big statement which has been made by the army chief. A clear statement, and Pakistan will be reading the entire statement and trying to decode that what will be happening next, because he says that Operation Sindoor is ongoing and we are preparing for Operation 2.0 scenario.
Yeah, good morning to you. I'm sure I'm audible to you.
Yeah, audible, sir.
I'm audible?
Yeah, completely.
Okay. Yeah. As far Army Chief is concerned, he has given a very clear message to parties because they deserve this type of a kind of a treatment and a message from our side. Because invariably you must have noticed that Pakistan, in some form, trying to create some type of turbulence everywhere, right? And now, what I'm not saying is that we need to learn from our past and all that. It is basically Pakistan need to learn a lot. Every time in 65 also, 71 also, when they tried any misadventure, and they definitely were pushed toward their back to their way. Now, as for the Operation Sindoor Part 2 is concerned, it is every day on, the reason being that if you have noticed that the tribe services, they are equipping themselves every day that as far as weapon system is concerned.
Yes.
When we are preparing for our operations, it is a kind of a punishment we are giving to Pakistan. What the chief has brought out, that we need to be cautious because everything is certainly noticed because they are also trying to monitor or every inch, or rather every movement. So I will say that it is a kind of a existential warning to Pakistan. And in this blunt message, our neighboring country will face a total stark reality and must decide whether it wants to remain part of geography or become a part of a history. So it is a remarkable statement given by our army chief.
Definitely, rightly said, rightly put, because whether they want to be part of geography or history, that's the point. Stay with us, Colonel Rajiv Bagga. We have another statement of Army Chief. Let's go to that statement because he spoke about the theaterization of all the armies, of all our defense forces, and let's listen into the reaction, the statement by the Army Chief on that.
As far as the theaterization is concerned, I would like to assure the House that it's on the right tracks. As of now, all the discussions on theaterization have got over within the Chiefs of Staff Committee. The complete report has been submitted to Defence Minister. It is undergoing a review from various stakeholders at this stage. In this, the CDS and the present three chiefs, including the outgoing CNS and the CDS, we have taken a conscious view that all the major interests of all the three services are met with. And of course, whenever you will find there is a kind of a synergy which is to be brought in, there will be some kind of a giveaway by all the three services. Therefore, the service chiefs will be responsible for the raise, train and sustain, and the theatre commanders will be responsible for the operation orchestration of the forces. We are hopeful that the next setup which is coming under the new CDS should be able to take the journey forward, and in next 2 to 3 years we should be able to see it happening on ground or getting translated on ground.
All right, Colonel Rajiv Bagga continues to be with us. Colonel Rajiv Bagga, if you can explain and put this into perspective, the necessity, importance of the theaterization and also the timeline that has been explained by our army chief, that it might take 2 to 3 hours, and also putting into perspective the threats we have right now from our neighbors and the need for theaterization. And he said that we are on the right track, but your analysis on that.
I personally feel the multi-domain warfare integration, this is a type of a message which you are trying to convey to them. The future military conflicts will extend far beyond conventional terrain. I'm telling you that tri-services are enhancing internal synergy and the equipping for the, transparent 24 hours monitored battlefield. And that heavily integrates cyberspace and cognitive warfare. And it is not that we only make statements. We are certainly we are doing our homework here. And this is what exactly we have learned in our past war. And we are on the right lines. It will definitely, if Pakistan try to do any misadventure again, they will be certainly wiped out. And that in this time, all our tri-services will be so affected. And if you recollect, and during Operation Sindoor also, our Navy was just few minutes away from Karachi. So this time, they will be certainly have a kind of a great hammer, which they will remember throughout their life. And it is a total multi-domain warfare.
Definitely.
This time.
And the memories of Operation Sindoor are still afresh in the minds of the Pakistanis. So stay with us. We have another breaking news development. I will need your comment on that too. And this is about Pakistan yet again. And the Pakistan Embassy of Pakistan in Washington has signed a 2-year lobbying agreement with US-based Irvin Graves Strategy Group LLC. Effective. It is a firm, and according to a copy of the agreement that we have accessed, the lobbying firm will, under the deal, provide government relations, policy advisory, legislative monitoring and stakeholder engagement services on behalf of Pakistan and try to improve the tainted image of Pakistan. This is Pakistan's bid to whitewash its tainted image. And the US firm is tasked to defame Afghanistan, citing emerging threats from Kabul and Pakistan. Poor Pakistan, they will be paying $50,000 per month to this firm for 2 years to improve its image. The firm will engage with the US Congress, executive agencies, think tanks, industry groups and policy stakeholders to promote Pakistan's diplomatic, economic and strategic interests. $1.2 million lobbying agreement, a big agreement. Let's go back to Colonel Bagga for a comment on what's unfolding. Colonel Bagga, this is Pakistan's bid to whitewash its tainted image. But I would like to explain this to our viewers also. How can you whitewash an image which is so much tainted? Because Pakistan is like an onion. If you peel once, inside also it will be same tainted. You cannot whitewash image of Pakistan. They are harboring terrorists. They are the center of terrorism across the globe. How can you whitewash their image? It will be a failed bid, but at least they are trying.
You rightly brought and you correlated Pakistan with an onion. Rather, you should call it a rotten onion. Which is of no use. And
rotten
the entire global, I will say like this, and rotten onion basically. And I will tell you, it's something like, Pakistan is something like a small pup, a thrown or some kind of a bone that he will start waving the way. You see, just 2 days back only, they were shaking hands with China. Now they are approaching USA, okay, you kindly clear our image. And they themselves are confused whether to which side to look because they have dug so many pits around themselves. That is the only reason. And they themselves started harboring the militants. And that is certainly everybody convinced that Pakistan is a terrorist state. And above all, they themselves within their own country are so much in a tight corner that the Baluchis are hampering them and the Sinds are also trying to separate themselves from these people. So somewhere Pakistan is trying to attract the global attention and Pakistan, they're like a parrot or like a dog, I will say, they're going to their masters. Master, please help me out. And this is what exactly is happening now. To me, I'm in a bad shape.
Yeah.
But Pakistan need to decide where exactly their loyalty lies. Are they with China? they with the USA, and sometimes they say we will not sign this Abraham Accord and all that. So why USA will listen to them? Now Pakistan is somewhere trying to come into desperately trying to come into limelight so that they're telling the world, look, we are happy people within our country also, and we are totally not done anything. But we have got so many evidences, and rather we have spoken in international forum also. Like the Pakistan should be totally, they should stop their terrorist type of activities. And yesterday also there was a news that the militant outfit group, they had turned hostile against them. And that is again another reason. It is another reason trying to distract the attention of the people. Look, we are.
But Colonel Bagga, Pakistan, which is a failed state, and they are the professional terrorists, to be very practical about this, and they are taking professional services when it comes to improving their image. But the point to note here is that the agency, the US firm, they will be putting a propaganda and agenda which will be used to defame Afghanistan. Now, they will not stop at Afghanistan. They will push forward the Pakistan's narrative to defame even India. So how will India be able to counter that? Because these are professional services that will be taken by Pakistan.
So India, as far as we are concerned, our stand is very strong. Anything the Pakistan, they try to do anything, they cross the red thin line, we'll hammer them. That is what we have done in Operation Sindoor also and other also. Now coming to your Afghanistan and that part, you see, it is definitely that you rightly brought out that Pakistan is totally a puppet in the hand of the US. Now, US have got some type of a trust because that Afghanistan is sharing a common border with Iran. And you'll be surprised that they are looking for some type of a foothold in Afghanistan again, US. I'm talking about US. And they are trying to use the tool which is known as a Pakistan, and that is what exactly is there in their mind. And Pakistan, other side, is trying to really play a type of a role and trying to prove their loyalty to their masters. Look, we are still with you, whether we signed the Abraham Accord or not. So, as far as we are concerned, Indian, we are absolutely very clear. You threat the sovereignty of our country, we will hammer you. The manner we did it in 1971 and in the Operation Sindoor. That is what I personally.
Yeah, definitely, Colonel Bagga. The irony of the fact is that they want themselves to be spoken of and be heard of as somebody who is fighting against terrorism. They harbor terrorism and they want to be active partners against terrorism. That's what they want from the US firm. And they get paid by their masters and they're paying their little masters some amount to improve and polish their image. Thanks a lot, Colonel Bagga, for the in-depth analysis on what's unfolding there. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up after the break. Coming up, Congress leader and his son arrested for 14 lakh Supari murder of an advocate from the Waqf board in Telangana.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him. We will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive. And the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then. This is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from the BJP and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape, and people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false illegal or wrong to public attention, it is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial. Was RG Kaur a media trial? When the government of Mamata Banerjee and the whole system came together to destroy the evidence? Was it? If it was a media trial, I and the entire Republic Bangla team are proud for it. Thank God for that. Thank God for such media trials in our country. Thank God for the media trial in the Jessica Lal murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Nirbhaya case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sheena Boda murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Disha Salian murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Pune Porsche case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sandesh Kali case where Mamata Banerjee stood there and the media made a hue and cry.
A very, very good morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. There is a horror coming in from Uttar Pradesh where a teen was stabbed to
rights of the 17-year-old Surya until Asad, the key accused in the case, the murderer who stabbed Surya to death multiple times, will be caught by the UP police. In fact, Saurav continues being with us on the broadcast. Saurav, what more can you tell us?
The body has been preserved by the family of the victim Surya, and currently the body has been put into the deep refrigerator, and the family has maintained that they will not perform the last rites till the UP police nabbed the main accused Asad. and they are also saying that the main accused, Asad, after getting arrested by the UP police, should be brought to the home of the victim, Surya, and then only they will perform the last rites of the victim. And the people have gathered here in a massive number, and they all are very angry about this incident, and they all are just demanding one thing, that there should be justice done for the victim, Surya, and they are saying that today it is Surya and tomorrow it will be someone else also, as the communal tensions are being erupted in the whole Koda village area of Ghaziabad. Now they have preserved the body of Surya, and last rites will not be performed, and the family is demanding justice, and they are saying that an encounter of the victim, of the accused, should be done by the UP police in this regard, and then only the justice will be served. And Surya's body has been preserved, and currently the massive people have gathered here in a massive number, and they are demanding justice for Surya, and they are demanding encounter, and they are saying that there should be eye-to-eye revenge, and now they want revenge. And the people are all claiming that the situation of this whole Koda village is very grim, as there is a large number of Muslim population is living here, and they are saying that there is everyday passing comments on the women is a daily thing here, and because of that, the situation of this whole village is not good, and the people have to cover their faces before walking out of their houses. And this is a major example that a 17-year-old boy was stabbed brutally on the day of Bakra Eid. People are also claiming that Surya, in his last moment, told his friends that the victim, that the accused was saying that
the accused were saying that quote unquote ho gaya bakra halal. They have used these words after stabbing the 17-year-old boy Surya, who later succumbed to his injuries in the Fortis hospital. The whole family is present here. The father of the victim died 2 years back, and now only his mother, sister and elder brother is present. They are grieving, they are denying that they will not conduct the last rites and the cremation of victim Surya. And currently the body is here, and the people are coming one by one to pay their last respects to him. And the body has been kept just outside the house, and they are not removing the body. They are saying till the main accused Asad is nabbed by the UP police, till then they will not remove the body from the streets, and the body will be kept here only. There is a massive anger at this place, and the communal tensions are rising, and in view of that only the police have done a massive deployment in this area. However, according to the information by the UP police, they have told that 5 people have been arrested, out of which 3 people were directly involved in this heinous crime, and 5 to 6 teams have been formed by the UP police, and the search operations are underway, and the efforts are underway to nab the key accused. And now you can see there is a massive crowd gathered here near the body, and they are demanding justice for the 17-year-old boy Surya. Back to studio.
Right, Saurav. Thanks for getting us a lowdown. In fact, viewers, will come back to the story in just a bit. But before we call it a wrap on this edition,
say yes on several issues. I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot, is completely unacceptable. The person, ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive, and the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then. This is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from the BJP, and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape, and people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember, son of Yashwant Sinha, stood there, ladies and gentlemen, and garlanded people accused of lynching. And he had come to my studio, and I had told him, Jayant, I think you should be ashamed of what you've done. Because for all the good you will do in your political career, this moment will be the black spot on your career. And therefore, my point is to those who call themselves right-wingers. You cannot be right-wingers, say you're fighting for the right, and be supporting lynchers and rapists at the same time. You cannot have this attitude that if you are pro-Hindu, then if someone who is a Hindu or from a Hindu organization commits the most ghastly crime, you will say it's all right because he claims membership of a Hindu organization. Why doesn't the Hindu Yuva Vahini sack and throw out Sushil Prajapati? Why can't they take a stand on issues such as this? Food for thought. Food for thought, ladies and gentlemen, not just for the people who are doing this, but for all of us. In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case...
Very good evening, viewers. You're watching the latest edition of Republic Defense with me, Rakshita Mishra. From the big push for the AMCA, India's 15,000 crore 5th-gen fighter jet, the stealth jet program, to India exposing Pakistan's duplicity at the UN, to the Chief of Army Staff's big statement on Operation Sindhu 2.0. We've got all the big stories covered on national security on the show today, as we keep our nation first, our forces first. Now, in a landmark move for air defense, India is moving forward with the execution plan of the AMCA, the AMCA, Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft. That is India's first ever homegrown 5th-gen stealth fighter. The fighter aircraft is being developed by the Aeronautical Development Agency under the Defense Research and Development Organization, the DRDO. Now, this twin-engine multi-role stealth fighter is intended to strengthen India's air superiority capabilities against the evolving threats from the neighborhood countries, a pillar of Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. It is expected to feature the advanced stealth shaping, AI-assisted avionics, and the network-centric warfare systems. We're just telling you an overview of what's really the AMCA about. it's in fact also going to bring India's air defense at par with the other major militaries also. It has an advanced AI battle manager, and it has electronic cockpit that is again AI powered, just to keep ourselves at par with the military, the Air Force of US, Russia and China, the elite club. And in fact, it also has the multispectral camouflage capacity. Just giving you an overview with the graphics so that we can understand as to what's the AMCA all about, viewers. And if you compare with the development phase, you have India's AMCA at the development phase right now. US has F-35, F-22. They're fully operational and combat testing. We've seen that in the West Asia conflict as well. They were put to use. China has J-20, J-35, fully operational and mass produced. Russia, you have the Sukhoi 57, the Su-57 Felon that's in limited service. It's developing as well, if you talk about the Felon version. So, and the Sukhoi has been really offered time and again to India. And in fact, viewers, let's just also tell you about the private players that are in the race now. This is the roadmap first we are going to tell you about. The prototype, the rollout, 2027 to 2029 is when we're expecting the prototype, just the prototype. The first flight of this prototype could be 2028, 2029. As of now, what we're understanding as per reports. Flight testing and certification could take place between 2029 to 2032. And it's a limited series production, and the limited series production is expected around 2032, 2033. Full-scale induction expected 2034 and 2035. So you can say it could be a decade-long wait for that, viewers. So let's tell you how India has opened up the race, how it's a private turn that we are taking now for the first time. There are tenders that had been, of course, being opened for an Atmanirbharta push. This is the first homegrown fighter jet that we're talking about, the stealth fighter jet. And Tata, L&T, Bharat Forge, these are the three private companies that have been shortlisted. These are private consortia that have been shortlisted by the Defense Ministry this time. And it bets on the diversification through private sector, not so much of over-reliance on Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. That was, in fact, the sole manufacturer all this while, for decades. So it bets on the diversification. We also talk about how it accelerates the private technological innovation. So there is, of course, more of a race, and there is more of an innovation that we can look at. We can keep moving fast and fast. HAL now sits out during the AMCA tender. It might come in during the mass production stage. HAL is right now, for the time being, overstretched with backlogs for the Tejas, the LCA. So it cannot actually, afford to really take on this. It has too much on its plate in simpler terms. So, in fact, HAL has its overstretched backlogs, and henceforth we see finally there are private firms, just like we see in the United States, also in the race to build jets. And we have a former fighter pilot from the Indian Air Force, Group Captain Augustine Vinod, joining us on the broadcast. Pleasure having you, sir, on the show once again. And how much of a good news you see with three private consortia in the race? For the first time, we see that HAL is sitting out. There have been, of course, a lot of complaints for a long time, that there are so much of pending deliveries on part of the HAL, and now AMCA, which again is going to take a lot of time, but we have a more competitive, sort of an environment for the building of and the delivery of AMCA.
Absolutely. I mean, it is music to my ears. In fact, I was still in uniform when this project was. They were toying upon this idea when I was in the headquarters, not very far away from where you are currently. And since then, I've been talking to people, both in the civilian world, who are going to collaborate in this particular project, which is, again, a very, very big deal. The companies that have come forward, like Tata Advanced Systems, L&T, Bharat Forge, they are going to become tomorrow's Northrop Grumman and stuff like that. I mean, So a lot of real estate is being, as we speak, being, worked upon. I just got off the call with the designers and the test pilots who are going to fly this aeroplane. So whatever you said is in the opening statements are absolutely true, and there is more that we could add to what this aeroplane can bring on the table. It's going to definitely have at least the prototype, a GE414, two of them, two GE414 engines. Put together, they have a thrust-to-weight ratio which is much more than F-35. And it is going to have conformal, bomb bay in which we'll carry the bombs or rockets. So the belly is going to be the place where the weapons are going to be housed. Therefore, you will not see a fuel tank in the belly. You will see only fuel tanks for ferry flights or long-range fights in which the fuel tank will be dropped before it goes on to the stealth mode. On the wings, it is going to be a wet wing concept. A very important aspect, which of course is we will be talking about in the days to come. Probably the first time we are going to break it on the public is that this particular aeroplane will have something called an electronic pilot. What does electronic pilot do for the uninitiated and for our viewers? Let me explain it. The electronic pilot is is an autopilot system in which the aeroplane will carry out an auto land. That is, it will recover on its own, come on the finals, carry out the landing and carry out the braking and bring the aircraft to a complete stop. That puts us in the league of it being an optionally piloted aeroplane. Probably the first FGFA, first generation fighter in the world that could have, in the days to come, an optionally piloting capability, which none of the, including F-35, does not have. So the moment the auto takeoff is validated, then routine flights like flying along the border, carrying out electronic missions, or going from A to B for ferry flights, etc., you don't need probably to put a pilot inside the aeroplane. Electronic pilot is going to be there. It's going to have a larger Uttam plus kind of a radar in the nose, much larger. So you will have a radar which can pick up an AWACS kind of target in Pakistan up to 300 nautical miles, close to 550, 600 kilometers. And for the understanding of viewers who understand the geography of Pakistan, the width of the Pakistan is not 600 kilometers. So any aeroplane, AWACS getting airborne in Pakistan, anywhere in Pakistan, we should be able to see it and shoot it down. That kind of capability is going to exist. So 29 is absolutely you are buying on the money, Rakshita.
Yeah.
28, 29 is when the first flight is going to happen.
Okay.
Nothing before 2035, we should be able to induct this aeroplane. And on top of this, we are going to build our 6th generation fighter,
So in the meantime,
of which the work is already happening on the paper, the designing process.
So a quick answer from you, sir. In the meantime, what do we really rely on?
There are three critical points in this. A, like you correctly said, ADA is not a production agency. Remember, ADA is a design and development and a prototyping agency. So Tejas actually flew with ADA and handed over to HAL for production. Similarly, this aeroplane also during the production phase will have to be taken on by HAL and all the 3 companies that we talked about to put the pedal to the metal and bring out the first squadron by 2035, which is a very tall ask, let me tell you. It could slip to 2040. Hopefully by 2040, we should have at least 1 to 2 squadrons in the Indian Air Force ready. That puts us almost 2 decades behind China. China flew its FGFA in 2011, and they have inducted the squadrons in the last 2 years. So we are doing a catch-up game in this region.
Right.
By that time, if China gives an FGFA to Pakistan, we are going to be on the back foot, mind you, for which we'll have to look for an answer, probably look towards Su-57
Very
or something
rightly
like
pointed
that,
out
1 or 2
there.
squadrons.
Absolutely. Group Captain Vinod, thank you so much for joining us with your quick insights on that very important story this week on our defense. We were shifting our focus now quickly to how India has issued a sharp rebuke to Pakistan at the UNSC. Now we're quickly shifting our focus to the second story on Republic Defense. It's a sharp diplomatic rebuke to Pakistan at the UNSC, and India slammed Pakistan for cross-border terrorism. In fact, also issuing a warning, also reminding Pakistan of bleeding India by 1,000 cuts doctrine as well. Ambassador Harish Parvataneni reminded Pakistan that it will have to accept that there are consequences to its actions. The Indian diplomat also said that Pakistan's use of cross-border terrorism and the doctrine of bleeding India by 1,000 cuts exposes its hollow rhetoric. And in fact, this was raised after Pakistan once again raked up the Kashmir issue at the UNSC. Not to forget how Mr. Parvataneni also mentioned about a need for global condemnation for terrorism. Listen in.
Member state, the permanent members must deliberate on this matter. Mr. President, I am compelled to respond to baseless and unwarranted remarks made by Pakistan today. India would like to set the facts straight. Independent India began its life battling with cross-border aggression by Pakistan, which coveted Indian territories that had become a part of India as a result of their complete legal and irrevocable accession. Pakistan, by waging several wars and inflicting unprovoked aggression against India, and through its continued sponsorship of cross-border terrorism, has violated the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity and peaceful coexistence. The use of cross-border terrorism by Pakistan and its doctrine of bleeding India by 1,000 cuts exposes its hollow rhetoric and the rhetoric of commitment to the UN Charter. India has every right to defend itself from such cross-border terrorism. Pakistan will have to accept that there are consequences to its sponsorship of cross-border terrorism. Pakistan's harnessing of the malevolent forces of terrorism, religious extremism, violent radicalism, and anti-India rhetoric has continued unabated since its creation. The facts in this regard are on public record and need no further elucidation. Pakistan must credibly and irrevocably end its support for all forms of terrorism.
Okay, we are being joined by Ambassador Yogesh Gupta, former High Commissioner to Pakistan and former Affairs Secretary at the Indian Embassy in Islamabad, and also is live from Delhi right now. Thank you so much, Ambassador Gupta, joining us. We've seen time and again that Pakistan has tried to provoke at the UNSC, raking up Kashmir time and again, and India has always given a befitting reply. But what also, made me notice this time was that how India also stressed not just on the genocidal record of Pakistan, which is again important to highlight before the world, but also how it has asked for a global condemnation. And there could be no hypocrisy, that the platform of the United Nations cannot be a paper tiger, that everybody needs to be on the same page when it comes to condemning and opposing terrorism.
Yes, Rakshita, that indeed has been our effort for many years, that we should urge members of the UN, United Nations, to condemn the terrorism, cross-border terrorism waged by Pakistan against India. And I would say that we have met a lot of success in this. A large number of countries over the years had condemned Pakistan's vicious attacks against India. But there are some like China, for instance, which have always taken an escape route or indirectly supported Pakistan in different ways. And in recent years, China has become even more bolder in supporting Pakistan in this. And this is what happened at the UN Security Council a few days back.
All right, Ambassador Gupta, I appreciate you joining us here on Republic Defense on the broadcast, viewers. And with that, we are shifting to the other story on Republic Defense. So India, viewers, is looking forward to the biggest defense reform since independence. That's the theaterization of commands. General Dwivedi, the Chief of Army Staff, today said that the plan for the major reform is on track and that the plan has been submitted to Defense Ministry, as we told you in one of the previous editions of Republic Defense. This is on theaterization, and India, viewers, is seeking to integrate the Army, the Navy and the Air Force into specific geographical theater commands, and it is to increase efficiency, coordination and, of course, boosting India's defense against regional as well as global threats.
As far as the theaterization is concerned, I would like to assure the House that it's on the right tracks. As of now, all the discussions on theaterization have got over within the Chiefs of Staff Committee. The complete report has been submitted to Defence Minister. It is undergoing a review from various stakeholders at this stage. In this, the CDS and the present three chiefs, including the outgoing CNS and the CDS, we have taken a conscious view that all the major interests of all the three services are met with. And of course, whenever you will find there is a kind of a synergy which is to be brought in, there will be some kind of a giveaway by all the three services. Therefore, the service chiefs will be responsible for the raise, train and sustain, and the theatre commanders will be responsible for the operation orchestration of the forces. We are hopeful that the next setup which is coming under the new CDS should be able to take the journey forward, and in next 2 to 3 years we should be able to see it happening on ground or getting translated on ground.
So viewers, let us just get you an idea about how the theatres are going to function and where we are witnessing or where we are looking at these theatres to be positioned now. Just take a look at the Western Theatre. This could be possibly headquartered at Jaipur, subsuming Army's Western, Southwestern and Southern Commands, and Indian Air Force's Western, Southwestern Command. And we shift to Eastern Theatre, that is in Kolkata, subsuming Air Force and Army's Eastern Command. Like we have the Eastern Command. So Integrated Maritime Theatre in Karwar, that is subsuming Navy's Eastern, Western and Southern Commands and the Andaman and Nicobar Tri-Services Command. And in Prayagraj, the Integrated Air Defence Theatre could be planned, subsuming Air Force Central Air Command and Army's Air Defence Regiment as well in Prayagraj. The other proposed theatres, what we have picked up. That has not been really put on a record right now, but that's what we are learning via sources and via the reports. So that's, of course, very important statement that has been made by the Army Chief. But another important statement was made by the Army Chief today, and that was on Operation Sindoor. We'll take that reaction, that statement of the Army Chief when he says that India is preparing for Operation Sindoor. We are going to pay that bite of Operation Sindoor by the Chief of Army Staff today, and that how India is ready for any misadventure from the enemy. Listen in.
As far as Operation Sindoor is concerned, firstly, it is still continuing. There is temporary cessation of hostilities. So the Indian Army or all the three services are preparing well for Operation Sindoor 2.0 if it takes place. Presently, we are looking at enhancing our synergy within the three services. We are looking at equipping ourselves for the next warfare. As I have told you, the next warfare will not be limited to the land, maritime and air alone. The new entries, that is the space, cyber and cognitive warfare, will play a very important role. What we have seen over a period of time, that it's 24/7. The battlefield is so transparent that every movement is known to the other side. Therefore, we have to be very cautious in terms of our deployment, in terms of our employment, and the protection which is required to protect our troops as well as the civilians in the border areas. As regards the information warfare, what has been brought out, victory is always in the mind, it's not on ground. Therefore, the information warfare is only successful if the whole of nation gets together and trusts the people who are giving the information. And if that happens, I can assure you that the nation which trusts each other and all these stakeholders will always win the war.
Viewers, while in Meghalaya this week, exercise Pragati 2026 has been in full swing. India hosting 13 Asian armies in an exercise crucial for securing the Indian Ocean region. Though the exercise has concluded, but there have been 2 weeks of intense drills to equip the armies for counter-terrorism and counter-insurgency. Let's take a look at the latest edition of the Pragati.
When 13 armies converge in the dense, mountainous jungle terrain of Meghalaya, what is unfolding is far more than a tactical drill. Exercise Pragati 2026 is a first of its kind multinational military drill hosted by India. Indian Armed Forces are hosting 12 Asian militaries with exercises focused intensely on counter-terrorism and counter-insurgency operations. Pragati 2026 provides a vital platform for exchanging operational practices and refining procedures against emerging threat of terrorism across Asia. From integrated planned exercises, coordinated tactical drills, and realistic operational scenarios, this is much more than training. This is defense diplomacy in action. Indigenous, advanced, and combat ready, this exercise reflects India's commitment to innovation and strategic partnership. Conducted in challenging semi-mountainous and jungle terrain, the exercise sharpens counter-terrorism capabilities, improving adaptability under demanding conditions and strengthening the ability of operating in multinational environments. More than an exercise, Pragati 2026 reinforces a shared vision of a secure and prosperous Indian Ocean region. Underway in Meghalaya, Pragati 2026, strengthening partnerships, enhancing interoperability, and securing the future.
And now, viewers, let's take you to Khardakvasla, where the National Defence Academy, the NDA, held its historic 150th passing out parade, successfully commissioning 355 cadets in the defence services. We leave you with the visuals. Thanks for watching this edition of Our Defence. Jai Hind. Helicopters and Sarang helicopters as we celebrate 30 years of Surya Kiran, the daredevils in the skies.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. A teen was stabbed in Ghaziabad, and what is very shocking is that some of the suspects are still at large. We'll get to all those details, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
Firstly, as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned, firstly, it is still continuing. There is temporary cessation of hostilities. So the Indian Army or all the 3 services are preparing well for Operation Sindoor 2.0 if it takes place.
The 30th anniversary celebration of the Surya Kiran aerobatic team witnessed a spectacular, and we're getting all these headlines coming in as we see that the army says that we are ready for Operation Sindoor 2.0. Documents show Pakistan spending millions with American lobbying firms to whitewash its image as a terror nation. Top Congress leaders arrested for the murder of a lawyer in Hyderabad. Congress leaders face 15 lakh supari for the killing. Iran contradicts Trump's claim of a deal, claim they will not agree to the halt on uranium enrichment. Republic speaks to the Air India crash eyewitness, the man who saw all the bodies, including that of Captain Sabharwal. From cash to arms, Bengal police discover.
Documents show Pakistan spending millions with American lobbying firms to whitewash its image as a terror nation. Top Congress leaders arrested for the murder of a lawyer in Hyderabad. Congress leaders face 15 lakh supari for the killing. Iran contradicts Trump's claim of a deal, claim they will not agree to the halt on uranium enrichment. Republic exclusively speaks to the Air India crash eyewitness, the man who saw all the bodies, including that of Captain Sabharwal. From cash to arms, Bengal police discover a massive arms factory from the Saha brothers in the Trinamool Congress. Protests swelling in Manipur after armed groups target truck drivers. Visuals show how a driver was even murdered on the highway. CID to take over the investigation as a spurious liquor kills 14 people in Pune's Pimpri Chinchwad. Viewers, now the first story that we're getting for you comes from Churu in Rajasthan, where darkness at noon has set in, and this comes after a massive sandstorm rose from the northern sectors of the deserts today, plunging Sadr Sheher into complete darkness at 2 p.m. in broad daylight. Now, daylight turned to night in minutes, forcing vehicles and buildings to switch on lights. In fact, the sky from horizon to zenith was choked with red and yellow dust as high-speed, gusty winds, dust-laden winds swept through the town. The blackout-like conditions persisted for nearly half an hour. Visuals from the ground show an apocalyptic scene, streets lost in swirling dust with visibility near zero. No immediate reports of damage have been reported as of yet. No loss of life has been reported either. These are coming in from 3 areas. Remember, all of these 3 very close to each other: Bikaner, Churu and Sri Ganganagar in Rajasthan, where sandstorm and severe dust storms have erupted from the northern sector. Now, this happens because of gusty winds that take over the northern sector of the desert, and these winds have now caused a blackout in afternoon in Sri Ganganagar, Bikaner and even Churu. Now, authorities are monitoring the situation as the region braces for more dust activity. In fact, no information has been issued by the state government on the sandstorms yet. However, the weather warnings have been issued. People have been advised to not step out over the gusty winds and the sandstorm. In fact, these visuals come in from Sri Ganganagar in Rajasthan, very close to the border sectors also. In fact, 3 places have been affected, including Bikaner, Churu and Sri Ganganagar in Rajasthan. Viewers, now shifting focus to Hyderabad. Deceased advocate Khaja Moizuddin's son calls for a capital punishment for the accused. Now, Hyderabad police have arrested Congress leader Mehboob Alam Khan and his son Mujahid Alam Khan and 4 others in the murder case of the senior advocate Khaja Moizuddin, linked in killing to a Waqf property dispute, with allegations that contract killers were in fact hired to eliminate the advocate. Now, Moizuddin was fatally attacked right outside his residence. This happened on the 23rd of May after being hit and even dragged by an SUV. Those are the visuals on your screens as the advocate inches closer to his own vehicle. Suddenly, another vehicle emerges and sweeps him away. Now, following the arrests, the Congress party has suspended both the father and the son from the party. In fact, there's also some reactions that we're gathering on the story. Take a look.
My father has been prosecuting cases in respect of Anwarul Ulum colleges, Nawab Shah Alam Khan Engineering College in Chadarghat and this Mumtaz College at Malakpet. So this rival committee of father and son, Mujahid Alam Khan and Mehboob Alam Khan, they had privatized this Waqf institutions. Waqf is basically for the masses, downtrodden. They have to be used for the Waqf, like Masjid is a Waqf, Dargah is a Waqf, for public use. So these colleges are also for public use. They had privatized it and they are like collecting donations and other things and for private use. So he was against this. Litigation has been pending for more than 10 years, like in 2013 or 2012. At all occasions, either be it Waqf Tribunal or City Civil Court or High Court or Supreme Court, 98 to 99% my father had been getting favorable orders and interim orders in his favor based on like what of the material is there. They were unable to get. So out of frustration, they had carried out this, like they're uneducated or illiterate people, I don't know, a lot of money, like a spoilt brat, how you say, like born with a silver spoon, but like if you have a lot of money also, like if a spoilt upbringing of this accused number 1 Mujahid Alam Khan. Based on that, the end result that has happened is that they plan to eliminate my father, and which they have done with the belief that once he is eliminated, what all the bottlenecks are there for them to completely take over the Waqf properties, that will go away. He was the main hindrance and they have taken that step and they have eliminated him. But I would like to thank the Hyderabad City Police, which they have conducted the press conference yesterday. I have gone through the press note of Honorable Sajjanar sir also. I was under frustration because of meeting them every day and every day, why they are not being arrested, why they are not being arrested. They assured me that investigation is underway, please wait. Within a span of 1 week, like last Saturday, this fateful incident, like unfortunate incident happened, and this just almost exactly a week. I've been through the statement. Accused number 1 Mujahid Alam Khan and accused number 2 Mehboob Alam Khan, both have been arrested along with other accused. Few of them are on the run. I thank the police for that, and I'll request the police also to make sure that they are not they don't get any bail. I'll speak to the public prosecutor also. I'm an advocate also myself. I'll see that the case is conducted in a speedy manner, in proper manner, judicial transparency, and I'll write to the concerned to appoint a special public prosecutor, and if possible to appoint a special court also, and to see that trial happens in an effective and a fast manner. I'm sure they'll go to appeal, they'll go to High Court, they'll go to Supreme Court. I'll definitely go there also. They'll file if tomorrow. I'm definitely sure circumstances and evidence, what all is there, they will definitely be convicted. Mujahid Alam Khan and Mehboob Alam Khan, all accused will be convicted. I'll demand the highest punishment, which I said, death sentence to Mujahid Alam Khan and Mehboob Alam Khan and all the accused. And they'll file appeal, High Court, Supreme Court, President of India, clemency. I'll go all forums. I'll see that their petitions are not entertained, and I'll see that tomorrow, inshallah ta'ala, Mujahid Alam Khan is executed by hanging. He should be hanged until dead. And Mehboob Alam Khan, both this father and son, if he survives, Mehboob Alam Khan, both of them shall be hanged until dead. And Mehboob Alam Khan is a very good exceptional actor. What all you have seen the visuals yesterday, the cannula on his hand and walking with 4 or 5 people. He's a very fit person. He can run better than me and better than many other police. Don't come under that false, figment that he's creating. An exceptionally fit person, only to get bail. He's building up his ground now to take bail tomorrow. He's trying to, by creating all these tactics, he's building up his ground. He's a very fit individual. Mujahid also a very fit individual. Both of them, I'm sure that I'll see that they're convicted and they shall be hanged until dead.
Viewers, in fact, Republic also spoke to the TPCC President Mahesh Kumar Gaud on the arrest of Congress leaders in the deceased advocate's murder case. Listen into what he has to say.
No, not only so we have expelled him. See, any person who involves in any criminal activity, Congress party won't spare him. Going to the extent of killing somebody is a heinous crime. Congress party always believes in peace and harmony. This sort of activity cannot be tolerated. Yesterday only, when the news came that he is going to be arrested, I have instructed our discipline committee chairman to expel him from the party. So, not only in his case, in any case, criminal activity cannot be entertained in Congress party.
So for the dispute between the family was a very long time and the Waqf property was the main cause. So was the Congress party aware of this, and what will be the...
How can we be aware of the happenings? Till when we appointed him and when we have taken him into state, he was actively working for the party. That is the reason we have taken him. How can we expect this bad element in his mind? It is later it happened. So whenever it has come to our notice, we have acted. And in future also, no such people of criminal activity will be entertained.
Viewers, now shifting focus to the valley. The Jammu and Kashmir police has now widened its anti-narcotics offensive beyond just drug peddlers and local handlers, targeting the Pakistan-based masterminds accused of fueling narco-terror networks across the state. Now, the Union Territory, in a major escalation, and FIR has been registered under the UAPA against Pakistan-based narco-terror operative Shehzad Bhatti, even as investigators track financial transactions worth crores and conduct operations across multiple states. With the Lieutenant Governor's 100-day anti-drug campaign in full swing, the message from security agencies is clear. The crackdown will not stop just at the borders. Take a look.
As Jammu and Kashmir police intensifies its war against narco-terror, the crackdown has now expanded beyond local drug networks to cross-border masterminds. At the center now is Pak-based narco-terror operative Shehzad Bhatti, accused of running and facilitating a cross-border drug terror nexus.
Jammu and Kashmir police has launched a massive crackdown on Pakistan-based narco-terrorist Shehzad Bhatti. This comes days after the Jammu and Kashmir Police Chief Nalin Prabhat has said that they are going to decimate the entire infrastructure and the ecosystem that is helping Shehzad Bhatti to push narcotics into the Indian territory. Jammu and Kashmir Police has learned to have registered a case under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act against the network of Shehzad Bhatti that is operating in Jammu and Kashmir, following which subsequent raids are underway in the different parts of the country. It is going to be a largest ever operation against any Pakistani-backed narco-terrorist by Jammu and Kashmir Police, as the police is now looking into the financial transactions that have been done on the directions of the ISI by the group that is linked to Shehzad Bhatti. Many of the people, those who are linked with the Shehzad Bhatti ecosystem, they have been questioned, and also some of the digital devices have already been seized by Jammu and Kashmir police. Police say that the transaction worth crores is under scanner, and there have been multiple linkages, the back trail of the money that is there, so as to evade the scrutiny of agencies that is now under the radar. The police also says that they are looking actively into the ringleaders of Shehzad Bhatti modus operandi that are active in the area, so that they can also be decimated as the forces continue its major crackdown on the ISI-backed Bhatti.
J&K police has now registered an FIR against Bhatti under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. Meanwhile, J&K DGP Nalin Prabhat also issued a stern warning to Pakistan-based operatives.
A warning to the Pakistan-based Shehzad Bhatti, who is ISI's acolyte and partner in pumping narcotics into India. We will hunt and hound you and your associates and decimate your evil infrastructure.
Investigators believe the network stretches across borders using narcotics trafficking to finance terror-linked activities. Sources tell Republic that the crackdown will target the handlers and the financiers of the nexus that is based in Pakistan. Meanwhile, police teams continue their operations across multiple Indian states. Tracking suspects, financial links, and logistical support is also under scanner. Transactions worth crores routed through multiple bank accounts are now under scrutiny. The latest action forms part of the 100-day anti-drug campaign launched by the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha on April 11 this year. From drug peddlers on the ground to masterminds operating across border, security agencies are now tightening the net on every link of the narco-terror chain.
Viewers, now shifting focus to Karnataka, where half the power tussle has been resolved, with this coming to light that Siddaramaiah has stepped down. But the other half of who will be the next chief minister remains to be seen. Now, Congress will decide Siddaramaiah's successor at 4 p.m. today. The meeting is expected in Karnataka, where the Congress legislature party will meet just today at 4 p.m. for a leadership transition discussion. Now, the CLP meeting is expected to be significant as the Congress prepares to elect a new legislature party leader and also the next chief minister for Karnataka. Now, this will complete the process of forming a new government. DK Shivakumar, as per sources, is widely expected to be chosen as the next chief minister for the state. Now, sources also reveal that there might be 2 deputy chief ministers, in fact, that Karnataka is set to gain. Now, the meeting will be chaired by the CLP leader and will, of course, also be attended by the KPCC president DK Shivakumar, the AICC general secretary, and also Congress's Karnataka in charge Randeep Singh Surjewala. In fact, Legislative Council House leader NS Bose Raju, along with all other Congress MLAs, MLCs and MPs, working presidents will also be present at the meeting, a high-level meeting at 4 p.m. today to decide the fate of the state and to decide who the next chief minister will be, with the sources now backing DK Shivakumar as the next probable choice for the Congress unit in Karnataka. Remember, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah was asked by the Congress High Command back from New Delhi to step down as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. So the power tussle in Karnataka continues at 4 p.m. today. We can expect some announcement over the next Chief Minister of the state. Viewers, now quickly, in a short while from now, we'll be cutting across to a press conference that's been held by the police. Over nine people who've been accused of terror charges and have been nabbed by the Delhi Police Special Team.
स्पेशल सेल ने और इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज की मदद से वी आर बस्टेड। ये एक पाक ISI स्पॉन्सर्ड और अंडरवर्ल्ड, मुंबई अंडरवर्ल्ड से जुड़ा हुआ नेटवर्क है। स्पेशल सेल ने 19 तारीख को और उससे पहले 17 तारीख को एक विजय शूटर नाम के डॉन को पुणे से पिक किया था। उसके डिस्क्लोजर पे साहिबगंज से एक नीतीश पासवान को बाद में पिकअप किया गया। इन दोनों की बातचीत से पता चला कि ये पाक ISI से जुड़े हैं, सजाद भट्टी नेटवर्क से। इनकी पूछताछ से और पता चला कि कुछ मुंबई और दिल्ली में भी मॉड्यूल्स हैं, वो मॉड्यूल्स दिल्ली और मुंबई में अटैक करने की पूरी तैयारी में हैं। इसमें हम लोगों ने काफ़ी सारी टेक्निकल सर्वेलेंस की और टेक्निकल सर्वेलेंस के बाद 2 लड़कों को मुंबई से पिक किया। एक का नाम है तौकीर शेख और दूसरा है अरबाज खान। तौकीर शेख और अरबाज खान भी उन्हीं मॉड्यूल्स में जुड़े हुए थे, उन्हीं हैंडलर से जुड़े हुए थे जिन हैंडलर से पहले विजय शूटर जुड़ा था। इसमें कुछ नए नाम आए, मुजाफा और एक और हैंडलर था जिसका नाम था यावर खान। यावर खान के बारे में हम लोगों ने और पूछताछ की और पता किया, और जब इन लड़कों को हम लोग लेकर आए तो इन्होंने बताया कि ये सेम हैंडलर दिल्ली में काफ़ी बड़ी वारदात के लिए एक टीम को तैयार कर चुके हैं। तो कल सुबह अर्ली मॉर्निंग में हमने 3 लड़कों को जो कि पंजाब से हैं इनको इंटरसेप्ट किया, जो कि अपने ठिकाने पर छतरपुर की तरफ जा रहे थे। इनके पास से हमारे को 2 ग्लॉक पिस्टल और 4 हैंड ग्रेनेड मिले थे, और इन्होंने ये बताया कि दिल्ली में स्ट्रैटेजिक लोकेशंस पर इनको अटैक करना था हैंड ग्रेनेड से, और सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल्स के ऊपर, जैसा कि पंजाब में भी हुआ है, गोली चलानी थी। इस पूरे प्रोसेस में एक बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ निकल के आई है, वो है मुन्ना जिगाड़ा। मुन्ना जिगाड़ा वो व्यक्ति है जिसने 2000 में छोटा राजन पे अटैक किया था, और बैंकॉक में 17 साल की जेल काटने के बाद ही वॉज एबल टू गो बैक टू कराची। मुन्ना जिगाड़ा इनके साथ डायरेक्ट कांटेक्ट में था, और मुन्ना जिगाड़ा का एक और साथी जो कि एक नेपाली है जिसका नाम है आंग कामी लामा, ये 66 साल का है। ये व्यक्ति भी मुन्ना जिगाड़ा के साथ बैंकॉक में 17 साल के लिए जेल में था, और ये दिल्ली आया था इनके फाइनेंस नेटवर्क को एस्टैब्लिश करने के लिए। इन 8 व्यक्तियों का अरेस्ट हो चुका है, और हमें कुछ और लोगों की तलाश है, जिसमें कुछ नेपाली सिटीज़न भी हो सकते हैं या नेपाली ओरिजिन के लोग हो सकते हैं। उसके अलावा हुजाफा जो कि इनका हैंडलर था मुंबई में, उसकी तलाश है। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा मॉड्यूल था जो कि दिल्ली में और मुंबई में इनकी पूछताछ और इनकी सर्वेलेंस एक्टिविटीज़ से ये पता चला है कि मुंबई में इन्होंने कई ठिकानों के वीडियोस बनाए हैं, जिसके बीच में दादर रेलवे स्टेशन, कुछ ब्रिजेस और कुछ पार्क्स का सर्वे किया है और रेकी की है। दिल्ली में भी इन्होंने कुछ स्ट्रेटेजिक बिल्डिंग्स की वीडियो बनाई हैं, उनके कोऑर्डिनेट्स एक दूसरे से शेयर किए हैं, और ये जो पंजाब में 3 लड़कों को पकड़ा है, इनके पास से वो कोऑर्डिनेट्स भी मिले हैं हमारे को जहाँ पर इनको अटैक करना था। तो ये एक इम्पॉर्टेंट नेक्सस सामने आया है, जिसमें पाकिस्तान ISI अंडरवर्ल्ड का यूज़ करके दिल्ली, मुंबई और बाकी जगहों पे अटैक करना चाहती है। तो ये स्पेशल सेल की टीम जो कि NDR में DCP प्रवीण त्रिपाठी के नेतृत्व में और एडिशनल CP प्रमोद कुशवाहा जी के सुपरविजन में काम कर रही थी, इन्होंने एक इम्पॉर्टेंट मॉड्यूल को बस्ट किया है, और इससे हमारे को न केवल इस मॉड्यूल को बस्ट करने में सहायता मिली है, बल्कि कुछ और मॉड्यूल्स के बारे में पता चला है जिसके ऊपर हम लोग आगे की कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं।
सर, ये कई साल बाद अंडरवर्ल्ड का नाम आया है सर कि दाऊद इब्राहिम इससे एक्टिव है। सर, ये जो आपने नाम बताया था, इसमें जो कराची में शख्स है ये किन लोगों से एसोसिएट है सर अंडरवर्ल्ड में, और अभी कैसे कब से सर एक्टिव है सर? जब पहली बार ही पता चला इसका मुंबई में एक्टिव था सर?
मुंबई में ये बहुत एक्टिव था। इसने बहुत पहले कई सारे मर्डर्स किए थे, जिसमें अरुण गावली का प्रकाश नायक को गोली मारी थी। उसके अलावा छोटा शकील के कहने पे छोटा राजन पे अटैक हुआ था 2000 में, जिसमें इनको लंबे समय तक सज़ा मिली थी। और उसके बाद काफ़ी देर तक एक्स्ट्राडिशन का काफ़ी कॉन्टेस्ट चला, बट ये पाकिस्तान जब ये गया था तो एक नकली नाम और पासपोर्ट से गया था, जिसका नाम इसने अपना नाम सलीम रखा हुआ था। तो ये पाकिस्तान चला गया और ये वहाँ से इस मॉड्यूल को एक्टिवेट कर रहा था। कई सारी वाइटल इंस्टॉलेशन है, जिसमें इंपॉर्टेंट बिल्डिंग्स हैं और सिक्योरिटी की जो एस्टेब्लिशमेंट्स हैं उसके ऊपर भी अटैक करने की बात है।
क्या वो बिल्डिंग गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस है?
वो गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस भी हैं, वो इम्पॉर्टेंट पब्लिक स्पॉट्स भी हैं, उसके ऊपर हम खुलासा हम बाद में करेंगे।
सर ये अब तक देखा गया था सर कि ये शहजाद भट्टी एक अपना पाकिस्तान ISI की कहने तो अलग मॉड्यूल चला रहा पूरे इंडिया में, जिसका आप लोगों ने अभी हाल में रेड्स भी करी थी कई स्टेट में। अब ये सर पहली बार आया था कि इसमें अंडरवर्ल्ड की भी एंट्री हुई है सर, ये जो मॉड्यूल आपने पकड़ा जिसमें 9 लोग अरेस्ट हुए, तो क्या लग रहा था कि ये एक पूरा कॉकटेल है सर पाकिस्तान ISI का अंडरवर्ल्ड?
शहजाद भट्टी गैंगस्टर नेटवर्क को यूज़ करता था, वही गैंगस्टर नेटवर्क का अपग्रेडेशन है मुंबई अंडरवर्ल्ड। वो भी गैंगस्टर ही हैं और ये अंडरवर्ल्ड जो है ये हमेशा से ही मुंबई में और बाकी जगहों पे एक्टिव रहा है, बट इसकी एंट्री जो है ये कोई चौंकाने वाली बात नहीं है। हमारी हमेशा इनके ऊपर सर्वेलेंस रहती है और वी आर इन कांस्टेंट टच विद सिस्टर इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज एंड मुंबई पुलिस।
सर इनके पास से कितने ग्रेनेड वगैरह ये पाकिस्तान मेड बताए जा रहे हैं?
हाँ, ये पाकिस्तान ऑर्डिनेंस डिपो के बने हुए हैं, वहाँ की ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री के हैं। इसमें 4 ग्रेनेड हैं जिनको कि रात को NSG की टीम को बुलाया गया था और NSG की टीम ने अपनी प्रोटोकॉल को फॉलो करते हुए, क्योंकि ये लाइव थे तो इनको डिफ्यूज़ किया गया, रादर ब्लास्ट आउट किया गया इनको। उसका जो वीडियो है वो हम आपसे शेयर कर देंगे। उसके अलावा जो 25 कार्ट्रिज मिले हैं जो कि ग्लॉक पिस्टल में लगते हैं, ये भी पाकिस्तान की ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री के बने हुए हैं। सॉरी,
तेलंगाना और बंगाल साइड में जो ISI के अभी एजेंट पकड़े गए कुछ उनसे इनका कोई कनेक्शन है क्या?
इसके बारे में अभी हम लोग इन्वेस्टिगेट करेंगे, क्योंकि ये रात को ही लोग पकड़े गए हैं। इनके बारे में ये कह सकता हूँ कि इनके डीप एसेट है, जो ये जो नेपाली सिटीज़न है ये डीप एसेट है और ये काफ़ी सारे लोगों को पैसा और लॉजिस्टिक प्रोवाइड करने के लिए भी दिल्ली में भेजा गया था। इसकी पोजीशन शायद कराची हो सकती है। हाँ, ये उसका कॉन्टैक्ट है।
पंजाब में कैसे कॉन्टैक्ट किया, क्योंकि पंजाब के पकड़ के कैसे संपर्क में आए?
ये लोग डायरेक्टली इंस्टा IDs पे और व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप्स पे ये लोग संपर्क में रहे हैं और इनको एक कटआउट के थ्रू शायद संपर्क किया गया था।
Can you brief little bit in English as well?
So, Munna Jigar. So we have today smashed a important terror module which was run by the Mumbai Underworld, sponsored by Pak ISI, in which we have arrested 8 persons. 2 are from Mumbai. 2 initially were picked up, Vijay Shooter and Nitish were picked up in the early part of this month. And on their investigation we found that 2 others, which include Tokir and Arbaz, they were from Mumbai and they were doing surveillance for various buildings, park, bridges and railway stations in Mumbai. When they were picked up, on their investigations and interrogations, we found that they were in touch with certain individuals which were gangsters and had links with the Mumbai underworld, Munna Jigada. Munna Jigada, as you know, is an important underworld entity who was arrested in Bangkok for the attack on Chota Rajan in 2000. And he survived 17 years of imprisonment and later went back to Karachi on a fake passport initially, and then later he was contested and he was extradited to Pakistan. Based on the further investigation, we found that 3 individuals from Punjab, mainly Harvinder, Manjeet and other, they were on a lookout for their rooms in which they would have accommodated, and on specific tip-off, the special cell team intercepted them and recovered 4 grenades as well as 2 Glock pistol and Pak-made 25 cartridges. Upon their investigation and interrogation, we found that one Nepali citizen, Ong Kami Lama, he's 66-year-old. He was also arrested along with Munna Jigada in the year 2001, and he survived 16 years of imprisonment in Bangkok. He was arrested for illegal transportation of drugs, half a kg of drug. So he was sent by Munna Jigada to Delhi for logistics as well as for financial provisions, and now we have been able to secure their arrest, and with that arrest we have been able to smash an important terror module which would have attacked in important places and vital installations in Delhi.
सर जो 3 लोग दिल्ली से अरेस्ट हुए वो छतरपुर की तरफ जा रहे हैं, तो वापस हो जाए, तो क्या उस तरफ कोई टारगेट था इनका?
छतरपुर में इनका ठिकाना था. The room which was arranged, जो कमरा लिया गया था, वो छतरपुर की तरफ था.
रास्ते से भारत आए थे.
इसकी प्रिलिमिनरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में ये पता चला है कि शायद ये भी ड्रोन ड्रॉपिंग थी.
सभी हथियार ड्रोन के जरिए
जो अभी तक प्रिलिमिनरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आया है, ये ड्रोन ड्रॉपिंग से है.
In terms of the timeline, when was the attack planned for? Was there any date for Mumbai or Delhi attacks?
Delhi attacks were imminent, क्योंकि जो कल लड़के आए हैं और ये कल ही पहुंचे हैं और इनके पास हथियार भी थे. देर रात को ये लोगों को आना था और शायद किसी भी समय अटैक एज पर दी एडवाइस ऑफ देयर हैंडलर्स लॉन्च कर सकते थे.
सर इनके पास से कुछ ऐसी चीजें मिली हैं जो जिससे इनको कुछ टारगेट करे थे, तो इनके पास नक्शे वगैरह कुछ थे ऐसा?
इनके पास कुछ रैकी के पॉइंट्स थे, उसके अलावा कुछ कोऑर्डिनेट्स थे जिनके ऊपर इनको जाना था.
सर इनके पास फॉरेन करेंसी या कोई ऐसा आइडेंटिफिकेशन डॉक्यूमेंट्स पाकिस्तान के?
नहीं, इनमें से कोई भी जो पकड़े गए हैं एक्सेप्ट जो नेपाली सिटीजन है, बाकी सब इंडियन सिटीजन. तो ये डिनाइबिलिटी के लिए हमेशा ज़्यादातर आजकल इंडियन सिटीजन को यूज़ कर रहे हैं.
सर लोकल किसी गैंगस्टर से डर यहाँ पे दिल्ली में
2018 में इंडिया से उनके पेरेंट्स उन डॉक्यूमेंट्स में ये दिखाया गया था कि उनकी फैमिली बॉम्बे में रहती थी. 2018 की बात है, सो उस पर कोई अपडेट है अभी?
वो एक एक्स्ट्राडिशन का प्रोसेस था, वो ख़त्म हो चुका है. उसमें मुन्ना जिगाड़ा पाकिस्तान नेशनल होके चला गया.
सर दिल्ली से जुड़े कोई गैंगस्टर्स इनको सपोर्ट यहाँ पे लोकल बेस पे?
अभी ये इट्स अ पार्ट ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन, अभी देखते हैं.
सर करंट स्टेटस इज पीसी और जेसी?
इनमें से कुछ तो हमारे पास पीसी में है और कुछ आज ही पकड़े हैं, तो इनको कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा. ये अभी हम देखेंगे, बट कुछ यूएपीए के भी कैंडिडेट्स हैं क्योंकि इनके पास एक्सप्लोसिव मिले हैं, हथियार मिले हैं, इनके पास मंशा है, तो इनके ऊपर यूएपीए भी लगा गया.
सर ये जो सभी थे ये किसके संपर्क में थे? क्या सिर्फ मुन्ना जगड़ा के संपर्क में थे या फिर वो जो शहजाद भट्टी?
नहीं, चार अलग अलग हैंडलर थे इनके. मुन्ना जिगाड़ा एक हैंडलर था, जावर खान एक और हैंडलर था, शहजाद भट्टी एक और हैंडलर था, जो कि अलग अलग नामों से अलग अलग लोगों के अलग अलग इंस्टा से जुड़े हुए थे। तो ये कहना डायरेक्टली मुश्किल है कि कौन व्यक्ति किससे बात कर रहा था, पर इसमें करीब 4-5 लोग हैं। हामिद जट है, दूसरे हैं, कई सारे लोग हैं। वहाँ आपको बता देंगे, प्रेस रिलीज में बता देंगे।
बता सकते कि दिल्ली में क्या टारगेट थी?
जैसे मैंने बताया, मैं आई डोंट वांट टू कॉज एनी अलार्म, बट इम्पोर्टेंट वाइटल इंस्टॉलेशंस थे। कुछ गवर्नमेंट बिल्डिंग्स थी, कुछ नॉन गवर्नमेंट बिल्डिंग्स थी, जो कि इनकी रेकी में हमारे सामने आई हैं। इसके अलावा पब्लिक स्पॉट्स थे इम्पॉर्टेंट, जहाँ पर पब्लिक का फुटफॉल ज़्यादा होता है, जैसे मार्केट एरिया, ये थे। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू।
Viewers, that was Anil Shukla, the special CP of the special cell of the Delhi police. In fact, the Delhi police special cell played a major role in foiling a major terror plot, not just across Delhi, but also Mumbai. In fact, they have said, they've made it clear that this was being carried out by the Mumbai underworld and was largely funded by the Pak ISI network. And it was also connected to the Mumbai underworld. In fact, Mumbai and Delhi terror modules have been busted. 2 accused, in fact, have been nabbed from Mumbai itself. In fact, they also said that the 2 that are nabbed and are currently in police custody have also led them to multiple other networks who continue to operate in urban areas. In fact, Mumbai accused also confessed of a probable attack in Delhi's strategic locations. In fact, as per the police, the accused was asked to use hand grenades and indiscriminately fire at security personnel. Viewers, now shifting focus to Lucknow. A 23-year-old motorcycle rider was killed and a 10-year-old boy critically injured after a car allegedly driven by the wife of a police sub-inspector collided with a motorcycle on the Bagga Road on a Friday afternoon. That's yesterday. Now, according to eyewitness accounts, the impact was so severe that the motorcycle rider, identified as Sahil, was thrown into the air and landed on the bonnet of another car. He sustained severe head injuries and also ended up dying on the spot. The pillion rider, Mohammad Maaz alias Ajan, the 10-year-old, suffered serious injuries and was immediately rushed to the hospital, where he remains in a critical condition. Now, eyewitnesses claim that the car was being driven by the wife of a sub-inspector, while the police officer was seated right beside her in uniform at the time of the occurrence of this accident. Now, the officer has been identified as a 2023 batch sub-inspector who's posted in the Hardoi district. So, an unfortunate news that comes in from Lucknow, where a pillion rider, a 10-year-old, has been severely injured, while a 23-year-old motorcyclist has been killed in an accident. Now, in fact, the car that rammed into the motorcycle was being driven by a sub-inspector's wife. In fact, these are the visuals on your screens, while the sub-inspector was seated right next to her in the co-driver's seat in his uniform. Now, in fact, he's been identified and he's also posted in Hardoi. In fact, we're also being joined by Adarsh, to speak to us about the matter. Adarsh, talk to us about the details of the case. You know, this is extremely unfortunate. The 23-year-old motorcyclist died on the spot, while the 10-year-old pillion is still in the hospital. What are the updates on his condition?
देखिए, बिल्कुल अभी तक की जानकारी के मुताबिक पुलिस ने इस मामले में रोड एक्सीडेंट का FIR दर्ज कर लिया है। साथ ही साथ जो दूसरा व्यक्ति घायल बताया जा रहा है, उसका लखनऊ में ही मेडिकल कॉलेज में इलाज चल रहा है। बता दें आपको कि उससे पहले लखनऊ हरदोई मार्ग जो है वो पूरा जाम कर दिया गया था। इसके साथ साथ जो रॉयल रिजॉर्ट है उसके ठीक सामने की घटना बताई जा रही है, जिसमें एक कार ने टक्कर मारी और आरोप ये है कि जो सब इंस्पेक्टर की पत्नी है वो कार चला रही थी और उसके साथ ही दूसरी कार भी उसी की चपेट में आकर घायल हुई है। निश्चित तौर पर इसमें कुछ लोगों के ऊपर FIR दर्ज की जा रही है और साथ ही विभागीय कार्रवाई जो पुलिस सब इंस्पेक्टर है उसके खिलाफ होनी तय मानी जा रही है। हालांकि आधिकारिक तौर पर पुलिस ने अभी इस पर कोई भी बयान जारी नहीं किया है।
धन्यवाद आदर्श, हम तक ये सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन पहुंचाने के लिए. Now viewers, shifting focus to what's happening in Maharashtra and Pune. An excise team has now started conducting raids in Pune, and this is in connection with toxic liquor deaths that has claimed over 10 lives. That's the latest that we're learning in. Over 10 people have been killed over toxic liquor. And in fact, now raids are being conducted. Excise teams have sprung into action and raids are being conducted across Pune in Maharashtra in connection with the toxic liquor deaths. Now, at least 10 people have been killed by consuming toxic liquor in Pune. And in fact, now the police has launched its probe, and alongside the excise department is also looking to get to the bottom of this case. Remember, this case comes from Pune, where 10 people have been killed by the consumption of toxic liquor. In fact, the number lies somewhere around 10 to 15, and we're yet to get a confirmation on how many people have exactly succumbed to the consumption of toxic liquor. But this case comes in from Pune, where at least over 10 people have been killed. Now, in fact, 18 deaths in the last 48 hours have been recorded. Now, my colleague Satya Prakash joins us to get us more clarity into the matter. Satya Prakash, लास्ट 48 आवर्स में 2 दिनों में पुलिस और एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट वाले रेड्स कंडक्ट कर रहे हैं. अभी तक कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है इस हादसे में?
देखिए, मैं पुणे ग्रामीण इलाके में मौजूद हूं और लाइव रेड चल रहा है. रिपब्लिक टीवी पे तस्वीरें मैं दिखा रहा हूं किस तरह से यहां पे अवैध रूप से शराब बनाए जा रहे थे और यहां पर जेसीबी चल रहा. तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरह से एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट की टीम है, पुणे ग्रामीण पुलिस की टीम है और यहां पर अवैध रूप से यहां पर देसी शराब बनाए जा रहे थे. ये तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरह से जेसीबी मशीन द्वारा यहाँ पे तोड़ा जा रहा है. यहाँ पे जो है भट्टियां बनाई गई है और बगल में ही जो है यहाँ पर पैक करके रखा गया था देसी शराब. जो मौत हुई है, मौत 15 आंकड़ा पहुंच गया है पुणे में, पिंपरी चिंचवड़ में. अब कहीं न कहीं एक्शन मोड में है पुलिस की टीम, एक्साइज टीम लगातार एक्शन मोड में है. 55 जगहों पर रेड किया है और अब जेसीबी मशीन द्वारा जगह जगह पर कहीं न कहीं जहाँ पे लोकेशन मिल रहा है अवैध भट्टियों का, जहाँ पर अवैध रूप से शराब बनाए जा रहे थे, देसी शराब बनाए जा रहे थे, वहाँ पर कार्रवाई शुरू है. लगातार पुलिस की टीम, एक्साइज टीम लगातार एक्शन मोड में. मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे भट्टियां हैं. एक तरफ देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पे भट्टियां हैं और इस साइड पूरा भट्टियां हैं और उधर जो है शराब को ढक कर रखा गया था. यहाँ पे शराब ढक के रखा गया था और दूसरी साइड में तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से. इस साइड में देखिए किस तरह से, ये देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पे पुलिस की टीम है, एक्साइज की टीम है और यहाँ पर देखिए किस तरह से एक्शन शुरू है. और इस इलाके में कहीं ये सुनसान इलाका है, थोड़ा जंगली टाइप का है और जिसकी वजह से यहाँ पे बनाया जा रहा था और जेसीबी मशीन द्वारा यहाँ पर कार्रवाई शुरू है. लगातार इस इलाके में दूसरी जगह पर इसी तरह से कार्रवाई हो रही है और लगातार पूरे इलाके में इसी तरह से एक्शन शुरू है. एक्साइज टीम है, पुलिस की टीम है, यहाँ पे लोकल पुलिस की टीम है और एक्शन टीम लगातार यहाँ पे शुरू है. और यहाँ पर ये तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से ये भट्टियां हैं. यहाँ पर देखिए किस तरह से कितना बड़े पैमाने पे यहाँ पे बनाया जा रहा था. ये बड़ी भट्टी है और यहाँ पे लाइट का, यहाँ पे इलेक्ट्रिक का यहाँ पे लाया गया है और ये बगल से सटा हुआ रोड है. यहाँ से ज्यादा 500 मीटर दूर पर ही मेन रोड है और उसके बगल में बस बनाया जा रहा था. आगे भी एक्शन शुरू है, जेसीबी मशीन द्वारा तोड़ा कार्रवाई किया जा रहा था. यहाँ पर देखिए, ये देखिए दूसरी तस्वीर, यहाँ पर भट्टियां था और आगे जो है वहां पर जो शराब था अवैध रूप से बनाया गया था उसको वहां पे तोड़ा गया है. जी
सत्य प्रकाश, हम तक ये सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन पहुंचाने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आप ग्राउंड पे हैं, हम वापस आएंगे इस स्टोरी के ऊपर, बट नाउ व्यूअर्स, इट्स टाइम टू शिफ्ट focus and take a look at other stories that we're tracking. Now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah addressed the large reverse exodus that is now taking place in West Bengal near the India-Bangladesh border in a significant national security statement. Now, speaking at a public gathering, Shah cited media reports that showed thousands of illegal immigrants willingly leaving the state every day and returning back to Bangladesh. We have this report that gets you all the details into what was said and what this illegal immigration exodus in terms of Shah's words looks like.
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने सालों तक असम को घुसपैठ का मुख्य द्वार बनाया. असम के 9 जिले घुसपैठिया बहुल हो गए. मैं आज हिलाकांडी की इस पवित्र भूमि से कहकर जाता हूं, ये भारत की भूमि है. यहां कोई घुसपैठियों की जगह नहीं है। एक घुसपैठिया हमारे चाय बागान के श्रमिक की मजदूरी खाता है, हमारे युवा की रोजगारी छीन लेता है, हमारे गरीब के राशन में वो हिस्सा मांगता है। और ये कोई धर्मशाला नहीं है, ये भारत है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार।
Viewers, these are the visuals that are coming in from Ghaziabad. Remember, a 17-year-old Surya was stabbed multiple times by Assad, the key accused who remains on the run. My colleague Saurav is on ground. He joins us with more information. Saurav, what's the latest that we're learning in? A lot of police deployment in the area around the mortal remains of the 17-year-old Surya.
Yes, there is a heavy police deployment present at the area, and yes, you can see the ambulance has left for the cremation ground. This comes after the police officials and the officials of the police officials and the administration officials and the family of the family reached a consensus, and their demands are met by the police officials. The demands were written by the police officials, and they have signed the paper of the demand, and they have given it to the family of the victim. And the demand, let me tell our viewers, the demand of the family of the victim was that first that they should get
ऐसा ना हो जाए जो तरुण के साथ हुआ वो इस माँ के साथ नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि तरुण के साथ भी यही हुआ था, अनुशासन दिया गया था, लेकिन आज उसके कोई सुनवाई नहीं हुई। कल को ये ना हो जाए कि जो तरुण के साथ हुआ वो इस माँ के साथ भी हो जाए, इसका इंसाफ ना मिले।
लिखित में कुछ नहीं दिया गया?
नहीं, लिखित में नहीं दिया, सिर्फ उन्होंने बोला है कल योगी जी से मिलने के लिए जाएंगे।
क्या मांग रखी है आप लोगों ने? मांग क्या रखी है?
मांग रखी है, एनकाउंटर रखा है। एक तो एनकाउंटर चाहिए उनका, बिल्डोजर चलना चाहिए और इनकी सुरक्षा चाहिए।
परिवार ने योगी सरकार से, योगी जी से मांग,
कैमरा भीग रहा है बाबा।
Viewers, these are the live visuals that we're getting in from Ghaziabad. An anger that's erupting in between people, and rightfully so. A 17-year-old Surya in broad daylight was stabbed multiple times. Those are the visuals of his mortal remains in a cold storage being carried away. Now, in fact, he was immediately taken to the Fortis hospital. He was stabbed multiple times by Assad. And Saurav, my colleague, remains on the ground. Saurav, speak to us about this moment. There's grief, there's anger. Speak to us about the details, Saurav.
Yes, as you can see, there is a massive police deployment here. Along with that, there are massive crowd gathered at the location to pay their last respects to the victim Surya. And now the body of the Surya has been taken to the Ghazipur cremation ground to perform the last rites. This comes after the police officials and the family reached a common ground, and the police officials have met all the demands of the family. They have agreed to all the demands which the family had. Let me tell our viewers the demands which the family had. The first demand was that a person from the family should get a government job, and apart from that, they want a fair compensation over the death of their son. And moreover, they also wanted the encounter of the accused Assad, who is still absconding. And now
यहाँ पर पुलिस ने वो बॉडी पंचायतनामा और पुलिस पोस्टमार्टम करा करके परिजनों को हैंडओवर कर दी थी, और उसी संदर्भ में आज परिजनों के द्वारा फिर यहाँ से बॉडी ले जाकर के उसके अंतिम संस्कार के जो भी रिचुअल्स हैं उसको निभाया जा रहा है, और पुलिस के द्वारा अग्रिम विधिक कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
सर, और कितने आरोपी हैं, कुछ अभी इसकी जानकारी?
देखिए, 2 आरोपी शेष हैं, उनके लिए लगातार पुलिस की टीमें दबिश दे रही हैं और जल्दी उनकी भी गिरफ्तारी की जाएगी।
इनकी मांगों को लेकर क्या था सर, वो बता दीजिए।
इनकी मांगों के संदर्भ में कुछ आर्थिक सहायता, रोजगार और कानूनी सुरक्षा और व्यक्तिगत सुरक्षा की मांगे थी, जिनको पुलिस प्रशासन और रेवेन्यू प्रशासन के द्वारा मान लिया गया है, और उस संदर्भ में आगे की कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
क्या आरोपी गिरफ्तार हो गए?
अभी 3 आरोपी गिरफ्तार हैं, 2 गिरफ्तारी शेष है। अभी हम लोगों के द्वारा FIR पंजीकृत कर ली गई है। 3 व्यक्तियों को, आरोपियों को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है और आगे की विधिक कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
So what are the demands of the family?
फैमिली ने अपनी आर्थिक सुरक्षा के संदर्भ में, कानूनी व्यक्तिगत सुरक्षा के संदर्भ में जो मांग की है उसको प्रशासन और पुलिस के द्वारा मान लिया गया है।
Viewers, in fact, my colleague Saurav has been on ground since today morning. He's been tracking this story. Just to get you a lowdown, this 17-year-old Surya, on the occasion of Bakrid, was called to come outside of his house by Asad, the key accused, who continues to remain on the run for 2 days now. In fact, Asad asked him to come see the goat sacrifice on Bakrid, and on refusal, Surya was stabbed multiple times by Asad, and in fact, he was taken to the Fortis hospital by his family, his relatives, where he later succumbed to his injuries. In fact, these are the mortal remains of Surya, who was killed in the stabbing incident. He was murdered in broad daylight right outside his house in Ghaziabad. The police is still looking for traces to narrow down to the key accused, Asad, who remains on the run for the last 2 days. In fact, the family has said that the last rites will not be taking place until the accused is nabbed. Now, Saurabh, my colleague, is also catching on to some key details. Let's cut across to that.
बेसिकली क्या बात हुई थी आपके अभी पुलिस वालों से?
वो तो इन्होंने अंदर ले जाके बात की है, पता नहीं क्या हुआ है क्या नहीं हुआ है। वो उन्होंने बोला था कि मैं लिखित में दे रहा हूँ और कल योगी जी से आपकी मुलाकात होगी। अब पता नहीं कितना सच है कितना झूठ है, वो यहाँ पे कल आएंगे तभी पता चलेगी।
और आपने बॉडी को ले जाने दिया है तो फिर साइन करके उन्होंने पेपर दिया है?
हाँ, वो बोल रहे हैं कि भाई को दिया है तो भाई के पास होगा। हाँ, भाई के एक भाई ने यहाँ पे भी किया था साइन और उधर भी ले गए। हाँ,
कौन कौन था वहाँ पे अंदर जो मीटिंग हो रही थी?
तो ये तो मैंने वो नहीं किया है कि मेरे को जाने नहीं दिया अंदर। तो वो मेरी मौसी थी, माँ थी और बहन थी।
कहाँ है मौसी जी?
ये मेरी मौसी है।
अच्छा,
हाँ।
अंदर कौन कौन था और इनमें से यहाँ पे कौन कौन था अंदर?
अंदर नहीं था।
अच्छा,
अंदर कोई नहीं था।
अंदर जाने नहीं दिया किसी को।
You heard the brother of the victim Surya. He told that the police has agreed to all the demands, and he said that police officials have also guaranteed their meeting with Yogi Adityanath tomorrow in the morning, who is the UP CM. This is the current situation on the ground as the family is grieving. The mortal remains has been taken to the Ghazipur ground for performing the last rites of victim Surya, and now there is a grief in this whole environment of Khoda village as people have gathered here in a massive number, and they are just demanding that justice should be served, and the people should stand up for their selves and for their religion, and they are saying that the police should nab the accused as soon as possible, and the people are demanding that the encounter should be done of the key accused, who is Asad, in this regard. Back to studio.
Right, Saurav. In fact, also speak to us about what's happening right now. What's the state of the family? They are, of course, this is a very grief-filled moment for the family. They're also absolutely angry. They're very furious at the fact that for the last 2 days, the UP police has not been able to get hold of the key accused, Asad, who remains on the run. But the guarantees given by the Chief Minister, where, he's going to meet the family tomorrow morning, of course, it remains to be seen whether or not that will happen. But that must have brought some respite to the family in terms of seeking justice. Saurav.
Actually, the police officials and the administrative officials have basically guaranteed a meeting of the family with the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath tomorrow itself. However, currently there was a signed paper by the administration and the police officials in which the demands of the family and the people present here have been demanding, and their demands have been written on that piece of paper, and the police official and the administrative official have signed that paper. And the demands of that include that a person from the family should get a government job and a fair compensation from the side of the government. Along with that, they are also demanding justice for the victim Surya. They are asking that an encounter should be done of the key accused in this case, who is Asad. And now the family is grieving, and the mortal remains of the victim Surya has been taken to the Ghazipur cremation ground for performing the last rites. And the people present here have been raising the slogans, several slogans, including that quote unquote Surya ke hatyaron ko goli maro unko. So these kind of slogans were being raised by the people who were present here, and they were demanding justice for the victim Surya. And now the family is grieving. As you can see the visuals, the several women have been gathered here, and there is a sad situation in the whole environment, and they all are just demanding justice, and they are crying and grieving over the death of 17-year-old boy Surya, who has been brutally killed on the day of Bakra Eid on 28th of May. This is the situation on the ground. There is a grief in the environment. Back to you.
Right, Saurav, thanks for getting us a lowdown on that. In fact, of course, we'll closely keep tracking this story and every development that happens in Ghaziabad. Saurav, my colleague, will remain on the ground. He will continue getting us all the updates. Surya, a 17-year-old, stabbed multiple times, succumbed to his injuries. The accused, Asad, on the run, and the UP police unanswerable. Getting you all the details on the other side.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरी डे.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel this?
This week on Get Me Right, the Pope weighs in on the morality conundrum of artificial intelligence in his first encyclical that has gone viral. Would the tech bros of Silicon Valley listen to the pontiff? Second, we take a deep dive into the cow slaughter ban debate that surfaced around the Eid festivities. the civilizational ethos that guide the Hindu sentiments on cow and what the Muslims can do about it. And finally, we deal with the private sector ostrich that corporate India seems to have become when it comes to betting on our economy. Are they going to be the black sheep in black forever with no skin in the game? This weekend, only on Republic TV.
Major terror plot foiled in Delhi. Network allegedly had vital locations across Mumbai and Delhi on target. Excise team conducts raids in Pune in connection with toxic liquor deaths that killed around 15 people. Top Congress leaders arrested for the murder of a lawyer in Hyderabad. Congress leaders face 15 lakh supari for the killing.
As far as Operation Sindoor is concerned, firstly, it is still continuing. There is temporary cessation of hostilities. So the Indian Army or all the three services are preparing well for Operation Sindoor 2.0 if it takes place.
Army chief warns Pakistan, says Operation Sindoor continues and we're ready for the next phase. Protests get bigger in Manipur after armed groups target truck drivers. Visuals show the driver murdered on highway. Good evening, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. We start with the terror bust in the national capital, as we just had the Delhi police special cell also holding a press conference in this regard. Republic TV has also accessed the first visuals of the arrest of the terror, of the busting, visuals of the arrested terrorists. I think we have the visuals of those terrorists. Yes. These were part of the terror module that has been busted, and these terror suspects have been arrested in the national capital. You can see the masked faces, and this is a major racket, major terror module that has been busted in the national capital. Viewers, Delhi police bust the ISI underworld terror module. 9 have been arrested. In this case, police claim to have foiled the suspected conspiracy targeting key installations, security personnel and religious sites as well in the national capital. This coming in after what happened in Red Fort. Viewers remember just in the winters of 2025 and on the 10th of December, and today we see the visuals coming in, 10th of November, and now we have the visuals coming in and the reactions also from the Delhi police. Listen in.
स्पेशल सेल ने 19 तारीख को और उससे पहले 17 तारीख को एक विजय शूटर नाम के डॉन को पुणे से पिक किया था। उसके डिस्क्लोजर पे साहिबगंज से एक नीतीश पासवान को बाद में पिकअप किया गया। इन दोनों की बातचीत से ही पता चला कि ये पाक आईएसआई से जुड़े हैं, सजाद भट्टी नेटवर्क से। इनकी पूछताछ से और पता चला कि कुछ मुंबई और दिल्ली में भी मॉड्यूल्स हैं। वो मॉड्यूल्स दिल्ली और मुंबई में अटैक करने की पूरी तैयारी में हैं। इसमें हम लोगों ने काफ़ी सारी टेक्निकल सर्वेलेंस की और टेक्निकल सर्वेलेंस के बाद 2 लड़कों को मुंबई से पिक किया। एक का नाम है तौकीर शेख और दूसरा है अरबाज खान। तौकीर शेख और अजबार खान भी उन्हीं मॉड्यूल्स में जुड़े हुए थे, उन्हीं हैंडलर से जुड़े हुए थे जिन हैंडलर से पहले विजय शूटर जुड़ा था। इसमें कुछ नए नाम आए, मुजाफा और एक और हैंडलर था जिसका नाम था यावर खान के बारे में हम लोगों ने और पूछताछ की और पता किया, और जब इन लड़कों को हम लोग लेकर आए तो इन्होंने ये बताया कि ये सेम हैंडलर दिल्ली में काफ़ी बड़ी वारदात के लिए एक टीम को तैयार कर चुके हैं। तो कल सुबह अर्ली मॉर्निंग में हमने 3 लड़कों को जो कि पंजाब से हैं इनको इंटरसेप्ट किया, जो कि अपने ठिकाने पर छतरपुर की तरफ जा रहे थे। इनके पास से हमारे को 2 ग्लॉक पिस्टल और 4 हैंड ग्रेनेड मिले थे, और इन्होंने ये बताया कि दिल्ली में स्ट्रैटेजिक लोकेशंस पर इनको अटैक करना था हैंड ग्रेनेड से, और सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल के ऊपर, जैसा कि पंजाब में अभी हुआ है, गोली चलानी थी। इस पूरे प्रोसेस में एक बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ निकल के आई है, वो है मुन्ना जिगाड़ा। मुन्ना जिगाड़ा वो व्यक्ति है जिसने 2000 में छोटा राजन पे अटैक किया था, और बैंकॉक में 17 साल की जेल काटने के बाद ही वॉज एबल टू गो बैक टू कराची। मुन्ना जिगाड़ा इनके साथ डायरेक्ट कांटेक्ट में था, और मुन्ना जिगाड़ा का एक और साथी जो कि एक नेपाली है जिसका नाम है आंग कामी लामा, ये 66 साल का है। ये व्यक्ति भी मुन्ना जिगाड़ा के साथ बैंकॉक में 17 साल के लिए जेल में था, और ये दिल्ली आया था इनके फाइनेंस नेटवर्क को एस्टैब्लिश करने के लिए। इन 8 व्यक्तियों का अरेस्ट हो चुका है, और हमें कुछ और लोगों की तलाश है, जिसमें कुछ नेपाली सिटीज़न भी हो सकते हैं या नेपाली ओरिजिन के लोग हो सकते हैं। उसके अलावा हुजाफा जो कि इनका हैंडलर था मुंबई में, उसकी तलाश है। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा मॉड्यूल था जो कि दिल्ली में और मुंबई में इनकी पूछताछ और इनकी सर्वेलेंस एक्टिविटीज़ से ये पता चला है कि मुंबई में इन्होंने कई ठिकानों के वीडियोस बनाए हैं, जिसके बीच में दादर रेलवे स्टेशन, कुछ ब्रिजेस और कुछ पार्क्स का सर्वे किया है और रेकी की है। दिल्ली में भी इन्होंने कुछ स्ट्रेटेजिक बिल्डिंग्स की वीडियो बनाई हैं, उनके कोऑर्डिनेट्स एक दूसरे से शेयर किए हैं, और ये जो पंजाब में 3 लड़कों को पकड़ा है, इनके पास से वो कोऑर्डिनेट्स भी मिले हैं हमारे को जहाँ पर इनको अटैक करना था। तो ये एक इम्पॉर्टेंट नेक्सस सामने आया है, जिसमें पाकिस्तान, आईएसआई, अंडरवर्ल्ड का यूज़ करके दिल्ली, मुंबई और बाकी जगहों पे अटैक करना चाहती है।
All right, we are shifting our focus to Manipur, viewers, where in a village of Kangpokpi district of Manipur, in fact, the entire village has been set on fire, what we understand, by unknown miscreants at around 2:30 p.m. today. The village is located behind the National Sports University, and it's reportedly an abandoned village, and is said to house an unauthorized KNFP camp as well. That is what we are learning right now. That is the Kuki National Front Prithvi group, and notably the village is situated near the Konsakhul village and Ireng Naga village. The cause of the incident not yet ascertained, but preliminary reports are suggesting that the attack is suspected to have been carried out by the KLA. Also, the reports are indicating that the cross-firing broke out between KNFP and KLA following the incident. More details are awaited, but we have Lin Thoi to give us more on that. Lin Thoi, tell us more details, what you're picking up as far as this village is concerned, and the 2 groups that are being named as per the reports.
Yes, tension have once again flared up in the fringe areas of Kangpokpi district after this Karam Bhai village was reportedly set ablaze by unknown miscreants at around 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. So Karam Bhai village is the same place where the 3 Thado leaders, 3 Thado church leaders were killed in an ambush on May 13th. So according to initial reports, Karam Bhaipai is an abandoned Kuki village located behind the National Sports University and is also believed to house an unauthorized KNFP camp, which is Kuki National Front. So the village is strategically located near Konsakul and Ireng Naga village, making the incident particularly more sensitive given the prevailing security situation in the region. So sources also indicate that shortly after the village was set on fire, an exchange of gunfire reportedly broke out between the Kuki Liberation Army, which is KLA, and Kuki National Front, cadres. So however, authorities are yet to officially confirm the sequence of these events, and investigations also are reportedly underway to ascertain who was behind the attack. So this incident is extremely significant because it comes at a time when the region is already witnessing heightened tensions following the abduction of the 18 Naga civilians, where 6 Naga civilians from Lailon, from Konsakul were held captive by the Kuki militants. So for more than 2 weeks now, the fate of those horses has remained uncertain, sparking, widespread protests, economic blockades, and growing public anger, including the counter-economic blockades. And also the latest arson attack near Konsakul is likely to deepen among fears among the local residents and further complicate efforts to de-escalate this tension. So many local observers believe that every fresh incident of violence in and around the Konsakul belt risks undermining ongoing efforts to secure the safe release of the hostages. So there is also concern that retaliatory actions and counter-actions could create a cycle of violence that becomes increasingly difficult to contain. So the thing is reacting to all the recent tensions erupted in the state, including killing of non-local driver, killing of the church leaders, and fresh cutting of roads using JCB along Imphal-Ukrul Road.
Absolutely, tensions do persist in Manipur
People's Front.
Right, Republic continues to show.
President of the Naga People's Front, Awango Nyomai, also said that this is a clear proof testimony given by the released 12 hostages, where the abduction of Naga hostages by the Lailon Kuki groups. So he was with the abductor militants. One of the guy who is currently working as a police personnel in the state government, who is identified as Thangin Len. He was with the abductor militants. So the president also questioned security concern about the safety of the public. If security personnel could not enter a small village and undergo this operation where the abduction took place. So the people of, he said that the people of Manipur deserves a response from all those high-ranking security personnel who are in charge of maintaining law and order of the state.
Absolutely. Well, there is a lot of tension that we are understanding right now, but we will continue to take more updates. Thank you so much, Vinto, for joining us with those details coming in. Viewers, now we shift our focus to, of course, how this is, of course, a big statement that's coming in from the army chief also. All right, I think we are cutting across to Bengal right now. These are visuals coming in right now. Live visuals coming in from Bengal right now, I think. Okay, visuals coming in from Bengal. As we've seen today, CID officials visited the residence of Abhishek Banerjee in Kolkata. And now these are visuals coming in exclusively from Republic Bangla. And we'll try and get you more updates. I think these are security personnel who are being attacked. And there is a scuffle that has broken out, as we can see in that visual. Okay, this is Abhishek Banerjee, in fact, in Shonarpur. And these are visuals. I think he's the one who's wearing the helmet. Okay, this is the one in helmet is Abhishek Banerjee. The one in helmet is Abhishek Banerjee. And he has been geared out by people, you can see. And you can see these are visuals coming in first on Republic TV, first on Republic Bangla. In Shonarpur, first on Republic Bangla, first on Republic TV, and Abhishek Banerjee, Bhaipo, is get out by the people there. Today, there is CID visited his residence, and you can see the anger is on the streets. The outrage is on the streets. The streets which would be sealed for Abhishek Banerjee right outside his home. Today we see he comes out on the streets, and people have unleashed their anger against Abhishek Banerjee. These are visuals coming in from Sonarpur. Today he has to cover his head. He has covered his head in that gear. He's wearing a helmet, a headgear, and he is being rushed out. And he has no answers. He's not speaking to the media. But you can see the commotion around him, how he has been surrounded by the people. People of Bengal, people of Kolkata. This is happening not even a month that the new government has been elected in the state of West Bengal. And Mamata Banerjee's nephew, General Secretary of TMC, Abhishek Banerjee, the BIPO, has been geared out, and you can see the anger that is palpable, that has been built up and bottled up. Today you can see it being unleashed on the streets today. People are chasing him away. People chase away Abhishek Banerjee in Sonarpur. You can see the anger that's quite visible and audible also. We'll try and get our reporters also to give us a sense of the sequence of events. Eggs have been thrown at Abhishek Banerjee. Eggs have been thrown at Abhishek Banerjee, and slogans of "Chor Chor" have been chanted against Abhishek Banerjee. Dramatic visuals coming in from Kolkata. Dramatic visuals coming in from Sonarpur, in fact, of West Bengal. And he is running away from the people of West Bengal. Abhishek Banerjee, who thought he rules Bengal, today is chased away by the people. Eggs have been thrown at him. He is running away now from the people of Bengal. Protesters are shouting slogans against him, calling him a thief, calling him a chor. And you can see he is running away. I don't know where he's running away, but he is just chased away by the people. And all this, in the past few days, we have seen that the CID has also been seeking accountability. The security agencies have been asking for the documents of different properties. And you see him wearing a helmet, and he is chased away. It's a move by Abhishek Banerjee which seems to be going wrong, that has gone wrong. He reportedly had gone to meet some people, and those were the people who were affected by the post-poll violence. But no takers for this sham by Abhishek Banerjee. He can try and cover up, he can do anything for his sinking party, the sinking TMC, the party that is breaking apart. No takers for Abhishek Banerjee's Dadagiri or Didigiri in the TMC. He goes out on the streets to meet people in Sonarpur, and he stays away. No takers for Abhishek Banerjee's drama, and he faces the anger, the ire of the people in West Bengal's Sonarpur. It's a reality check for TMC, reality check for Abhishek Banerjee, who went around threatening people. His men threatened the people of... Oh, there you have the visual where he was hit by eggs. He was hit by eggs. We've seen, viewers, ever since there has been a historic defeat of the Trinamool Congress, there have been protests after protests outside his house. And people, while the legal heat is also on Abhishek Banerjee, the people of Bengal are not sparing him. He has no answer. Abhishek Banerjee has no answer. What will he say? He has no face to show. He has no face to show. And he's nothing to speak. What will he say? Abhishek Banerjee, if he can answer, he's not able to answer. He's been given a reality check in full public view, in broad daylight. Eggs have been thrown at him. and he's chased away by the people. He's running away. You see the anger, viewers, that's palpable on the streets, is visible and audible, and you can see that people are not sparing Abhishek Banerjee. He's okay. You can see he's just going down there. Okay. He's completely. I think his helmet is also off. There's something. Okay, you can see that there's massive commotion, and people are not sparing him at all. No one is sparing him. He's chased away. People are trying to drag him away also, to push him also. You can see his shirt is all over the place. There's nothing to say. He used to threaten people on camera in public rallies.
अब देखिए क्या हाल किया गया है। ये है इनका लोकतंत्र का नमूना। 1 महीना हुआ नहीं।
भाई तुम लोग प्लीज
सर यू आर ऑन द वे टू मीट द पोस्ट पोल विक्टिम्स एंड अब देखिए पुलिस कहीं नहीं है। पुलिस को बार-बार बोलने के बावजूद भी देखिए दादा बेरी है तू देखिए दादा बेरी
Republic Bangla's reporter is just getting us the audio also. He just will connect with us as you see the people are chasing him away. His shirt is ripped off and he's getting a reality check. He's getting to know what happens when what you can just see his state right now. You can see the condition right now after he went to meet some victims, and you see what he was doing, and there were no takers. It seemed the people, the locals there, they all dragged him out. And eggs were thrown at him. You can see he's wearing a helmet for protection. He's the one who used to threaten people. He used to threaten even the Home Minister. And today he is chased away from that village in Sonarpura, West Bengal. And we've seen reporters being attacked. We've seen Republic Bangla crew being attacked. We've seen women weeping, crying for justice, wailing in West Bengal. Today the anger when the TMC government is not in power anymore. You see the people, he's getting, Bhaipo's getting the reality check today on the streets, and he's dragged away. There are no takers for Abhishek Banerjee.
Constant hate being hurled at Abhishek Banerjee. There was constant eggs being hurled at Abhishek Banerjee. Even the security deployed around him is unable to contain the angry crowd, which does not want to even see Abhishek Banerjee, who's out and about on the streets. Now remember, the CID team reached his residence earlier today and also submitted and in fact gave him a notice summoning him to appear in the connection of the signature forgery case. So that happened earlier today. And take a look at that, TMC getting a reality check on the streets of West Bengal, the very state they said they had a hold on and that the people only trusted the Trinamool Congress. But take a look at the visuals, they speak for themselves. Abhishek Banerjee being manhandled by people any chance they get from between the security personnel who are scrambling to protect him from the anger of the crowd. In fact, he's surrounded by a swarm of reporters, security personnel, and of course the angry people of West Bengal. Remember, this is the same TMC's Abhishek Banerjee who had in fact given warnings to the BJP. He'd given warnings to the opposition to try to take even one constituency in West Bengal, and this is the fate that the party is being met with today. Abhishek Banerjee being hurled at on the streets of West Bengal. In fact, West Bengal's political state has of course turned to 360 degrees, but not just that. People's anger for the last 15 years that was suppressed is also coming out now. With the TMC gone from power, people do not seem to be afraid of anything. They're not afraid of TMC goons anymore, and that's Abhishek Banerjee. The Bhaipo reality check becoming more and more real on the streets of West Bengal. In fact, he's had to wear a cricket helmet to protect himself from people. He knows that people are coming for him. Eggshells all over his helmet, his shirt almost torn. People have been pulling him from left, right and center, any chance, any space that they get. And they are in fact also right behind him, marching behind him to seek a chance to catch hold of Abhishek Banerjee. So anger against the TMC, anger against Abhishek Banerjee surmounting on the streets of West Bengal there on your screens. These visuals come from Sonarpur, from the North 24 Parganas district in West Bengal. Remember, North 24 and South 24 Parganas were contentious sectors, especially when it came to elections as well, with many reports of forgery coming forward by TMC goons, and this is the reality check that they met with after their government has been brought down onto its knees. Not just that, with constant defections on one side from the TMC, infighting within the TMC, and take a look at him, absolutely irritated. He tries to walk and somebody holds him from his collar and starts pulling him from his shirt. People completely angry. Security also scrambling and failing to protect him from the swarm of angry people who've now surrounded TMC's Abhishek Banerjee. A reality check right there for the Trinamool Congress on the streets of West Bengal. In fact, Trinamool Congress has gotten its answer. People are angry and they are going to erupt. In fact, Priyanka Thebrawal from the BJP joins us to speak to us about what's unfolding. Priyanka, take a look at these visuals. You know, nobody could have anticipated that this is what Abhishek Banerjee was going to face on the streets of West Bengal. People's anger has now come to the fore. What are your first comments?
This is very, very sad, and I do not appreciate people taking law in their hands. But you see, people of Bengal have been, muddled and corrupted so much by this government that now that anger is coming out.
Yeah.
But even then, I would still say that taking law in their own hands is not good. Whatever wrong they have done, law will take its own course, and investigation and things like this are going on. And they'll have to face the brunt of it.
Take a look at the visuals on your screens right now. Somebody even snatched the cricket helmet that he was wearing to protect himself. And now people are almost out to beat him from what it looks like on the visuals on our screens. Take a look at that. In fact, his helmet was handed over back to Abhishek Banerjee by one of the security personnel. The guards were trying to protect him.
There are videos of Abhishek Banerjee standing in public, surrounded by public, and saying that if TMC comes in power with India Alliance, then घर में घुस के मारूंगा.
Yeah.
These are the words and statement of Abhishek Banerjee. तो घर में घुस के मारूंगा, तो public रास्ता में निकल के मार रही है.
Yeah.
What can happen, you know? Because he is the one, Mamata Banerjee is the one who had said that if we come back in power, the CRPF will go away. What will be your fate then? These are the statements given by them. So now the anger of the public is coming out.
Yeah, Priyanka, you know, in fact, we've faced this ourselves. Our bureau co-workers from Republic Bangla have faced these attacks one too many times from the Trinamool Congress and their goons. And now that the political shift has taken place in West Bengal, this is the seat of TMC on the streets. So while you say that it's wrong for people to take the law and order in their hands, we agree, we definitely agree. But what people have been put through in the last 15 years under the TMC and with people like Abhishek Banerjee, who were in fact becoming more and more aggressive. This is the people's reply to the TMC's delusion that, you know, the people of Bengal wanted the Trinamool Congress in power in the state. Priyanka.
Each and every leader of TMC, all the MLAs of TMC, they have done this kind of corruption in their own constituencies. In my constituency only, the MLA of TMC had done all this. That is the reason that from the last 28 days, he's not entering the constituency because he'll also face the same thing.
Yeah. Priyanka, what would you also say? You know, people have been so flustered for the last 15 years under the TMC, and now their anger is out and about. It's out in the open. So even though Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari has promised, he's vowed that every perpetrator will be brought to justice and every victim will be served their due justice. But people here, you know, they've taken it upon themselves. They're out in the streets and they are hurling, in fact, eggs at Abhishek Banerjee, a fate that nobody would have seen coming in West Bengal.
The way after 2021, the Trinamool government, Abhishek Banerjee and Mamata Banerjee, they had behaved with the public at large in Bengal, you know, where women had to face rape and so much of violence was there all over Bengal. And Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee continued in the court saying that no, nothing has happened. They will have to face the brunt of this. You can't stop. Bhaiya, Janta is Janardan.
Yeah, yeah. And you know, you are right. People are remembering Arji Kaur. People are remembering Sandesh Khali. When this happens, every time that the common man takes to the streets, the common man takes it upon himself to get his own justice. This is, you know, the anger that's coming out. And had it not been for the security that's trying to surround Abhishek Banerjee, in fact, even then people are, you know, holding his collar, they're throwing his helmet around, they're hurling eggs at him.
Sonarpur and Baraipur, places like Sonarpur and Baraipur, I visited after the post-poll violence, and number of times I had visited there. Around 800 people were thrown out of their houses. Their houses were burnt. Nothing was left. So don't you think now that anger is going to come out? Of course it will. And they have to face it.
And in fact, viewers, the list doesn't just end there. You know, the corruption and embezzlement under the TMC it heightened to a point in West Bengal that people were unable to even demand justice for themselves. They were so scared of the Trinamool Congress. In fact, you know, a lot of us as journalists also personally know people who come from weaker socioeconomic backgrounds and how they have had to face the wrath of the Trinamool Congress. But that discussion is, of course, for another day. Priyanka Tibriwal, while she is here with us on the broadcast, you know, Priyanka, also speak to us about how this anger that's erupted against Abhishek Banerjee, what kind of a message does this send against the Trinamool Congress and its political fate? How much of it is left in West Bengal now? Priyanka.
This is a very strong message, and this message should be, you know, understood by all, I say. Also by the BJP or whosoever is in the government, that at certain point of time, it is not that you can stay in power forever. This power is given to you by the people. You are here because of the people. So learn to respect the people.
You know, Priyanka, other than all the scams, other than the chit fund scam and, you know, other than Sandesh Khali and Arji Kaur, of course, people were also intimidated. They were facing intimidation on a daily basis. This was happening in every constituency, like you pointed out before also. So this, in a way, is, you know, is people's sort of rebellion against the TMC. They have now come out under the BJP, and this is their way of saying that, hey, listen, we're free now. And every time that you've intimidated us, this is the answer that we want to give you. So the kind of anger that we see on the streets of West Bengal, very unusual. And possibly this is the first relief space that people's anger has gotten right now. Priyanka.
See, this is a big message from the people that we have rejected you don't you dare try to roam here and there showing that you are a great opposition. Because, see, what is the role of opposition? The role of opposition is to show what is wrong being done by the government.
Yeah.
When the opposition itself is wrong, when they were the government, so do you think people will appreciate them as an opposition? No, they will not even take them as opposition. So TMC is nobody opposition here in Bengal. That is a direct message which the people are giving.
Definitely, Priyanka, and completely with you in everything that you've spoken about right now with us on Republic. Thanks very much for joining in. In fact, viewers, we're also being joined by Amitav Roy, who is the BJP state vice president for West Bengal. Let's in fact listen in from him for what this situation looks like. Now, Mr. Roy, I want to understand from you, TMC's political game in West Bengal seems to be over. This is not the first incident where Abhishek Banerjee is being hurled at by the common people in West Bengal.
Good afternoon. Listen, in every election, one political party wins and another one loses. But this time, the people voted that against the misrule of the TMC. You have seen during the political rallies, Abhishek Banerjee and the TMC leaders very badly spoke to the people that if TMC once again comes to power, the Home Minister and the other ministers of the central would be seen to. And this type of speeches provoke people, and people are very angry about that. In the last 2021 election, BJP lost, but none of the BJP leaders spoke like this. Our state president, Mr. Samik Bhattacharya, and the Chief Minister Subhendu Adhikari straight word to the our BJP leaders and the workers that no political damage or political workers of the TMC would be harmed, because everybody knew that West Bengal people were very angry, particularly the women, the girl child were very angry because the Arjikar incident had happened, and this type of incidents had happened, and no steps were taken. And during last 1 month rule, we have seen in every aspect corner, there is misrule, there is every you have seen Lakhi Bhandar, people, men are getting benefited. And Bangladeshi infiltrators have got this money. So people are outraged that a country like India, if Bangladeshi peoples got benefited, so people will be angry. But the administration is keeping a strict watch. You have seen a few days back.
Mr. Roy, Mr. Roy, I also want to ask you, we could see people, in fact, holding his collars, every space that they could find from within the security providers. They were hurling eggs at Abhishek Banerjee. His helmet was thrown off, and he was at the verge of being beaten in broad daylight on the streets of Sonarpur in West Bengal. But also, he spoke to the media briefly in between these exchanges, and he said he blamed the BJP government. He blamed the police in West Bengal. He said that all the agencies are now, gathering as one against the TMC, and that this is political vendetta. So what do you have to say about that also, Mr. Roy?
Doesn't support this type of incidents at all. Our state president and the chief minister does not support this. We urge the people to keep calm, because the administration will take its decision. We have seen 2 days back, there was Bakrid, and no untoward incidents happened. This is the first time that namaz was offered in Brigade Parade Ground, where Gita was chanted. And there also Chief Minister's oath ceremony was wanted. This is India, this is Calcutta, this is West Bengal. Though untoward, but the previous Chief Minister, the outgoing Chief Minister warned the people of West Bengal that a particular sect of people, if set loose, what could happen if TMC returns to power, and that particular, I clearly saying, if Muslims are favor of TMC and they are set loose, what will happen to Hindus? These types of speeches, hated speech, I want to say, hated speech, had led this incidents happen. So I would also request the administration to take note of this situation, and no untoward incident should happen.
Right, Mr. Roy. In fact, these are some visuals that nobody would have seen coming in, on the streets of West Bengal. TMC being hurled at by the public of West Bengal. This is a clear message, Mr. Roy, from, the people of West Bengal, from the amount of tiredness that they've had to face, the amount of intimidation that they've had to go through in the last 10 years, 15 years of the TMC rule. What do you think, Mr. Roy?
We have seen misrule in West Bengal. For the last 35 years, CPM and Communists were in power. The people want a change. So, first in West Bengal, a lady came to power. The people thought that people of West Bengal, that the lady would understand the problems of the ladies, and there would be upliftment and the social upliftment of the ladies. But we have seen from the very date of the TMC came to power, the lady Chief Minister being in power, all the, Bengal's, golden Bengal have been shattered. So people honestly wanted a change to bring Sonar Bangla back to West Bengal. We have seen the porous border were not looked upon. Central government repeatedly asked the state to give land, and no development was done. The porous was not sealed, and every day and night infiltration entered the state, and eco-geographical situation of the bordering districts were changed. So people deliberately wanted that if West Bengal borders are safe, India would be safe. So now a new horizon has come in West Bengal, and the people of West Bengal would, and the government of West Bengal would see that every hook and corner of the state is being developed. And every day we are seeing that in every corner, in every ministry, when we are looking at the files, crores of scams have occurred. Crores of scams. So I would request
Mr. Roy,
people of West Bengal to give us some time, and we will surely develop the state so that West Bengal can run with the government of India. It is like a two-way traffic.
Surely develop the state so that West Bengal can run with the government of India. That's the last message that we take away from the BJP Vice President in West Bengal, Amitava Roy. Sir, thanks very much for joining us on Republic. Viewers, now also quickly, let's listen in to Abhishek Banerjee, who managed to speak to the media for like a few seconds, and in that also, he's blamed the BJP government and the police for being hand in glove. Listen in.
Sir, who are these hooligans? All BJP sponsored. अब देखिए क्या हाल किया गया है। ये है इनका लोकतंत्र का नमूना। एक महीना हुआ नहीं। भाई, प्लीज। Sir, you are on the way to meet the post-poll victims. अब देखिए, पुलिस कहीं नहीं है। पुलिस को बार-बार बोलने के बावजूद भी
Viewers, those are the visuals of Abhishek Banerjee, the Bhaipo reality check on the streets of West Bengal. Eggs were hurled at him, his helmet was taken off, collars were pulled, shirt was torn, and a lot more that happened with the public anger erupting on the streets of West Bengal. Getting you all the details on the other side. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है। तभी तो रिचमंड बनना नहीं आसान है। आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of...
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ। 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence. What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial. Was RG Kaur a media trial when the government of
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIMS? Is it true that the...
So, ladies and gentlemen, when you look back at India's journey as a defense manufacturer to becoming a defense exporter, and the headlines are many, the journey of one company especially has stood out. And I have someone special joining us here in our studios at the Republic Media Network campus. I have Mr. Rajinder Singh Bhatia. He's the chairman of Kalyani Strategic Systems Limited, and he's also the chair of SIDM Policy Task Force. He's been the past president, Society of Indian Defense Manufacturers. To simply put it, he's the brains behind one of India's most critical defense products. And I want to talk to him about that. Thank you, Mr. Rajinder Bhatia, for joining us here on Republic. The journey of Bharat Forge is very special.
Yeah.
And we all know of the legendary Mr. Baba Kalyani. And we've heard him speak. How would you, if I had to ask you, to summarize India's journey as a defense manufacturer post-independence to where we stand today?
Niranjan, if I was to do that, I would actually like to put it into 3 brackets.
Sure.
India got independence. Most of the establishments were public sectors. The reason was that maybe that kind of capital was not available with the private industry. So we had one phase wherein it was the legacy of what the Britishers had left and what the government put in. That phase, surprisingly, was quite good. We started to make some aircrafts. We made HT-2, a trainer aircraft. There was a Marut, which was a very high quality fighter aircraft. And even in the naval build-up and in the army, we had ordnance factories which had 200 years of legacy, which started to come. But somewhere down the line, by 50s and 60s, I think the thrust went away from this sector and a TOT phase came into the country, which was that you would either look east or look west, and you look at a product and you ask for transfer of technology, and then you start manufacturing. And that was the phase which lasted almost over 25, 30 years, where I think either we remained stationary, word continued to move, or we actually went down in the technology domain. And then came the phase, which is third phase, when we started to look at self-reliance. And that phase actually started in 2010. There are a lot of things, a lot of reports, a lot of committees which came up. But real focus started to come 2010 and then 2014 onward, which continued to see a large amount of reforms. And that's the time that technology development, indigenous manufacturing, private industry all started to come up. And if you see all this in terms of what was happening in the country, in terms of other norms, till 2002, the defense was in the reserved category, which means the private industry could not even participate. It's only in 2002 we decided to issue licenses where we started to say that, okay, under license you can manufacture.
Okay. So, obviously policy decisions, reforms have a lot to do with all of this, right?
Correct.
So, when you look at, because specifically there is the Industrial Policy Resolution of 1956, reserved defense production for the public sector. In hindsight, if I had to just talk about this one particular, resolution, how did this decision shape your current ecosystem?
So I have a feeling that 1956, they may have a reason for this. This reason certainly didn't exist 2 decades later.
Right.
So whatever transformation has now been brought about is probably 2 decades late. Had we started doing this in, in the 1990s, and the rest of the thing opened, today you would have seen many large OEMs in India. I am sure you would have seen likes of Lockheed Martins and Northrop Grumman's out of Indian companies.
Correct.
The key point is I think we missed the bus for a reasonable amount of time. And one of the reasons for missing that is that we do not look at change. And whatever is not in focus is forgotten.
Yeah.
And this was perhaps the reason that we continue to import.
Yeah. So, I mean, when I look back over the last few decades, especially, let's say 3-4 decades, institutions like HAL, BEL, BDL, they were all established. What role have these organizations had to play in our defense backbone, in building India's defense backbone? How did it start? And how would you place them today, the way things are placed?
So, these structures, maybe in 50s, had logic that government created this structure because of capital requirement, because of intensive technology development. But when you do not have a competitive landscape, then you tend to become little lethargic in your outlook.
Correct.
Take a look what happened. Till the time you didn't have a competition in banking system, there was nobody who was really doing well. Take a look at telecom. When you didn't have a competition, you waited 10 years to get a landline connection.
Yes.
We have all gone through.
Yes.
A car, we had to wait. The day you were born, you would book a car for your child. And then you will get it when he's getting married. From that scenario to today, walking into 100 showrooms is a totally different thing.
Yeah.
Same thing is required, that while it was okay to have these establishments, but if you give a competitive landscape, everyone becomes better.
Yeah.
If you take a look at what has happened to ordnance factories, when they were a government enterprise and what they are today, they have shaped up a bit. The reason is there is a little bit more competition in the market.
Yeah.
So I think competitive landscape was required.
Yeah.
The second thing I think which is paramount for a nation, that if you really want to achieve the goal which you have set out for, and if self-reliance is one goal, if technology development is a goal, can you keep half your team outside? If you were to play a cricket match tomorrow and tell 6 players which are the better ones to sit outside, you can't win a match.
Correct.
Private industry had come of age by 1980s, 90s.
Yeah.
Keeping them outside the defense ecosystem would not make sense.
Yeah.
So to that end, I think we were delayed. And while there was a logic in what they did in 40s, 50s or 60s, that logic did not extend to 1990s and 80s when private industry had started to show their mettle. If they would have been brought up earlier, maybe we would have been much better off.
Yeah. So there have been historical landmarks. For one, the Kargil Review Committee.
Yeah.
These are moments that changed India's defense acquisition and manufacturing mindset.
Yeah.
How did the Kargil Review Committee, for example, just change the way India thinks about artillery?
I think Kargil Review Committee was done by Mr. R. Subramaniam,
yeah,
who's incidentally the father of current External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar.
Yes.
He was known as a thinker and a bit of a hawk as far as defense manufacturing in the country is concerned. You know, there were some people, there are people who always vied for self-reliance in defense, because at the end of the day, technology denials will remain an instrument of foreign policy. Yeah. If you want your nation to be effective and act according to its own interests, then you need to have the technology development and not technology dependence. So when after the Kargil, when this committee came up, they thought that there are large amount of actions which are required. Immediate action was that it was moved from reserve to licensed category. But that was by itself not enough. So this committee was followed by many other committees. Next one came up in 2006, Kelkar. I think Vijay Kelkar committee was one of the landmark committees.
Correct. Yes.
Thereafter it was followed by Dhirendra Singh committee.
Yeah.
And in between we also had committee by General Shekatkar, which came up in 2015.
Yeah.
I think each one of them did their job of bringing about reforms. Initial governments, till about 2010, took up those recommendations which were soft and accepted. Hard recommendations were put on the wayside.
Always, it always happens.
You see the example, OFB.
Yeah.
2006 Kelkar committees asked for restructuring of ordnance factories.
Correct.
It did not happen till 2021, till somebody had all the desire to do. 2021 or little earlier, the current government, when they said nothing doing. We need to make them accountable. Do you know, all this time, ordnance factories used to sell their products cost plus. There was no budget, there was no sale price for them. It was cost of production.
My God.
So whatever is your cost of production, you take it at that. It has no relevance to the market price.
Correct.
So what I am trying to say is that you cannot, and the word has shown, in a protectionist environment, you cannot blossom with technology development.
Yeah. So post Kargil, of course, it opened up to private manufacturers. What were the challenges that you have faced, if I had to ask your case study? What did you face, challenge post that?
So, I'll be honest, because I think not telling the truth will not be right.
Yeah.
Initially, there was doubts about, talk about profit being a bad word, why private industry should come, they will not stand with us in the, time of real crisis, you will not. All that has now been put aside. We are as big a patriot as anybody else, in fact, in many ways, better than many. So those things are put aside. But the biggest challenges came up from the fact that even if you developed something, the comparisons would come in with people who have been doing this for ages. Then we do not have the kind of marketing setups, we do not have the terms.
Give me an example.
Anything. For example, let's say if I developed a gun in 2017, it was not possible for me to immediately come to the market and say to Indian Armed Forces to buy it. They would say, well, there is a competition, fill your gun.
Okay.
So these were the kind of thing. Then, of course, if you go back a little further down, people were not even prepared to accept that we can make an equipment. Leave alone accept it. So these were all the issues. But the biggest, what happens in all this is, there are silos. We work in those silos. Breaking those silos, creating that trust, I think was the biggest work which we required to do. We could have made the products, but we needed to do these also. It will be unfair to say that people or the bureaucracy or the government hasn't done. They have done wonderfully well. But this is a continuous process. Ye dil mange more. You don't want to stop where you are. You need to do much more. And nation needs to do much more. Unfortunately or fortunately for us, Op Sindoor actually reinforced the idea that the Indian products are damn good. So, see a change. Initially, and I don't blame anyone for it. I think if you see somebody and a new kid on the block, you will always face those challenges which are there both on the product, both on your capability, both on your longevity. So, whether you will be there tomorrow to give after-sales support, whether you will be able to give. And last point was the feeling that whether I am picking up technology from somewhere or developing it. If I was to tell somebody this gun which we have made is 100% Indian, all the IP rests with me, there's still some questions which people will ask.
I was hoping that we'll also cover in this question. You're an armed forces veteran and you have a huge role to play in one of the marquee products of the Kalyani Group and the Bharat Forge, which is your artillery gun. I'd like to hear from you the story of that artillery gun and the journey of that artillery gun.
See, there's a gentleman called Baba Kalyani, and you know him well. I would say that his passion and drive is very difficult to match. And it was his passion and drive, and he put his money where his mouth was. And when we started, he started by saying that make an artillery gun. It's close to my heart. I cannot imagine that India, with all its manufacturing competence, cannot make a gun, and we have to depend, since by that time, if you realize the background, till 1986, the last Indian gun which was developed was IFG and LFG by an Indian team, and that was in 70s and 80s. And from 80s to 2010, for close to 30 years, nothing. So he said, why can't we make a gun? And we have all the capital. I said, if you provide the right resources, give the capital, and the thing, we can do it. But it was the passion, and it was, of course, I was also driven by that passion. It's not that. So it was like a challenge being accepted. And the journey is great. I can assure you, the young team had no fear in their mind. The youngsters actually knew nothing about gun. I must tell you something interesting which happened. When I asked my team and assembled, and asked them, are you prepared to make a gun? They all said, yes, we'll work. If you ask next question, what is a gun? They didn't even know that. So we imported one gun platform from Europe as a defunct platform. It was not. For first 6 months, these boys only opened and put it together umpteen number of times to understand what a gun is like, artillery gun. And artillery gun has some few thousand parts. It's not it's a complex equipment with a lot of science and little bit of art. So this is what, for 6 months they were just stripping it open, putting it back, stripping it open. These are high-end MTechs. Most of them done their MTech from IIT Powai. So this was the backbone of 40, 50 young
bunch of
engineers.
kids with you?
Yeah, they were with me. They were totally committed to the project.
How many of them in all?
Today maybe more than 100. To start with, about 40.
Okay. And this was the full-time project?
Of course, nothing else. Full-time project. The aim was to make a gun.
My God.
And all the resources of metallurgy, and we were lucky to get that gun plant.
Correct.
And that gun plant really changed the scenario. But after getting the gun plant, to get a first prototype out in less than 2 years was a great achievement.
Less than 2 years?
Yes. We got the first product out in 2 years' time. You have touched a very emotional subject with me.
There must be a proud moment, because I was saying before this interview began, when I was growing up, one of the key events that shaped my journey as a journalist was the Kargil War. And all of us, grew up watching what happened, and we would watch, and that's why I became a journalist. I mean, it shaped my career. And when I looked at, I remember those guns. And by the way, can I ask you how those guns compared to the ones we saw on TV?
So I think we are a generation ahead. That may have been a good gun in 70s, 80s. We have a modern gun. This has got better range, better automation, better linkages. We are autonomous gun platforms. I can pick up a data or a target from today directly from radar. My gun will lay automatically.
So you're saying sitting here you can you can do it.
So these are all the command and control system guns. Man, we have moved way ahead, man. Wow. This is no longer and anyone who has seen a gun believes that they are the.
Were these guns used recently in operations?
No, because Indian government didn't induct, but some other governments have already used it.
Okay, but Indian government will be the army.
No,
will be
we have an order for 180 guns.
Right.
The delivery should commence this year.
Yeah.
And we are very hopeful. Our production capacity today is perhaps the maximum in the world. Wow. We can produce almost 100 guns per year. 100. And we can even scale it more if required.
Right. Sir, I wanted to ask you, despite all the progress you just mentioned, private defense manufacturing has grown at a slower pace. What are the key bottlenecks? I remember I told you, I was hearing Mr. Baba Kalyani when he gave me this example of the artillery gun, taking this gun to America, testing it there because, Indian rules didn't allow you. So what are the bottlenecks if you look at it?
So if you take a look at bottleneck, there would be a different bottleneck for different segment of the industry.
Yeah.
OEMs or the large integrators like us will have a different bottleneck. Medium will have a different one, and startups will have a different bottleneck. Our bottleneck is that we want a very shorter acquisition cycle. Today the technology is changing very rapidly. And if the acquisition cycles are long, it cannot
technology
be longer
changes.
than you are buying something which is obsolescent or obsolete.
Correct.
So firstly, it is from the technology perspective.
Yeah.
Second is, if I have a shortened acquisition cycle, I can afford to put my capital and try and make infrastructure to produce more and more.
Wow, okay.
Now that recycling of money is not taking place because the cycles are too long.
Yeah.
Government is alive. Everybody knows they are doing it. But, this is not a problem only for India. World over this problem is there. But some nations have found a solution. South Korea has found, Israel has found. I think we need to find. The second issue which comes up is that we see the private industry's contribution in last 5 years have moved from 16% to 23%, which is very small, and mostly driven by exports.
Yeah.
The second part, which would be that you will need a level playing field as far as the nomination is concerned.
Yeah.
Like for example, ammunition was not allowed to be manufactured by a lot of shipping was not allowed in private industry participation. All these things are changing. Impact of this will take much longer time. The third part and the most critical part is NCNC. Now, most of our buying is what is called no cost, no commitment, which means I have to spend my own money. I have to create 1 or 2 prototypes, take them for trials on my own money, and government can decide to buy or not buy after the trials are over.
Correct.
Now, this is ideally suited for a foreign OEM who has got product on the shelf.
Correct.
You can pick up your gun or tank and bring it here. NCNC. For me, if I have to develop, manufacture, produce,
there's a lot of money involved.
Hundreds of crores involved.
Yes, of course. And if you don't like it, then it's...
And if you don't like it, and after 10 years if you tell me, I will have no answers for my shareholders.
My God.
The best part is that the government is fully alive to it.
Right.
They are already looking at it. They are looking at, what they call is either NCFC, which means no cost, full commitment.
Right.
Or full cost,
no commitment.
No commitment.
Right.
So they are looking at people who, if your equipment passes the trials, and if order is not placed, to compensate to you.
Got it.
So we are discussing, hopefully these changes will come. Also defense is a gradual process.
Yeah.
When the projects do not see the light of the day, if you have to spend money, then the easiest way is to park with the DPS shows end of the year. So that is another thing, and I think people are alive to it, they are looking at it, and they are now working towards this, that we can have a system where we can spend the money in right time.
Yeah. Can I talk about exports? I mean, do you think exports is one area where India needs to sort of open up, liberalize? For example, we've seen so many wars. I would just imagine. I would imagine because, we were in the newsroom. I still remember, on the 28th of February, I was in the newsroom. It was a Saturday afternoon when the first explosion took place in Tehran, and I was told that Khomeini, we didn't know it was Khomeini because we were just told the bombing in Tehran close to where Khomeini lives.
Yep.
That's where it started. And of course, we see where we are right now, and there is a full-blown war. And I would just imagine that there is so much need for artillery guns, for drones, for weapons, right? And we even covered it, that America somewhere 3 or 4 weeks into the war ran out of missiles.
Yep.
Right? Exports. Is there a bottleneck there?
So, take a look. Exports has got two advantages. First is that in defense industry, you cannot survive without the exports. And I'll give you a good reason, financial reason for it. Most of the demand for defense products come in a hacksaw manner, which means there will be a high demand at one time and then it will taper down over a period of time.
Yeah.
Now, somebody may place an order for 500 guns and next order may come after 10 years. So what do I do with my infrastructure and machinery? So the key point is exports help to normalize the demand for the manufacturers. So firstly, it is a financial reason. Secondly, it brings the much needed foreign capital. But the biggest advantage, leverage of exports is that defense exports will remain an instrument of foreign policy.
Right.
You will be able to have, a country will be able to position itself much better when he is able to export technology goods to the countries and create that kind of aura around its presence.
What is the rule say now, and how does it?
There is no. The government is supportive of our exports effort.
Okay.
But we have suggested 2-3 methods additionally.
So, for example, let me ask you. Sorry to interrupt you there. Can you, if Israel wanted artillery guns, could you have given those artillery guns in the middle of a war?
As long as India has decided that this war is not to be considered as not in the interest of the nation to support one against the other, yes.
Okay.
Yes, 100%. But like in Ukraine and Russian war, India has decided to remain neutral and not supply to anyone.
Correct. Finally, my question is, and that is the, I think, critical question that you mentioned, speaking about development of technology, right? How critical is increased investment in R&D according to you and for innovation in India's defense ambitions?
Extremely critical, because there are two things which will make a country self-reliant. You need a manufacturing ecosystem and you need a technology base. Now, India has done well in some segments, but there are many segments on defense technologies where we are yet not there. We may talk about seeker technologies, about and directed energy weapons, about aero engines, about high level. So there are many areas which we need to develop.
Yeah.
So we need investments to come through. In fact, if you recall, 2 years ago, Finance Minister announced a fund of 1 lakh crores, which was Deep Tech Fund.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
But it's not yet been operationalized.
My God.
So we need the operationalization of this Deep Tech Fund, and we need this kind of fund to come to startups, to private industry, because transformative technologies, what we call the breakthrough technologies, will only come through startups.
Yeah, absolutely. When I was recently talking to, this is completely off the topic, but I'll just end by saying this. I was speaking to the designer of the LCA Tejas. As a very old gentleman. And he was telling me about how when they were designing...
Yeah. I know him very well.
I'm sure. I'm sure. And he was talking about how when they were designing the LCA Tejas, so many ministers back then would come to him and say, why are you wasting time?
I know.
There's no point. I think we've moved from there.
We have moved from
there. But we've had a setback perhaps of 2 or 3 decades, I would say. My final question is, if you were to define sort of the next phase of Indian defense industry in one sentence, how would that be? What would that be?
I will take two sentences to define.
Okay.
So, I would say making in India for the word is the line.
Yeah.
And the way to that is unshackle innovation and break silos. We need to work as a nation, whole of nation approach. Whenever we have done that, we have achieved success which is far excess of the money spent. Take a look at ISRO's achievements. Take a look at our nuclear energy's achievements. Because it was whole of nation approach. It was not under any, setup of controls. It was allowed for good Indians to work together.
Yeah.
We need that kind of approach. And then we can actually become factory to the world. Making in India for the world.
Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic talking to you, Mr. Bhatia.
My pleasure.
And I'm sure that the journey of Bharat Forge and the Kalyani Group is just starting, I would say.
Hopefully.
Very excited for your products and personally for what you have done to contribute to that artillery gun. I look forward to seeing it in action sometime.
Of course.
Hopefully not in our borders.
Anytime you want to come, I will organize next firing. You want to come in, I can organize that for you. We do regular firings.
Okay. I don't know how much I can move out because I'm more a desk guy.
So that's
but
your...
I will take you up on that. I'll take you up on that.
Of course.
Yeah.
जिसने भी लिया मानता है नया बिरला ओपस पेंट्स आपकी दीवारों को 99 से भी ज्यादा दागों से बचाए, इसीलिए तो है नए जमाने का नया पेंट।
इस चार दीवारी से, सवालों से, रूटीन से लेते हैं ब्रेक। जीना 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 जीना
वो जीना भी क्या जीना जो एक्सट्रीम ना हो।
हीरो एक्सट्रीम, लिव एक्सट्रीम।
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
No escape for cyber criminals in Uttar Pradesh. Thanks to Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's strict measures, UP has emerged as India's leading model for cyber security. Strengthening safety, dedicated cyber police stations are now fully operational across all 75 districts of the state.
आज उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर हम लोगों ने सभी 75 जनपदों में साइबर थाने की भी स्थापना की है। सभी 1587 थानों में एक साइबर हेल्प डेस्क भी दिया है।
Creating India's largest anti-fraud network, UP Police has frozen and
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिप MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get
on Abhishek Banerjee in Kolkata. Get you more, but first the headlines. Anger against TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee in Kolkata. Sonarpur eggs thrown on Abhishek Banerjee. People chant "Chor Chor" slogans. The major terror plot foiled in Delhi. A big module busted. allegedly vital connections across Mumbai and Delhi being on target. It's an ISI underworld terror module. Excise team conducts raids in Pune in connection with toxic liquor deaths that killed around 15 people. 17-year-old Surya Chauhan stabbed to death over argument in Ghaziabad on Eid ul-Adha. Killers on the run. Top Congress leaders arrested for the murder of a lawyer in Hyderabad. Congress leaders face 15 lakh subari for the killing. Army chief warns Pakistan, says Operation Sindoor continues and India is preparing for Sindoor 2.0. All right, we start with the big statement at the Shangri-La dialogue by the Defence Secretary of India, Rajesh Kumar, over the BrahMos defence deal with Vietnam. He has revealed for the first time publicly that it has been signed, and the final stages are also of the deal on with Indonesia. So it's a big boost for India's missile program, and more importantly, how India is diversifying its partnerships, defense partnerships, and being a manufacturer in defense. That is the big update. We have India, Vietnam advancing negotiations, and now the deal has been signed. Let's go across to the statement by the Defense Secretary.
You asked a very specific question about the BrahMos missile and potential buyers in this region. As was mentioned, Philippines was the first buyer. So, I mean, you asked that question in the context of the concept of trusted interdependence. So, obviously, any country will sell its more advanced weapons and platforms to countries which are friendly foreign countries. Obviously, you wouldn't sell it to an adversary or someone who can give it to an adversary. My understanding is that with both Indonesia and with Vietnam, the deal is in the final stages. That in fact, for Vietnam, I understand that it has already been signed. Probably not publicly announced, but it's already been signed. So yes, obviously you are in the category of friendly foreign countries with whom we would be happy to share this kind of advanced technology. And more broadly, in terms of whether you share technology, obviously you share technology with people you trust, and obviously you work out that the list of countries with whom you share these technologies in association with your foreign policy or with your foreign ministry rather. So, but I mean, I would imagine that that answers your question, that India has a strong commitment to the ASEAN nations, and we treat all of you as friendly foreign countries with whom we can share advanced defense technologies.
Going across to live visuals coming in from Kolkata, Sonarpur, where Abhishek Banerjee was out and chased away by the people. And live visuals coming in right now. These are unprecedented scenes from the streets of West Bengal. The people of Bengal unleashing their ire, their anger now is very much visible. As you can see, Bhaipo, who is the nephew of former Chief Minister former Chief Minister of Bengal and TMC Chief Mamata Banerjee, the TMC General Secretary, the TMC Lok Sabha MP, is chased away. His shirt is ripped off and eggs are thrown at him. You can see these are fresh visuals that have come in. We'll also play out what happened earlier, but these are fresh visuals. Left side of your screens, you can see Abhishek Banerjee being attacked, and he gets a reality check while he's out there on the streets as he goes to meet the victims of post-poll violence. And now you have the live shots coming in from Sonarpur. He is now surrounded by security personnel. As you can see, the police also escorting him out. But these were dramatic scenes earlier. What we saw, that was unimaginable during the term of TMC, during the TMC rule in West Bengal. And Abhishek Banerjee, in his statement to the media, blames the BJP, saying that it was orchestrated and there was no deployment. But now you see that there is heavy police deployment after the incident and Abhishek Banerjee was attacked with, he had eggs thrown at him. He also was wearing a headgear so as to protect himself. There's fresh visuals as heavy police deployment is seen. Abhishek Banerjee being taken out there from the street. He is escorted by the state police in West Bengal. And this is a big update that we have on Saturday evening. Abhishek Banerjee facing the anger of the people of West Bengal as the Trinamool Congress rule ends in West Bengal. And when he comes onto the streets, well, he has been occupying the streets. We've seen how roads have been often blocked outside his house for his movement. In Shonarpur, when he goes to meet the locals, he is chased away. He is his shirt is torn, almost ripped off, and he is chased away. He is gheraud. He is surrounded by the people, and his personal assistants, his personal security, also unable to handle the situation. This is the big update we have right now coming in from West Bengal. We also have more inputs coming in from the ground. We'll try and connect with the reporter, a voice from the ground. But these are unprecedented scenes from Bengal viewers. We have seen Abhishek Banerjee issuing threats. His goons also issuing threats to the media, to voters. We know what happened in Falta. We've seen what's been happening all throughout the poll campaigning. We've seen him issuing threats to the Home Minister, issuing threats to India, even challenging India. And you see the people of India, the people of Bengal are angry, and that anger was built up, and you can see that on the screens. We showed you live. Republic TV brought you that story live. Other channels woke up much later, hesitant to show maybe, but Republic TV, Republic Bangla got you those visuals first. And right now, we show you visuals on the right side. Those are live from Shonarpur of Kolkata. And a while ago, we had Abhishek Banerjee, who was surrounded by the people of Kolkata. And in fact, Abhishek Banerjee has alleged that it's an attempt to kill him. He has made several allegations against the authorities as well. And now we see that there is a heavy police deployment all around along the route he's traveling to. And we'll try and get more updates. Trouble has been brewing for Abhishek Banerjee. He has been summoned by the CID also in forged signature probe as well. He is the TMC General Secretary, and Party Supremo Mamata Banerjee is their few. He's often talked about, harped on this Diamond Harbour model. And today when he goes out on the streets in Kolkata, he is gheraud, he's targeted, he is thrown eggs at. Let's listen in what he said.
सर आपको अटैक किया गया सर who are these hooligans?
All BJP sponsored. अब देखिए क्या हाल किया गया। यह है इनका लोकतंत्र का नमूना। 1 महीना हुआ नहीं।
भाई, please.
Sir, you are on the way to meet the post-poll victims. अब देखिए, पुलिस कहीं नहीं है। पुलिस को बार-बार बोलने के बावजूद भी
Hey!
को अटैक किया गया सर हु आर दीस हूलिगन्स ऑल बीजेपी स्पॉन्सर्ड अब देखिए क्या हाल किया गया ये है इनका लोकतंत्र का नमूना 1 महीना हुआ नहीं
प्लीज
सर यू आर ऑन द वे टू मीट द पोस्टपोन विक्टिम्स अब देखिए पुलिस कहीं नहीं है पुलिस को बार-बार बोलने के बावजूद भी
We have Shishir Bajoria of the BJP West Bengal spokesperson. Shishir Bajoria, thank you so much for joining us on Public TV. Sir, your first reaction to what's happened in Shonarpur?
First of all, as BJP, we do not support any violence on anybody. But having said that, one has to see what this person, Abhishek Banerjee, did. Before the election results, he had given an open threat. Come 4th of May, none of you will be able to be here. His aunt, our then Chief Minister, had said from a public platform that if I lose and those people I protect and keep you all safe, if they get less than 1 minute, you will all be finished. These are, people react to this. Today what you have seen, I do not see anyone in an organized manner. The people there they were fed up with him. This guy has been taunting people. They have sent white saris to all the Hindu families. That means what? Your husband will be killed, you will be a widow. So he's paying the price for this. Once again, I would say, we as a party, we do not support this. But how do you stop the Janta's outburst? And this, what he has just said, which I've heard on your channel just now, that there was no police. My dear friend, if you were not surrounded by police, one doesn't know what would have happened to you. The helmet you're wearing is whose helmet?
Yes. So, because he's clearly said that it is the job of the ruling government, that is of the BJP government in West Bengal, and that there has been no police deployment. But we do get now the visuals of police escorting him out.
See, on this, the responsibility of the ruling government, has he forgotten 2021? He was still called the Crown Prince. When in a span of 45 days, 53 of our Karyakartas were murdered. From the 4th of May till today, has there been any such incidents? But that time, where was Mr. Abhishek Banerjee? Did we hear a word? Our hundreds of Karyakartas were homeless. Women were raped just because they were supporting BJP. What happened then? Where was the Prashasan then that he's talking about? And by the way, if you go back and see his track record, whenever in his own government, whenever he would travel, a security detail of 2,000 policemen would travel with him. That means they knew that if he doesn't have this kind of a police protection, even in his own government, he would have been beaten up.
Yeah. The point taken about when you say that BJP, if it's not condoning the violence and it's not condoning any kind of attack, but sir, what do you have to say about the reaction of the people? Because as you mentioned about what's been happening with the people of Bengal under the TMC rule, we've been seeing Abhishek Banerjee himself has been issuing threats, his own men, what they have done in Falta. We have got those visuals live and those threats that have been issued by the likes of Jahangir Khan and his aides also, sir. That all has been in public view. It's all on record what has been happening under the TMC rule. And
the problem...
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sir, please go ahead.
See, the problem with this person, he has never seen what opposition is. He is born with a silver spoon in his mouth. So he possibly is not yet digested that, my dear friend, you have lost. The kind of statements he has made even after losing. You see, his problem is he does not know democracy. That there is he does not know how to play the opposition. And today, even today, the kind of, if you see his body language, he still thinks he is the Crown Prince. My dear sir, you've lost your Rajpat. You're nobody now. Please hit the ground, smell the coffee. But this is the problem with him. And people have, can you imagine sending white sarees to people's homes? That means we will kill your husband, you will be a widow. He has done it. He is the person who did it.
Okay,
this
sir.
will happen.
Right, sir. All right, Mr. Bajoria, many thanks for joining us on Republic TV with your fast reaction on that big story we are tracking from on Republic TV. Republic Bangla getting you those exclusive shots. Now you can see that his car is leaving from Sonarpur as media personnel try to get a reaction from him, but he leaves from Sonarpur after that unexpected welcome, the unexpected reception that he got. And I think Republic Bangla cameras also there on ground zero to get a reaction. And you had the BJP saying that there's no truth to the police, that the claims on security, and also questioning that the headgear that he's wearing, he should answer that who has given him that headgear, perhaps insinuating that it's the security personnel who handed him that headgear for protection. And we are seeing these live shots coming in from Sonarpur just after Abhishek Banerjee was attacked. Abhishek Banerjee was carried out and he faced eggs being thrown at him. He had the slogans of Chor Chor. Same Abhishek Banerjee, the people of Bengal have heard, issuing threats to the people, threats to the minorities, his men, issuing threats to the Hindu voters in Falta, being intimidated, threatened, death threats, rape threats. Republic Bangla chasing that car, that vehicle, showing you live visuals. Republic Bangla crew showing you live visuals, minute by minute developments from Sonarpur of Kolkata. A reality check for Abhishek Banerjee, who claims that this is a conspiracy, that it was planned. But we see that how the locals, while he was even trying to speak to the media, he was dragged away. We have reactions coming in. Let's go across to them.
बंगाल की जनता के मन में बहुत ज़्यादा आक्रोश है, क्योंकि वो जब पावर में थे, जिस लहजे से जनता के साथ, आम आदमियों के साथ बात करते थे, जिस तरीके से उन्होंने बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ, आम जनता के साथ, बीजेपी के सांसद, मेरे ऊपर जिस तरीके से और बहुत सारे हमारे नेताओं के ऊपर जिस तरीके की अटैक्स हुए हैं उनके समय, उनके इलाके में, वो फौल्ता में हो, डायमंड हार्बर में हो, या डायमंड हार्बर के अंदर बौजबौज आता है, आप जानते हैं बौजबौज में मैं गया था, 1,500 कार्यकर्ता उनके मुझे मारने के लिए आए थे वहाँ पे। मेरे गाड़ी पे हमला हुआ था, कैनिंग जाते वक्त हुआ था, कैलाश विजयवर्गीय।
All right, viewers, we are getting you live visuals coming in, Republic Bangla, getting you the live visuals on your screens as Bhaipo, who is the General Secretary of Trinamool Congress and the nephew of the TMC Supremo, faces the ire of the people of West Bengal, now leaves from Sonarpur in his vehicle. And in fact, Republic TV's reporter is on ground zero getting you those first images of what happened today when this afternoon he was in Sonarpur. People of Sonarpur seeing through the designs of the Trinamool Congress. They're not in power anymore, and their anger that has been on the brink is now unleashed, says the BJP. And we are showing you those visuals of how Abhishek Banerjee was get out and he's dragged away. He's pushing and pulling that's going on, and he's wearing a headgear. You can see that egg that smashed the helmet, and different angles showing one common thing: the anger of the people. These are scenes from Sonarpur today. We are also going to get you some word from our reporter on ground. Let's see what are we getting right now. If we have more reactions coming in on that. But we just heard Union Minister and BJP's BJP leader from Bengal also reacting to what's happening on ground, saying that it was the ire of the people that had built up over the years. The common man has been outraged. He's been in anger. It's now unleashed on the streets. These are unprecedented scenes. TMC leader would have thought of. Hyper would never have thought of facing this ever. All throughout the TMC rule, the back-to-back rule, and not even a month, hardly, that TMC lost the elections and BJP came to power for the first time. We are seeing that Abhishek Banerjee gets this reaction from the people on ground, the villagers, the locals in Kolkata's Sonarpur. He is already facing the legal heat on the fourth signature probe. He has been summoned by the CID on the 1st of June as well. And now, after losing the elections, the TMC losing the elections, Abhishek Banerjee facing the legal heat and now also on the streets. Feeling the heat quite a lot.
One who is a Hindu or from a
Welcome to our Education Roundtable, Future of Learning, Episode 2. I am Rakshita Mishra for you, moderating this roundtable with an esteemed panel of guests. And today in this episode, we're going to talk about India's education system, Indian universities. India has had history of formal learning that has contributed to national identity. I'm talking about the days of Nalanda, the days of Takshila, the universities that are part of our heritage. And we will discuss about the modern campuses. What's really the pressure on the universities today? Why the students of the country continue to look for education opportunities abroad? And does the National Education Policy, the NEP, truly transform the education system? What are the requirements? What are the challenges? Why are only few Indian universities the best in the world? We will be discussing all that with our guests joining us here for this roundtable. I have with me Dr. William Selvamurthy. He is a Padma Shri awardee, former Chief Controller of Life Sciences at the DRDO. And his work spans research, innovation, science policy. He's also the president of Amity Science, Technology and Innovation, Chancellor at Amity University, Chhattisgarh. Thank you so much for joining us. We have also Professor Nandini Datta with me, representing academia and policy. She is a professor in Miranda House, and her work spans economics, public policy and education systems. And I have with me Professor Soumya Sindhwani, joining us from University Leadership. And she is a Professor Soumya Sindhwani, Provost at Galgotias University, academic leader focused on research and institutional growth. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us here. This is our Education Roundtable, Future of Learning, Episode 2, co-powered by Galgotias University. And the first discussion I think we should start is with the history, sir. From Nalanda to now, to present day, what has really changed, sir? Of course, there have been decades of evolution in every field, especially after independence. But you particularly have spent decades working on research systems, the ecosystems. And today, there's a lot of talk about India still lacks the research culture. And we've been more degree-focused. Do you agree with that? We've been more degree-focused than, discovery-driven. And what needs to change in that regard?
Thank you, Rakshita, for having me in this discussion roundtable. Thanks to Republic. It's a very important topic which you are deliberating. We are all deliberating today, looking at the world. So now, with the invasions which have come in, including the British colonial rule, where they destroyed our educational system. Otherwise, Many people from other countries used to come and seek knowledge from our universities and educational institutions and gurus. So this is India. So we still have that in our genes, sanskars, and also in our culture. And that is why, with the minimal input of 0.6% or 0.7% GDP input into science and technology, we are able to reach such a big height, 3rd in the publication and 6th in the patents. And Global Innovation Index, we have jumped from 81 to 38 position. So why I want to say is, the Indians have that intellect. We can do it. What we are discussing today, making our Indian universities as top universities globally, is possible. And I would also like to say that, if you look at Indian universities, how do you assess the university? In 3 parameters. One is the deliverable coming out is the students who are passing out, how they are doing. When I look at it, our students are there in other countries making them rich. That is one parameter. The second parameter is universities should also churn out new knowledge, should generate new knowledge. In the knowledge economy, knowledge era, universities should not be only teaching institution, but they should promote creativity, innovation, problem-solving ability. This is what is the focus which now we need to give our universities, because most of the colleges, universities are primarily focusing on teaching. But now universities should become cradle of innovation. So when you are looking at the discussion, I would put up certain views that how can we bring this transformation of universities becoming cradle of innovation, which is happening now in many of the universities. And then the next part will be how do you connect with the society? What impact the university has made? What services we are giving? So 3 deliverables which come out from a university is the students, research outcome, and the services and impact you have made on the society through your outreach. So in all this, transformation is happening. And the National Education Policy 2020, which this government of India has brought out, is a game changer, because it gives all opportunities, the flexibilities which did not exist earlier. An engineering student cannot even look at other subjects, like an arts or a fashion technology or a mass communication. But today, the flexible choice-based credit system gives all the opportunity to excel. Whatever talents you have, the Kundalini Shakti a student has, can be expressed.
That's a very important point you picked up as far as the ranking is concerned. And I wanted to bring this across to Professor Sindwani. What, in your understanding, because I think Dr. Selvam covered all the parameters, but in your understanding, what really is a world-class university, and what is really a world-class university? Is it about the rankings, placements, as Sir told about, doctors about the placements or the research value or the innovation or the outcomes, the impact, as Sir said? In your understanding, what really forms a world-class university?
So firstly, I would just like to establish that rankings are a laggard effect. A university is not built to aspire to be in the ranking. Ranking just happens to be there. And it's great to be part of those rankings and be able to establish. We are also QS ranked. I mean, when I say we, Galgotias is also QS ranked. And it wasn't made for that. It was made to create impact. And that impact, as he rightly said, is coming from how you place kids. What is the thought leadership that's coming out of the university? What is the industry partnership that's coming out? And I don't think an institution worth its salt in today's day and age can exist without building an ecosystem. And that ecosystem has to come from partnership with the industry. And because the industry looks for not the degree, as you rightly said, yes, at some point we did become degree obsessed. But industry is saying, I don't need your paper. I need the skills that your kid has. And those skills can only happen when part of the education is what's happening in the classroom is supplemented and complemented with what the industry is doing. Which, in our case, we're doing a lot of it. We've labs with NVIDIA, Apple, Cisco, and a whole lot. And those are the ones which kind of are making real impact. When kids are able to, because of that education and exposure, are able to kind of stand on global forums, put forward an app that they've created, and defend a startup venture that they've been able to win, get funding for it. That is what real impact is, and that's how universities need to be rewarded. Also, as far as if we go back to an organization or an institutional life cycle, a lot of our kids have aspired to go to the West. Having said that, private universities in India are as recent as 20-25 years old phenomena. We are attracting a lot of international students as well. We do get a lot of kids from Bangladesh, a lot of kids from Nepal, a lot of kids from Africa. And that is where we are kind of building that ecosystem, because as India, we are more affordable for those catchment areas as against going to the US or going to the UK or going to the Western countries. And that's also something that we need to work on. What is the beauty of a world-class university, in my definition, is largely that are we able to solve the problems for today and prepare a mindset of students which is ready to solve problems for tomorrow. And that a university can't do it in the classroom. It has to happen in partnership with industry, and a lot of that is needed. So rankings will come. They will come. And currently, when we look at the ranked ones, they're older universities who've been in existence for much longer than a lot of us.
Professor Datta, we've seen that even in Delhi University, I'm from Delhi University, we've seen that a lot of focus on examination has always been there, like in other universities also. You feel that there should be a change in this culture, giving a lot of focus as far as, memorization or, getting the answer right is concerned. You think that there needs to be more of a push for critical thinking, for, building curiosity and, actually seeing how the curiosity actually, creates an impact, what it brings out from a student. You think there's a lack in that system, and, what can be done in that regard?
Well, greetings from Miranda House. And I represent a university that is completely public funded. So we have a much greater responsibility. When we are talking about world-class QS ranking, what is it that makes a university a university? As Jacques Derrida would say, that the word universe is subsumed within the concept of the university. Addressing to your very specific question that has Delhi University remained to be a kind of a place for rote learning? And not really. I have to say that a process of evolution of any university and what we learn from a past experience, and as Oscar Wilde would say, that experience is also the name we give to our past mistakes. So we are trying to provide a holistic education in terms of creating a research-oriented 4-year undergraduate learning. We have entrepreneurship, innovation, startup lessons. There are incentives in terms of internship and other things. We are giving proper credits. And now we are into a situation where Delhi University has focused on a semester abroad program, dual degree, academic twining with other universities. Most colleges and university departments are drawing up fantastic MOUs with some of the top-ranking universities in the world, be it from UK, US, Australia, including in the sciences and liberal arts. So what I want to focus is the question that you cannot bring exclusive education. You have to bring education that is accessible to a large variety, but that has to be good quality education. Only then will it make sense. Particularly when we are addressing issues of women's education, I think public funded institutions have a very great role to play, because in a setup which remains to be patriarchal, when it is the choice of educating the girl child or the male child, You need exclusive spaces of investment specifically driven at that 50%. And that 50% is not your urban elite group alone. We are constantly drawing students who are first generation learners from remote villages of India, and they are excellent contributors to the total work life and cultural life of the college. So they are contributing in a way which is unparalleled, unprecedented. And in that, I think the focus of public education remains quite clear, and we know that our jobs are cut out, and we need to perform, and we need to provide that atmosphere. However, I would say that we continue to insist that the government raise its GDP share that it spends on education and health, because those are the areas which will actually translate the tomorrow of this country.
Right, ma'am. So, Dr. Sabamurthy, you feel that, there has been a lot of talk about the merits and credibility of our education system. A case in point right now is the NEET paper leak that's been talked about and much wider debated that actually, gets covered globally also. These things make headlines, unfortunately, and sparks national outrage. And somewhere, it affects the public confidence also in our system. Given how India is the largest youth population in the world, and education becomes very, very important. Right. When these, incidents happen, these leaks get reported time and again. You feel that there are wider institutional loopholes in the systems, and how damaging such failures could be, in the long term for India's knowledge system and education system?
Because, if we can hold democratic elections in such a vast country without any disturbance and with integrity, if we are able to hold this kind of examination, when you compare to the analogy to those situations, is not that much. So we can build that security issues. What I think government should now step in, whenever this type of competitive examination happens, there must be that kind of security to those which the question paper setting, and it is stored properly, and it is released at the right time. So this thing is possible to be corrected, but I think government will do it quickly, because these are certain things which happens in a democratic system. Yes. But then we should ensure that
when we used to set our exam papers almost say 15 years back or 20 years back, we had to write down the question paper. We had to copy the question paper with carbon papers. Yeah. And the carbon papers and all rough papers had to be put in an evaluation packet and sent back. Now we are doing it so if I am typing my question paper on my computer, I am responsible for its confidentiality and secrecy.
Right, ma'am.
If I could just build on
that.
Yes,
sure.
Unfortunately, we don't encourage questioning. The education system per se doesn't encourage questioning, doesn't encourage critical thinking. Until the time we go back to the drawing board and make that fundamental, quality research is not going to come out.
So that's why I want to put the question to you, Professor Sanwani. What about the NEP, the impact of the national education policy? Has there been any change from the university leadership perspective as well, in the thinking, in the direction?
So it's a very positive move. NEP in itself is a positive move, but the implementation is what's still happening. It is about acknowledging that one can pivot careers which is never thought of. If you're taken on a stream, it was typecasted that you have to do just that. The fact that we're open to question that you can do biology and psychology together, you can do computer science and music together, that in itself is a positive move. Now comes the question, will we be able to reverse engineer and change our own mindsets to that? A lot of universities are able to do it. We ourselves are doing it, which is with the objective of putting the student in the center of everything. Student-centered learning. And the moment you start making career paths which are student-centric, naturally NEP will fall in place. Unfortunately, we would earlier take a kid, plant them in a system, and then say you just follow through. Right. That now has to change, and that is changing. So it's a positive move. 2030 onwards is when we'll really, really see it in action, and I think universities are thinking of implementing it in a very big way.
Let me add on to this.
Sure,
NEP.
sir.
See, NEP, why I say it's a game changer, if it's implemented in letter and spirit, it can bring the transformation of India becoming a knowledge hub.
Yeah.
This is what we are discussing today. How do we make world-class universities where people will come to India to seek knowledge? This is aimed at that. The primary aim is to make Indian universities and a higher educational institution as a hub of knowledge. People will come and partner with us. Now, a few countries are sending. We want more people to come. So this is the purpose. And also holistic development of the individual. So that is where, depending on the aptitude, interest, passion, junoon, that a person can take n number of choice-based credit system. The other flexibility which has been built is collaborations. Now we have dual degrees, joint degrees, campus and campus. There is foreign university, whether it's Stanford or Harvard, Oxford, they can come and establish a campus here or in our own campus. So we are already started doing this. So this kind of collaboration will bring the synergy and also learn best practices of those universities, which is now highly ranked. So what do we learn from them? The other part is research is irrespective of the discipline, whether it's STEM or in non-STEM domains, research is mandatory because people have to think, create, innovate, which will come through research. Earlier, it used to be only teaching institutions. Most of them were focusing on teaching.
Right. So we've talked about the multiple reforms, also talking about the credibility of the education system also and the scientific temperament or research base. But the system continues somewhere to be under pressure is what we understand. And we have discussed about the examinations, rote learning, the competition and the coaching culture as well. And there have been, of course, a discussion on the controversies like NEET leak and the fairness and questioning of the system, the trust in the system that is being shaken. But if we talk about learning, again, how the relationship with the student is important as far as the teachers are concerned. But I want to understand from you, Professor Sindwani, that you feel that there has to be focus on other skills like presenting themselves or communicating their own talent, like Sir mentioned about soft skills as well.
Absolutely. So a student is at the end of their package. There is what is visible, which comes from communication skills, which is their presentation skills, which is the appearance and all that. But their gravitas is equally important, and that gravitas is what they've learned in the classroom and through exposure and through learning experiences and through industry interaction. So it's a whole package and one needs to work on that. Also, building on the point earlier, what is very, very important is that we need to pivot to student-centric learning. For the longest time, our education system has been very, very faculty-centric. We now need to move towards student-centric because the student that's coming into the classroom is not the same student who used to come into the classroom 15 years ago, 10 years ago. They come in with ChatGPT by their side. Yes. When they're coming with that, then one needs to pivot accordingly. And hence our pedagogy needs to change, our ability to interact with them, what we expose them to, the kind of assignments we give them, everything has to change. And that is where NEP is kind of supporting the whole idea, and that's where the pivot is going to happen. And that is where world-class universities will be established.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo moto? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try?
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching This is Exclusive with me, Rakshita Mishra. And over the next 25 minutes, we're going to get you the top story that we're getting exclusive inputs on. First up is Republic TV showing you the first visuals coming in from Shonarpur in Kolkata today as Abhishek Banerjee faces the reality. Bhaipo gets the reality check. He faces the ire of the people of West Bengal. We get you more reactions on that. And also, we get you a ground report from Bengal. Not just that, we bring you the big Terra module, the ISI underworld-linked module that has been busted at 7 p.m. on This Is Exclusive. Time for the headlines. Massive public fury against TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee in Shonarpur of Kolkata. Major terror plot foiled in Delhi. Network allegedly had vital locations across Mumbai and Delhi was on target. ISI underworld-linked module. Excise team conducts raids in Pune in connection with toxic liquor deaths that killed. All right. Let's start with the top story from Bengal viewers. Shonarpur in Kolkata saw witness scenes that would not have been imagined ever before. Trinamool Congress MP Abhishek Banerjee, also known as Bhaipo, nephew of former West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, TMC Supremo, went to meet some party workers affected by post-poll violence. But what he faced was something that was completely unexpected for him, for the TMC. This happened in South 24 Parganas, Shonarpur, where Trinamool workers what we learned, there were some violence after the polling. But the visuals that came in, we saw Abhishek Banerjee being carried out and eggs were thrown at him. There were eggs, allegedly stones also thrown at him. His shirt ripped away. And the crowds confronted him with chants of chor chor, thief, calling him thief openly. In broad daylight, he was chased away. He faced Bengal's wrath. He faced the eggs being thrown at him, and he alleged that this is a job of the state administration. While we saw later on, there was the police that was escorting him out from Shonarpur. See those visuals, viewers. It was Republic TV reporting this story first. Let's take a look at this report to tell you, to get a sense of what really happened this afternoon.
beaten in the streets, dragged by his shirt, eggs thrown at him. TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee faced people's anger on the streets of Kolkata. Chor Chor slogans were raised against Abhishek on the streets of Kolkata. Eggs were thrown at him, his shirt was ripped off, even while he was surrounded by his security. Abhishek Banerjee calls this attack BJP sponsored.
Sir, who are these hooligans? All BJP sponsored. अब देखिए क्या हाल किया गया है. ये है इनका लोकतंत्र का नमूना. एक महीना हुआ नहीं.
भाई तुम लोग तो प्लीज.
Sir, you are on the way to meet the post-poll victims. अब देखिए पुलिस कहीं नहीं है. पुलिस को बार-बार बोलने के बावजूद भी
The violence broke out when he was visiting post-poll violence victims in Bengal's Sonarpur. Abhishek was eventually escorted away from the scene while wearing a helmet. It is important to remember that this is the same Bhaipo who unleashed threats against Home Minister Amit Shah.
7 তারিখে তৃণমূল আরামবাগ জিতুক বা হারুক, আমরা গতবারও আরামবাগ হেরেছিলাম, গোঘাট হেরেছিলাম, খানাকুল হেরেছিলাম, পুরসুরা হেরেছিলাম, কিন্তু উদারতা পার পেয়ে গেছিলে। এবার আমি নিজে দায়িত্বে থাকব। 4 তারিখ 12টার পরে কোন জল্লাদের কত ক্ষমতা আর কার দিল্লির বাবা কাকে বাঁচাতে আসে আমি 4 তারিখ দেখব।
This same leader turned a blind eye towards Sandesh Khali and the pre-poll violence in Falta, by his close aide Jahangir Khan now demands justice and calls for democracy in the state.
They want to kill me. They want to kill me. এরা আমাদের প্রাণে মারতে চায়, মেরে দিক।
The attack on Banerjee happened on a day when he was issued a notice by the West Bengal CID to appear before it in connection with the alleged use of forced signatures. After years of TMC's atrocities in West Bengal, the people of Kolkata have now had enough.
All right, we have BJP leader Priyanka Tibrewal joining us on the broadcast. And this is exclusive, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. Good evening to you. And these are unprecedented scenes, and one would not have thought, at least the TMC would have thought, that they would have to face the ire of the people, not just in the ballot boxes, but also on the streets. What's your first reaction? Because we have Bhaipo, that is Abhishek Banerjee, saying that it's a plot to kill him. And even Mamata Banerjee has just tweeted that rulers have become killers.
See, it's unfortunate that this kind of scene like we are witnessing today, but then again, I would like to say that, we do not have any kind of, promotion towards these kind of heinous activities which took place today. But again, I would like to remind that what were the statements of Mr. Abhishek Banerjee? This is the same Abhishek Banerjee who during elections said that whatever be the outcome of the election, we win or lose in these places, call your father from Delhi or who will come to save whom, I will personally ensure that, I will personally see that. Not just that, he stood on a car and he said that, I will get inside the house, ghar mein ghus ke marunga after the results. Now, whatever you are witnessing today, he might blame BJP for everything, but this is nowhere BJP is involved in these kind of activities. We have already made them lose in the elections by getting people's mandate. This is the anger of common people which is coming out on the roads and on the streets. This particular place, Sonarpur, where this incident took place, do you know that during 2021, after the post-elections, the kind of violence which took place in this place. More than 80 houses were burnt to ashes. More than 800 people were made to flee from this particular area. They were not allowed to stay in their houses. I personally fought that battle in the High Court. So that is exactly what has happened now, that today when they have found Abhishek Banerjee on the streets, they have taken out their anger, which again I say that I do not support. We condemn these kind of activities, and law should take its own course and people should not take law in their own hands.
Right, because there are questions being raised by, Abhishek Banerjee that there was no security deployment on this spot, and that he's insinuating that it's deliberate.
Abhishek Banerjee is forgetting that he is no more the CM's hypo, that wherever he will go, there will be security deployment. Let me again remind that when initially, when the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee was the Chief Minister of Bengal, more than 400, 300 policemen were present on the streets wherever Abhishek Banerjee was going. But here today, if you fear that, you are going to a place where there can be any kind of incident, then you have to give a written notice to the police beforehand that you will be visiting these places. How would the police know that where he is supposed to go?
Okay.
They have said that this is a law and order failure, but this is not a law and order failure.
All right.
Because they had not informed about their program. If there was a prior permission or if there were a prior information, then accordingly things would have been managed that way.
All right. We also have my colleague Kisholai joining us on the broadcast from Kolkata newsroom, Republic Bangla newsroom. Kisholai, what is the latest you're picking up? Because we saw these scenes where Abhishek Banerjee was geared out, and then later on we did see the police also escorting him out, and then he left in his vehicle. What is the latest that you're picking up? What really had happened?
Well, right now the latest update from West Bengal is Abhishek Banerjee, Chor Bhaipo, he has fled from Sonarpur. He was hiding like a rabbit, like a fox inside his party workers' house. But when he came out, again there were Chor Chor slogan against him. The common people of Sonarpur are angry. When he was trying to enter that place, he was egged, he was slapped, he was beaten with chappals, with shoes. Later on, he was hiding inside his party workers' house, inside a TMC party workers' house, like a sly fox, like a rabbit. He's a coward person. He's a thief. That is what the local people are saying. And also, he fled. He came out of that party workers' house and he fled from the scene. If Priyanka Tibrewal is still there, I'd like to ask a question to Priyanka Tibrewal. I would like to ask you, ma'am, that Abhishek Banerjee, Chor Bhaipo, he was challenging the Union of India. He was challenging the Union of India, and right now he's fleeing like a rabbit. He's a coward person, he's a thief, he's fleeing away. What is your reaction to that previous comment and today's situation?
Home Minister stay here after the election results will be declared. I will see whose father will come to save whom. Not just that, I would just also like to remind that still TMC has got 80 seats in this election. Just think about BJP. We just got 77 seats. They have so many MPs. What did we have in 2021? But then also, I stood with each and every worker of our party. I went from each district to the other, trying to save them with this post-poll violence. Where is TMC? Do you know all the more why people have taken out their anger? Because TMC is saying that there is post-poll violence. If there was post-poll violence, what took 27 days to reach to their houses? Why did Abhishek not go there? Because firstly, there was no such violence. Today, he is trying to go to each and every area and, he is provoking people. He's trying to instigate more and more people with the kind of comments he have made in the past, कि DJ बजेगा 4 तारीख के बाद. तो बच गया DJ.
All right. Appreciate you joining us here for your first response on this incident, Mr. Tibrewal, and thanks so much, Kisholai, for getting us the latest from Ground Zero. All right, viewers, let's shift our focus to the other story that we're tracking for you on. This is exclusive. It's a major success by our security forces, viewers. The big update we are getting in is that there is a major terror module that has been busted. We are moving on from the first story on This Is Exclusive, and we now shift our focus to the Delhi Police Special Cell today, claiming to have busted a suspected terror module today. We can go to the visual straight away. Delhi Police Special Cell claimed to have busted a suspected terror module allegedly linked to Pakistan's ISI and the Mumbai underworld. The underworld, of course, that is again orchestrated from Pakistan, arresting 9 suspected operators. We have the first visuals also. They were reportedly planning attacks on critical installations, security personnel, and religious places in the national capital. The arrests were made following an intelligence-based operation during which the suspects were kept under the surveillance for a considerable period, police sources say. In fact, police say that a significant cache of arms, hand grenades, and explosive materials was recovered from the accused during the operation. There you have the visuals of those 9 terror suspects who were allegedly working on behest of handlers linked to Pakistan's ISI and operatives associated with the underworld. And they had Delhi on target. Major sites in Delhi were on target, is what we understand. As per reports, even religious sites in the national capital were on target. One of the suspects is a Nepalese citizen. Special Cell has also launched a detailed probe into the module's funding channels, recruitment patterns, and logistical support networks. Investigators are examining the role of overseas handlers as well, local facilitators, and the source of the recovered weapons and explosives. We can play out the visuals of the weapons that were seized. Efforts are also underway to identify other associates who may have been connected with the alleged conspiracy. We have the exclusive reaction on Republic TV of the officer from the Delhi Special Police, the Special Cell of the Delhi Police.
हमारे साथ स्पेशल सीपी स्पेशल सेल है सर। 8 लोगों को आप लोगों ने अरेस्ट किया। मॉड्यूल किस तरीके से था और दिल्ली को आप लोगों ने एक तरीके से सुरक्षित भी किया। किस तरीके से ये प्लान कर रहे थे, कब से ये प्लानिंग चल रही थी, क्या इनका प्लान था, थोड़ा सा बताइए।
हम लोगों ने 8 व्यक्तियों को गिरफ्तार किया है, जिसमें से पहले 2 व्यक्ति को गिरफ्तार किया गया 17 और 19 तारीख को। उनकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन से ये पता चला कि मुंबई और दिल्ली में कुछ अटैक्स के लिए टीम्स का गठन हो रहा है, जिसमें कुछ हैंडलर्स हैं जो पाक बेस्ड हैं। कुछ सरकारी, कुछ गैर सरकारी जगहों की वीडियोस बनी हैं। साथ ही इन्होंने कुछ जगहों के पिन ड्रॉप्स और जो लोकेशन है वो भी निकाले हैं। तो इसके ऊपर अभी और इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जाएगी।
मेरा एक आखिरी सवाल है सर, ये लड़कों को कैसे टारगेट करते थे? क्या इस पे सोशल मीडिया इन्फ्लुएंस भी बहुत ज़्यादा है, या पुराने हैंडलर्स की मदद से नए लड़कों को पिक करना और उनको प्लान करना ताकि एजेंसीज को की नज़र में ना आए ये मॉड्यूल?
ये इम्पॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है। ये लड़कों को इंस्टा पे तो इन्फ्लुएंस करते ही थे, फिर ये वो देखते थे जिन लड़कों को किसी तरह किसी चीज़ की ज़रूरत होती। जैसे जो लड़के पंजाब के हैं, इनमें से 3 लड़कों में से तीनों लड़के जो हैं ड्रग्स लेते हैं। तो जो लोग ड्रग लेते हैं उनको पैसों की ज़रूरत होती है और छोटे पैसों के लिए भी वो काम करने के लिए तैयार होते हैं। तो ये एक इम्पॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है जो सामने आया है।
My colleague Ishan joins us live on the broadcast for more. Ishan, well, this is a very, very alarming, alarming details that we've just got to know about. And clearly, they have a lot of, Delhi has been on alert. We've seen what happened near the Red Fort just last winter. And what we understand is that Delhi was on target once again, and the ISI and underworld links are out yet again.
Absolutely, this is a very harrowing incident, but it was prevented by the prompt action of Delhi police along with intelligence inputs. This is a network that spans 3 countries. It starts in Pakistan, where remnants of D Company were targeting gangsters in India, and they targeted gangsters from Punjab, Rajasthan, Jaipur and New Delhi as well. These gangsters then came in connect with a deep asset of the ISI, who was based out of Nepal, and he thereafter travelled from Nepal to India to help set up the terror funding infrastructure in India. And they got weapons via drones over the border in Punjab. Now, they had 2 Glock pistols along with multiple hand grenades, and their primary targets were security forces guarding key installations in India. Now, these key offices were not named by the police in the press conference, but they said that these were prominent installations in Delhi and Mumbai. So there were surveillance videos and multiple evidences that were recovered from the arrested terrorists. Now, this terror network used gangsters from India, and all of them were of Indian origin that were involved in the plot to target these installations, create videos, get back to their handlers, and the funding infrastructure was being set by the terrorists who had crossed over the border from Nepal and into India. Now, this showcases the network that ISI is trying to build in India to target multiple cities and multiple locations. If this plot were to be successful, it would have caused mass panic in both cities. But the prompt action of Delhi police ensured that none of them escaped, and the hunt for 2 more terrorists are still on, whereas 8 have been arrested, with 4 handlers, and rest of them were the gangsters that were targeting these key installations. Back to you.
Any information, Ishan, on the installations that were actually on target this time?
Right now, the Delhi police has stated that they will not be revealing these key installations, but they were clear that these were government offices and places where there was large public footfall to ensure that there is mass panic and mass scarcity in the city. Back to you.
All right, Ishan, many thanks for joining us. So with details on that big story that Property TV has been tracking all this long, and now we shift our focus to the breaking news that we're getting in right now. The Karnataka leadership change is happening, and now we have DK Shivakumar taking over as the Congress Legislative Party chief. He has stake claim to form the government, meeting the governor in Karnataka, will be taking over as the next chief minister of Karnataka. And we have Thawarchand Gehlot, the governor of Karnataka, inviting DK Shivakumar to take oath as the chief minister of Karnataka on the 3rd of June. So DK Shivakumar will be taking oath as the new chief minister of Karnataka on the 3rd of June. Pictures coming in from the Lok Bhavan, the Raj Bhavan. You can see Thawarchand Gehlot along with DK Shivakumar. Siddaramaiah also on the other side. The outgoing chief minister, Siddaramaiah, he accompanied DK Shivakumar in this meeting with the governor. Images on your screens right now from the Lok Bhavan, and we've also accessed the governor's letter to invite DKS, that is DK Shivakumar, and governor has invited DK Shivakumar to take oath as the chief minister of Karnataka on the 3rd of June. So the transition in leadership is going to happen formally on the 3rd of June. DK Shivakumar is taking claim to form the government, and we show you the letter. That's the letter Public TV showing you, and that is where he mentions, the governor mentions that I am in receipt of your letter, invite you to take oath as the chief minister of Karnataka along with team members. The oath ceremony will take place at 4:05 p.m. on the 3rd of June 2026 in Lok Bhavan premises. Of course, it will be important to see the composition of the government, what really will be the breakdown, what are the 2 camps getting. But DK Shivakumar, the latest updates is going to take over the chief minister of Karnataka now. All right, viewers, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of This Is Exclusive, but Republic TV continues to get you all the latest updates. We'll be back with the news at 8 p.m. Don't go anywhere.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और मसाला,
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society.
This week on Get Me Right, the Pope weighs in on the morality conundrum of artificial intelligence in his first encyclical that has gone viral. Would the tech bros of Silicon Valley listen to the pontiff? Second, we take a deep dive into the cow slaughter ban debate that surfaced around the Eid festivities, the civilizational ethos that guide the Hindu sentiments on cow, and what the Muslims can do about it. And finally, we deal with the private sector ostrich that corporate India seems to have become when it comes to betting on our economy. Are they going to be the black sheep in black forever with no skin in the game? This weekend, only on Republic TV.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
ये जशन है, जशन का ये जशन है, अरे
Rashmi Ilaichi, Dashan ka Jashan.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma Neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance. What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex.
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. 3 debates, 1 global and 2 domestic this week. The Pope has ventured into the ethics and morality debate on artificial intelligence. A 2 millennia old institution throwing a searchlight on the most futuristic tech was worth a look. Second, we pick a debate back home on how the Muslim clergy has opened a window for dialogue on the Hindu sentiments on cow slaughter and beef ban. While the political arguments rage, what's the civilizational basis for the Hindu sensitivities? Why the cow is not just another animal? That's segment 2. And the final third one concerns our economy. A noted economist waved a red flag in front of the Modi government. He said, while the party is winning elections, it's losing the economy. The finance minister responded to some of the arguments raised. But we ask a question in segment 3 of India's private sector. Why are they AWOL, MIA, or missing in action? Let's get started. The world of artificial intelligence has been giving existential anxieties to us humans for some months now. The speed and scale of disruption that AI has caused presents a never-before dilemma before humanity. From the very basic debate on joblessness to issues of ethics in dealing with possible sentience in some of the AI models has opened a Pandora's box, a moral knot that governments and statesmen, scientists, and those who build AI are grappling with. On Monday, Pope Leo XIV ventured into the domain of tech bros, venture capitalists, and political leaders by speaking his mind on artificial intelligence and its impact on humanity. At 40,000 words plus, Pope Leo's first encyclical, Magnificat Humanitas, gives in one broad sweep the challenges that humanity faces from AI and how to meet them. Incidentally, the Pope's peroration came within days of a scientist with Anthropic AI writing an essay on the intersection of AI and religion. Titled Searching God in the Silicon Valley, the essay by Avital Balvet, a Jew and chief of staff of Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei, posited AI as a product of hedonist, godless nerds in the Silicon Valley who now feel overwhelmed with the power they have unleashed. AI has brought them tantalizingly close to creating something that's omniscient, sentient, and omnipotent. Characteristics that books of religion ascribe to God or gods. Perhaps that's why, from Elon Musk to Sam Altman, from Dario Amodei to Karpathy, all the leading lights at the vanguard of the AI revolution have been voluntarily seeking regulation of some kind. While they suffer from building God complex, the genie uncorked leaves them bewildered too. Would AI be functionally omniscient and omnipotent? Would artificial general intelligence or AGI be godlike? Pope takes to the pulpit on these questions through his Magnificat Humanitas and lobs the ball directly into the court of these same tech bros. By itself, technology, any tech, including AI, is not a force of evil. It only mirrors the mind and motives of those who use and invent it, is the papal diagnosis. It's about the makers, the restless bunch of profit-seeking hedonists, the atheists who fancy reaching God. The Pope's prescription is in two contrasting fables from the Bible. One, the Tower of Babel, which was about hubris of the ancients, to build a tower to God, but without prayer. The other is the wall of Jerusalem, that the Jews built under Prophet Nehemiah, with prayers and community consultations. In the context of AI, the juxtaposition is between a prophet-driven race which takes humanity to the brink like the Tower of Babel, the other being human-centric development in which the AI lords consult and self-regulate. Leo attacks the power of algorithm to distort access, visibility, and participation. He warns against unprecedented private control, monopoly over data, and reduction of man or woman to a data point and humanity to data set. The Pope's understanding that AI concentrates power in the hands of the few, creates new inequalities and exclusions and selective opportunities is what many governments are also dealing with. Some of the ideas are simple yet easily doable. Do not overdo AI in schools, for example. Let children stay with playgrounds and pedagogy stick to pencil and paper over tablet and phones. The point Leo makes is that those AI-making hedonists chasing trillion-dollar valuations might just want to slow down, take a breath, have a moment of prayer, and involve the community in their project before the next cruise. In a sense, have oversight, have regulation, and fear of God before the next wave of AI or AGI. Almost like Gandhi's talisman. How does this help the last man, the poor, and collectively the humanity? Some criticism too is in order. While reading the encyclical, I was wondering, is Pope guilty of not practicing what he is preaching? If the AI is not to be exclusivist or exclusionary, then why not quote from the Vedas or the Upanishads? They after all constitute the global commons of wisdom. The Pope could have, for example, spoken of Gandhi's aparigraha, non-stealing. Even Gandhi took it from Jainism, but that single stance on AI would have bottled the genie back. For what else is AI but bottom scraping of the internet? Gobble all the data, every book, every article, every inch of column space, without asking, without paying for it, train the models on it, and then sell it back to us for a fee. But then, the Pope's AI manifesto is as much about the fears around AI as about giving a toehold to the Vatican in the entire debate. Moving to the next one. This Eid was different. The demand for avoiding cow for sacrifice ritual, deferring to the Hindu sentiments, came louder from the Muslim clergy than the Hindu side. Some bit of this Muslim positioning could be attributed to the new political reality of the BJP now ruling most states of the country. Cow slaughter ban has been part of its aggressive Hindutva pitch, and the Muslims realized there would be no indulgence of the Congress kind on the issue. The likes of Maulana Arshad Madni of the Jamiyat-e-Ulema-e-Hind sought to take a rational stance that if Hindu sentiments get affected, let's stop the practice of cow sacrifice, not just during Eid, but on all occasions.
तुम कहते हो कि गाय को मत ज़बा करो, मैं कहता हूं एक कदम आगे बढ़कर मत ज़बा करो। मैं मुतालबा करता हूं, तुमने जिस तरह मोर को नेशनल बर्ड बना रखा है, मैं मुतालबा करता हूं गाय से मजहब हिंदू का जुड़ा हुआ है, तुम उसको नेशनल जानवर बनाओ।
adding that if the government deems fit, cow can be declared a national animal. Madni's position was echoed in various other Muslim quarters, including Lucknow, Gujarat, Mumbai, and Bengal. Madni also attempted a spin, connecting the anti-cow slaughter campaign with recent mob lynchings. Even if we admit it to be partly true, that there is a mafia-style operation that sees some Hindu groups target Muslim transporters, for example, there's still a need to take the raging bull by the horns. And Madni has provided an opportunity for that. Famously, Jinnah used cow as a metaphor for the cultural divide between Hindus and Muslims while pushing his two-nation theory during the freedom struggle. He said in a press conference sometime in 1940 that we, as in Muslims, eat the cow, the Hindus worship it. The Time magazine got so hooked to this quote that when they put Jinnah on their cover page of April 22, 1946, the caption read, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, his Muslim tiger wants to eat the Hindu cow. The first recorded instance of an anti-cow slaughter movement was not even Hindu. It was a Sikh revolt in the 1800s led by the Kuka Sikh leader Sadhguru Ram Singh against the British, predating the First War of Independence in 1857. The only instance of an anti-cow slaughter protest leading to deaths in front of the Parliament of India happened in 1966 during the government of Indira Gandhi. It was mainly led by sadhus and sants. BJP was not even born then, though its earlier avatar, the Jan Sangh, had backed the protests. With this segment, I am attempting to contribute to the debate by putting across the civilizational roots of cow worship for the Hindus, if it helps Madni. It goes back to the Vedic times and flows through the subsequent periods of Upanishads and Purans. Rig Veda uses the word Gopal, keeper of cows, for a king, and Gavishti, literally meaning search for cows, for wars or battles. Hindus know and blindly follow rituals where the pandit or the priest asks one's gotra, literally meaning cow pen, the vessel from which a cow eats. But figuratively, the gotra represents family lineage, and by connecting it with the cow, the ancient Hindus clearly elevated the animal to an exalted status. The emotion against cow slaughter is rooted in the word aganya, a synonym that means not to be killed, used in the Rig Veda for cow. In the cattle-based agrarian Vedic economy, a rich man was called Gomat, or the one who possesses numerous cows. When a soul travels to the ether world after death, it is a cow that helps it cross the difficult river Vaitarni, according to the Puranas. Even today in India's villages, the commons land available for the entire community is called Gochar, or land that is meant for grazing of the cows. The bull as Nandi, or the vehicle of Shiva, connects Shaivas and Vaishnavas. The word for heaven is Golok, or the abode of the cow. Hindi literature uses the word Godhuli to describe evening or dusk. The word literally means the time when the cows would come home from the grazing lands, and the dust rising from their hoofs would symbolize coming of the dusk. The river Godavari down south flows from the western Ghats in Maharashtra to the Bay of Bengal along the Andhra coast. The word literally means the one that flows to bestow the divine, and has its root in the Sanskrit word gau, or cow. Gokul and Govardhan in Braj region of Uttar Pradesh are associated with Lord Krishna's life. Again, both names with roots in the word gau, or cow. The root gau itself means to move or movement, thus associated with bhumi or prithvi, that is earth. Our ancients knew that it is the earth that goes around the sun and not vice versa, as many other religions carry in their books. That's a lot of history, culture, civilization, and religion coming together. Marxist historians would explain that at the time that the Vedas and Upanishads were written, man had just learned to clear forests and carry settled agriculture and farming. Cow for its milk and hence milk products was valued, including cow dung as fuel, as also the bull for plowing the fields and to carry stuff on the carts as the beast of burden. Essentially, the cow family was the linchpin of the agrarian Vedic economy, and that got reflected in the reverence for the animal. My question is, so what? Just because there's an explanation of the evolution of the relevance and reverence, does it take away from the spiritual journey of 2 millennia of a society? When one of the Upanishads say, Gome vasate Lakshmi, meaning in cow resides prosperity, yes, it is rooted in that economic explanation, but also embedded in the social psyche. Hence the word Dohitri for daughter, which in Sanskrit means the one who milks the cow. By the way, did you see the phonetic resemblance between Sanskrit Dohitri and English daughter? Almost exact same. India hosts world's largest bovine population that also makes us world's largest producer of milk. The milk economy contributes substantially to the stability of rural India, but also comes with the issue of dealing with an aging bovine population. India, in fact, is the world's largest producer and exporter of cara beef or buffalo meat. But when it comes to the cow, things get into the gray zone. For those who eat meat, all animals, including cow, are food. Even after splicing and dicing for varieties of non-vegetarians in our country, like chicken eaters, mutton eaters, or eggetarians, there's a big population that considers bovine meat kosher food. Some of them are amused, others bewildered as to how come what's food for them attracts strong religious sentiment. That it is not going to be easy for the BJP is clear from the silence the party has maintained on the issue. But the window of dialogue and the possibility of devising a modus vivendi should not be missed. What Madni has attempted now was also sought by Shias of Lucknow in 1920 through a fatwa that banned cow slaughter. So there's a history. There seems to be intent. There seems to be coming together of forces that can make the issue settled forever. It is about a section of Muslims realizing why the sentiment is so strong, and a segment of Hindus understanding that there are economic factors that go with the cow. The issue of cow slaughter must not be allowed to become an impediment in India's march to progress towards a Viksit Bharat by the 100th year of independence in 2047. Let's move to the final segment.
We must also recognize that India's domestic economic situation remains positive and resilient even today. Therefore, those naysayers who jump into the scenario, as it were, and say, oh my God, you look around yourselves, it's all falling down, it's crumbling, it's going to hit you. There is a section, I would think, of Indians who very quickly want to decry the achievements of our own people. And therefore, for all the good that is being done by the common people themselves, that is forgotten. And a pessimistic, cynical narrative is generated, which is just not right. It's not right is one thing, but it is wrong because it is fear-mongering. India cannot afford fear-mongering. We need to give confidence to the people with our words and with our action. And that's what you're seeing at various levels, and today you're seeing it through SIDBI as well.
This was Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in a rare combative posture while speaking at a bank event in Mumbai. It is likely she deliberately chose the financial capital of the country over New Delhi, for she was responding to an attack from an unexpected quarter. Noted economist Surjit Bhalla, at one time Modi government's representative at the International Monetary Fund or the IMF, sounded a warning shot on the economy front past week. In a short column in the Indian Express, Bhalla argued that while the BJP was continuing to win elections, Bengal being the latest example, the economy was in a stupor. He even provocatively clubbed India into one of fragile two with Turkey. This was a snigger at the fragile five grouping of economies that India ignominiously found itself in when the Manmohan Singh-led UPA government had passed on the baton to Prime Minister Narendra Modi-led NDA in 2014. While there might be reasons beyond economics and economy for Bhalla to raise the stink, and I have some clue to them, in this segment we stick to the economy bit. Shorn of hyperbole, Bhalla's argument was that India's growth is slower than required, and he blamed four agents for that: the government, the Rahul Gandhi-led Congress, industry, by which he meant the corporate India, and the deep state. I guess he only left the farmers out as the holy cow, or all the pillars of economy would have been complete in sharing the blame. There is no gainsaying the fact that for a high-income Viksit Bharat by 2047, and to avoid the middle-income trap, India needs to grow at over 8% on a sustained basis for the next 2 decades. And for that, the gross fixed capital formation, or the investments by companies in factories, machinery, and construction, needs to be at least 40% of GDP. Now, what's the picture on that front? It has been stuck at 30 to 35% since the 2008 global financial crisis. Mind you, the catch is not since 2014 when the Modi government came to power, but since 2008. As a share of the GDP, private investment in India has been on a declining trend since then, even as the overall economy has clocked world-beating growth rates. There was a sign of revival coming out of COVID lockdown, but it proved temporary. Last financial year closed with private sector expenditure at 33% of overall investments in India's economy, a decadal low. Not only the animal spirit's been missing, corporate India has shown a resolute avoidance of risk. As one of their own, Uday Kotak made some scathing remarks on private capital at a CII event just a fortnight ago. Here is what he said.
I'm saying India has financialized too early. It is a mindset of large number of companies which has become quarter se quarter tak. The ability to take a 3 to 5 year view is significantly required and is missing. And I therefore would strongly urge companies to not be excessively focused on the short-term stock price, on the ESOP vesting and the value money which people will make, but think about building a company 3 to 5 years forward.
Think of building companies, not short-term stock price movements. He lamented that India had financialized too early and that corporates were not investing, using benefits of lower taxes to invest surplus funds in financial products. Coming from a banker, this was a damning call for introspection. There's a reason why Kotak had to hold the mirror. The Modi government has done the heavy lifting not only throughout of budget public spending and raising capex every budget, but also through reduction of peak corporate tax from 30 to 22%. When Prime Minister Modi took charge, public spending as a share of GDP stood at a paltry 1.6%. Today it is at 4.4% gross and 3.1% net, with almost 1/3 of this year's budget allocated for capital expenditure. To add to this, the government has sought to crowd in private investment through a plethora of sector-specific production-linked incentives or PLI schemes with a total outlay of a hopping 2 lakh crore rupees. And not to forget the massive deregulation brought in by the government under the ease of doing business philosophy. We have the paradox that while corporate profitability is at an all-time high, companies financially strong, but no long-term investments being made, as Kotak rightly diagnosed, except for the new age sunrise sectors in the technology space. Corporates are happy chasing government contracts and taking advantage of financialization. Business heirs are satisfied setting up family offices and turning wealth managers rather than have their skin in the game. As Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal had famously said at a startup event last year, majority startups are about selling gluten-free ice creams and other lifestyle products. India remains a low-consumption economy is one argument. Second is that real wage growth is in the negative territory, smothering consumption. So where to invest? The argument goes from the corporates. Both seem to be disingenuous, given that India can count on fingertips companies at the top end of the list of products exporting behemoths. Much of their incomes are from domestic demand alone. I'll give you one example of complete loss of risk appetite on the part of private capital in the country. After 2 rounds of auctions for lithium mining in Jammu and Kashmir, there's not a single bid translating into execution on the ground. This even as our import bill on the lithium-ion batteries is ballooning, with almost all imports coming from China. Our lithium imports that stood at around 3,500 crore rupees in 2018 have now surpassed 40,000 crore rupees in the last financial year. So with Indian auto sector choosing the easy way out of importing from China, one fuel bill, that of petroleum or crude, is being replaced by another, that of batteries. If the private players thought it was not their business to do business and let the government do the heavy lifting, things have come full circle to bite their behinds. The market caps are down. The foreign money pullout has dragged their valuations along with the sentiment. Thus, it is for the first time in years that there's no Indian company in top 100 by market capitalization. Earlier, TCS, Reliance, HDFC, etc. used to be up there. Now, Reliance is at 106, HDFC at 171, and ITC at 190. The effect of valuation meltdown has dragged India below Taiwan, an economy half our size in terms of market cap. Bhalla says in his column that government is in comfort zone. I guess it's the private sector that's not ready to put skin in the game. The story continues. Thanks for watching.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good Saturday evening for all of you, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you, and we are tracking all the developments coming in from Kolkata, where Abhishek Banerjee was carried and chased away by the people of Kolkata facing the ire. He now has gone to the hospital where his aunt, former Chief Minister of Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, is visiting him. We'll tell you how Republic TV tried to even question Abhishek Banerjee. We'll tell you more about that. First, the headlines at 8 p.m. Massive public anger against TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee in Sonarpur. Thrown on Abhishek. People chant "Chor, Chor" slogans. Major terror plot foiled in Delhi. A network allegedly had connections with the ISI and the underworld. A 17-year-old boy stabbed to death over an argument in Ghaziabad. Killers on the run. India signs the BrahMos deal with Vietnam. Negotiations with Indonesia in final stages.
Is concerned, firstly, it is still continuing. There is temporary cessation of hostilities. So the Indian Army or all the three services are preparing well for Operation Sindoor 2.0 if it takes place.
Army Chief warns Pakistan, says Operation Sindoor continues and that we are getting ready for the next phase. Let's start with the visuals coming in from Sonarpur and other visuals that have come in just in the latest from Kolkata, viewers, as TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee today was gheraued and chased away by the people of Sonarpur of Kolkata, and now he has just arrived at the hospital, and we'll just get you those details. Mamata Banerjee on the right side, you can see in the latest, has visited the hospital to meet her nephew, Abhishek Banerjee. She rushes to the hospital, condemning the incident. And we'll tell you what really happened all throughout the day, as these are unprecedented scenes. Eggs were thrown at Mamata Banerjee's nephew, TMC General Secretary, also known as the Bhaipo, Abhishek Banerjee. He was taken in a wheelchair now to the hospital, as you can see on these visuals that have just come in, viewers. Let's play that out when Republic Bangla tried to put up a question across to Abhishek Banerjee.
এলাকার মানুষ এমনিতে অভিযোগ গরু চুরি, পাথর চুরি, বালি চুরি, একাধিক অভিযোগ।
এটা স্কুল তদন্ত করে চ্যালেঞ্জ, 1 পয়সার অভিযোগ দেখা। আর যাকে টিভির পর্দায় টাকা নিতে দেখা গেছে সে রাজ্যের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী, তাকে নিয়ে প্রশ্ন করুন। এটা স্কুল তদন্ত করে চ্যালেঞ্জ, 1 পয়সার অভিযোগ দেখা। আর যাকে টিভির পর্দায় টাকা নিতে দেখা গেছে সে রাজ্যের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী, তাকে নিয়ে প্রশ্ন করুন।
Right, so that was Abhishek Banerjee's reply to my colleague from Republic Bangla, Rumki's question. And in the latest, he was taken in a wheelchair to the hospital where Mamata Banerjee visited him. These are the latest visuals, viewers. So today he was attacked when he went to Sonarpur to reportedly meet the victims of post-poll violence. He went there to meet the TMC workers affected by the post-poll violence, allegedly. And what we understood was that he was geared, he was surrounded by all the people, the locals, and eggs were thrown at him. He was wearing a headgear also. We saw how eggs were thrown at him, his shirt ripped off, and he was chased away. BJP, meanwhile, says that this is the ire of the people. And Abhishek Banerjee earlier, speaking to the media, he said that, alleged that it was the job of BJP-led government in Bengal, TMC being in cahoots, that there was no police deployment. But we did see later on that the police escorted Abhishek Banerjee out from Sonarpur, and then he went away in his vehicle. He looked scared. He was attacked, he was geared out, and there was high voltage drama unfolding in Kolkata today as eggs were thrown at Abhishek Banerjee. And we continue to get you more details on that incident. And viewers, now shifting our focus to other stories. India's military transformation is picking up pace. Army Chief General Upen Dwivedi today said that Operation Sindoor remains active under a temporary cessation of hostilities, while the armed forces are already preparing for a possible Op Sindoor 2.0 scenario. Army Chief also said that India's long-awaited theatre command reforms are on the right track, with major changes expected to take shape over the next 2 to 3 years. Here's a report.
Operation Sindoor may be witnessing a temporary cessation of hostilities, but India's military remains on high alert. The Army Chief says all 3 services are preparing for a possible Operation Sindoor 2.0 scenario.
As far as Operation Sindoor is concerned, firstly, it is still continuing. There is temporary cessation of hostilities. So the Indian Army or all the 3 services are preparing well for Operation Sindoor 2.0 if it takes place. Presently, we are looking at enhancing our synergy within the 3 services. We are looking at equipping ourselves for the next warfare.
General Dwivedi stressed that future wars will not be limited to land, sea and air alone. Space, cyber and cognitive warfare are now emerging as critical battlefronts.
As I have told you, the next warfare will not be limited to the land, maritime and air alone. The new entries, that is the space, cyber and cognitive warfare, will play a very important role. What we have seen over a period of time, that it's 24/7. The battlefield is so transparent that every movement is known to the other side. Therefore, we have to be very cautious in terms of our deployment, in terms of our employment and the protection which is required to protect our troops as well as the civilians in the border.
The Army Chief further warned that modern battlefields are increasingly transparent, requiring greater caution and preparedness.
As regards the information warfare, what has been brought out, victory is always in the mind, it's not on ground. Therefore, the information warfare is only successful if the whole of nation gets together and trusts the people who are giving the information. And if that happens, I can assure you that the nation will trust each other and all these stakeholders will always win the war.
Calling for a whole of nation approach, the army chief said trust and unity remain key weapons in modern warfare. Alongside operational readiness, India's biggest military reform project is also moving ahead. General Dwivedi said discussions on theatre commands have been completed and the proposal has been submitted to the Defence Minister.
As far as the theaterization is concerned, I would like to assure the House that it's on the right tracks. As of now, all the discussions on theaterization have got over within the Chiefs of Staff Committee. The complete report has been submitted to Defence Minister.
The reform aims to improve coordination between the Army, Navy and Air Force through integrated operational commands. The Army Chief expressed hope that the transformation could begin taking shape on the ground within the next 2 to 3 years. From preparing for the next phase of Operation Sindoor to reshaping the military through the theatre commands, India's armed forces are preparing not just for today's challenges but for the wars of the future.
Meanwhile, the Jammu and Kashmir Police has now widened its anti-narcotics offensive beyond the drug peddlers and the local handlers who are targeting the Pak-based masterminds accused of fueling these narco-terror networks across the Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, in a major escalation, an FIR was registered under the UAPA against Pak-based narco-terror operator Shehzad Bhatti, even as investigators track the financial transactions worth crores and conduct operations across multiple states. With the Lieutenant Governor's 100-day anti-drug campaign in full swing, the message from the security agencies is clear that the crackdown will not stop at the border. Take a look.
As Jammu and Kashmir Police intensifies its war against narco-terror, the crackdown has now expanded beyond local drug networks to cross-border masterminds. At the center now is Pak-based narco-terror operative Shehzad Bhatti, accused of running and facilitating a cross-border drug terror nexus.
Jammu and Kashmir Police has launched a massive crackdown on Pakistan-based narco-terrorist Shehzad Bhatti. This comes days after the Jammu and Kashmir Police Chief Nalin Prabhat has said that they are going to decimate the entire infrastructure and the ecosystem that is helping Shehzad Bhatti to push narcotics into the Indian territory. Jammu and Kashmir Police has learned to have registered a case under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act against the network of Shehzad Bhatti that is operating in Jammu and Kashmir, following which subsequent raids are underway in the different parts of the country. It is going to be a largest ever operation against any Pakistani-backed narco-terrorist by Jammu and Kashmir Police, as the police is now looking into the financial transactions that have been done on the directions of the ISI by the group that is linked to Shehzad Bhatti. Many of the people, those who are linked with the Shehzad Bhatti ecosystem, they have been questioned, and also some of the digital devices have already been seized by Jammu and Kashmir Police. Police say that the transaction worth crores is under scanner and there have been multiple linkages, the back trail of the money that is there, so as to evade the scrutiny of agencies that is now under the radar. The police also says that they are looking actively into the ringleaders of Shehzad Bhatti modus operandi that are active in the area, so that they can also be decimated as the forces continue its major crackdown on the ISI-backed Bhatti.
J&K Police has now registered an FIR against Bhatti under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. Meanwhile, J&K DGP Nalin Prabhat also issued a stern warning to Pakistan-based operatives.
A warning to the Pakistan-based Shehzad Bhatti, who is ISI's acolyte and partner in pumping narcotics into India, We will hunt and hound you and your associates and decimate your evil infrastructure.
Investigators believe the network stretches across borders using narcotics trafficking to finance terror-linked activities. Sources tell Republic that the crackdown will target the handlers and the financiers of the nexus that is based in Pakistan. Meanwhile, police teams continue their operations across multiple Indian states. Tracking suspects, financial links, and logistical support is also under scanner. Transactions worth crores routed through multiple bank accounts are now under scrutiny. The latest action forms part of the 100-day anti-drug campaign launched by the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha on April 11 this year. From drug peddlers on the ground to masterminds operating across border, security agencies are now tightening the net on every link of the narco-terror chain.
Meanwhile, Pakistan's terror-tainted reputation has plunged to such depths that they had to spend millions of dollars to hire a US and American lobbying firm to whitewash their image. Can a $1 million deal really whitewash decades of terror sponsoring and doublespeak? Well, we'll get to this report.
Pakistan has made a last-ditch attempt to polish their terror-tainted image. The country has signed a 2-year agreement with a US firm to try and salvage their spiraling reputation. The main aim of the firm is to defame Afghanistan in its bid to clear Pakistan's terror-tainted image. Further, Pakistan wants the firm to arrange meetings with the White House and Pentagon, influence key US Congress members and defense committees, push pro-Pakistan media narratives, as well as reposition of Pakistan as a counter-terrorism partner.
Pakistan is trying to attract the global attention, and Pakistan, they're like a parrot or like a dog, I will say, that they're going to their master's key. Master, please help me out. And this is what exactly is happening now. To me, I'm in a bad shape.
Yeah.
But Pakistan needs to decide where exactly their loyalty lies. Are they with China? Are they with the USA? And sometimes they say that we will not sign this Abraham Accord and all. So why USA will listen to them? Now Pakistan is somewhere trying to come into desperately trying to come into limelight, so that they're telling the world, look, we are happy people within our country also, and we are totally not done anything.
The US firm, however, has its work cut out for them. However, can decades of providing terror safe havens, doublespeak on extremism, and chronic political instability be whitewashed for a few million? Pakistan may have hired lobbyists, but the truth is there for all to see.
In fact, a major terror conspiracy targeting India's key cities has been foiled by the Delhi Police Special Cell and is traced to Pakistan. 9 terror suspects linked to Pakistan's ISI and underworld have been arrested, with explosives, grenades and sophisticated weapons recovered. Investigators claim that the module was planning attacks on strategic locations in the national capital, raising fresh concerns over cross-border terror networks operating through the criminal syndicates. Here's a report.
The net closed in before the terror plan could be executed. Delhi Police Special Cell arrested 9 accused linked to Pakistan's ISI and the Mumbai underworld network. Investigators claim the accused were preparing for coordinated strikes across major Indian cities. Delhi, Mumbai, and parts of Punjab were on the terror module's target list. During the operation, police recovered grenades, explosive material, and sophisticated weapons. Officials say the recoveries point to preparations for a large-scale attack. Initial investigation suggests the network operated under directions from handlers based in Pakistan. Police say the accused remained in contact through WhatsApp chats. Investigators claim geotagged locations and videos of sensitive sites were found on seized devices. 2 accused arrested from Mumbai allegedly confessed to plans involving attacks on key locations in the national capital. Investigators have also linked the module to Mumbai's underworld ecosystem. Police say the network had financial and logistical support channels stretching across multiple states.
हम लोगों ने 8 व्यक्तियों को गिरफ्तार किया है, जिसमें से पहले 2 व्यक्ति को गिरफ्तार किया गया 17 और 19 तारीख को। उनकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन से ये पता चला कि मुंबई और दिल्ली में कुछ अटैक्स के लिए टीम्स का गठन हो रहा है, जिसमें कुछ हैंडलर्स हैं जो पाक बेस्ड हैं। सरकारी कुछ गैर सरकारी जगहों की वीडियोस बनी हैं। साथ ही इन्होंने कुछ जगहों के पिन ड्रॉप्स और जो लोकेशन है वो भी निकाले हैं। तो इसके ऊपर अभी और इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जाए। लड़कों को किसी तरह किसी चीज़ की ज़रूरत होती है, जैसे जो लड़के पंजाब के हैं, इनमें से 3 लड़कों में से तीनों लड़के जो हैं ड्रग्स लेते हैं। तो जो लोग ड्रग लेते हैं उनको पैसों की ज़रूरत होती है और छोटे पैसों के लिए भी वो काम करने के लिए तैयार होते हैं।
The revelations point to a deeper terror infrastructure combining cross-border support, criminal networks, and local operatives. Police say the arrests have opened fresh leads into other sleeper cells operating in urban centers.
पाक ISI स्पॉन्सर्ड और अंडरवर्ल्ड, मुंबई अंडरवर्ल्ड से जुड़ा हुआ नेटवर्क है। स्पेशल सेल ने 19 तारीख को और उससे पहले 17 तारीख को एक विजय शूटर नाम के डॉन को पुणे से पिक किया था। इनकी पूछताछ से और पता चला कि कुछ मुंबई और दिल्ली में भी मॉड्यूल्स हैं। वो मॉड्यूल्स दिल्ली और मुंबई में अटैक करने की पूरी तैयारी में हैं।
The operation comes amid heightened security concerns following Operation Sindoor and continued attempts by hostile elements to target India. For now, investigators believe a major terror attack has been prevented before it could take shape.
Now, Home Minister Amit Shah addressed the large reverse exodus that is now taking place in West Bengal on the India-Bangladesh border, along the border, across the border. Significant national security statement coming in from the Home Minister. And at a public gathering, he cited the media reports that showed thousands of such illegal immigrants willingly, voluntarily leaving the state every day and returning to Bangladesh. Here's a report on that.
एक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने सालों तक असम को घुसपैठ का मुख्य द्वार बनाया। असम के 9 जिले घुसपैठिया बहुल हो गए। मैं आज हिलाकांडी की इस पवित्र भूमि से कहकर जाता हूं, ये भारत की भूमि है, यहां कोई घुसपैठियों की जगह नहीं है। ये घुसपैठिया हमारे चाय बागान के श्रमिक की मजदूरी खाता है, हमारे युवा की रोजगारी छीन लेता है, हमारे गरीब के राशन में वो हिस्सा मांगता है। और ये कोई धर्मशाला नहीं है, ये भारत है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार चुन चुन कर घुसपैठियों।
All right, you have those live visuals now coming in from the hospital in Kolkata, where Mamata Banerjee met her nephew Abhishek Banerjee after he was garrowed, chased away, and he faced the ire of the people of Bengal in Shonarpur in Kolkata. Now, he left Shonarpur in the vehicle, he ran away, and then we saw him exiting his car and then going on a wheelchair inside the hospital. And Mamata Banerjee, in fact, visited him at the hospital. And these are the latest visuals, live visuals coming in on Republic Bangla and Republic TV, bringing you that Shonarpur visuals coming in. You can see he's very disturbed. You can see Abhishek Banerjee. He looks very, very disturbed by what has happened. He wouldn't have ever thought what happened when he walked out on the streets of Kolkata today. when he was in Shonarpur of Kolkata in South 24 Parganas. He met the ire of the people of Bengal. They threw eggs at him. Mamata Banerjee sitting on the front seat, on the passenger seat on the front there, and going away with Abhishek Banerjee. And these are the latest visuals we have on Republic TV as Abhishek Banerjee is getting a reality check. He is visited by his aunt and the former Chief Minister of West Bengal, the Trinamool Congress Supremo. Time for a very short break, but on the other side, we continue to get you the latest updates from West Bengal as anger today spilled out on the streets. Abhishek Banerjee getting a reality check there. He now rushes to the hospital.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on
Good evening, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get started with all the top stories that we've been tracking for you throughout Saturday. Massive anger against TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee in Kolkata, Sonarpur. Eggs thrown on Abhishek Banerjee. People chant, people raise slogans of chor chor against him. Big terror plot foiled in Delhi. Network allegedly had vital locations across Mumbai and Delhi. National capital on target. 9 suspects arrested. 17-year-old boy stabbed to death. 17-year-old Surya stabbed to death over an argument in Ghaziabad. Killers, including one Asad, is on the run. India signs the BrahMos deal with Vietnam, reveals the defense secretary. Negotiations also in final stages with Indonesia. Big boost for India's BrahMos project.
As far as Operation Sindoor is concerned, firstly, it is still continuing. There is temporary cessation of hostilities. So the Indian Army or all the 3 services are preparing well for Operation Sindoor 2.0 if it takes place.
Anonymity warns Pakistan, says Operation Sindoor continues and that India is preparing for Operation Sindoor 2.0. Now viewers, people of Kolkata today heckled, gerawed Abhishek Banerjee, threw eggs on him, hurled eggs on him and raised slogans of chor chor when he went out in Sonarpur to reportedly meet the victims of post-poll violence. There were no takers for this, viewers. Abhishek Banerjee today faced what he had never thought before. The party has been ousted. The party has been rejected by the people of Bengal. There's legal heat on Abhishek Banerjee and now he also is facing the ire, the wrath of the people of West Bengal. The latest, we also have the visuals of him leaving Sonarpur, running away from there and going to the hospital in Kolkata where his aunt and former Chief Minister of West Bengal, the TMC Supremo, also met him. We'll show you those visuals, but first, a report, a quick roundup of what really transpired today.
Beaten in the streets, dragged by his shirt, eggs thrown at him. TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee faced people's anger on the streets of Kolkata. Chor Chor slogans were raised against Abhishek on the streets of Kolkata. Eggs were thrown at him, his shirt was ripped off, even while he was surrounded by his security. Abhishek Banerjee calls this attack BJP sponsored.
Sir, who are these hooligans? All BJP sponsored. अब देखिए क्या हाल किया गया है। यह है इनका लोकतंत्र का नमूना। एक महीना हुआ नहीं।
भाई तुम एक तो प्लीज
सर, यू आर ऑन द वे टू मीट द पोस्ट पोल विक्टिम्स। अब देखिए पुलिस कहीं नहीं है। पुलिस को बार-बार बोलने के बावजूद भी
The violence broke out when he was visiting post-poll violence victims in Bengal's Sonarpur. Abhishek was eventually escorted away from the scene while wearing a helmet. It is important to remember that this is the same Bhaipo who unleashed threats against Home Minister Amit Shah.
7 তারিখে তৃণমূল আরামবাগ জিতুক বা হারুক, আমরা গতবারও আরামবাগ হেরেছিলাম, গোঘাট হেরেছিলাম, খানাকুল হেরেছিলাম, পুরসুরা হেরেছিলাম, কিন্তু উদারতা পার পেয়ে গেছিলে। এবার আমি নিজে দায়িত্বে থাকব। 4 তারিখ 12টার পরে কোন জল্লাদের কত ক্ষমতা আর কার দিল্লির বাবা কাকে বাঁচাতে আসে আমি 4 তারিখ দেখব।
This same leader turned a blind eye towards Sandesh Khali and the pre-poll violence in Falta by his close aide Jahangir Khan now demands justice and calls for democracy in the state.
They want to kill me. They want to kill me. এরা আমাদের প্রাণে মারতে চায়। মেরে দিক।
The attack on Banerjee happened on a day when he was issued a notice by the West Bengal CID to appear before it in connection with the alleged use of forced signatures. After years of TMC's atrocities in West Bengal, the people of Kolkata have now had enough.
An important statement made by the Chief of Army Staff, General Upen Dwivedi, today. He said that Operation Sindoor remains active under a temporary cessation of hostilities, while the armed forces are also preparing for Operation Sindoor 2.0 if whenever the need comes. The Army Chief also said that India's long-awaited theatre command reforms are on the right track, with major changes expected to take shape in the next 2 to 3 years. Here's a report.
Operation Sindoor may be witnessing a temporary cessation of hostilities, but India's military remains on high alert. The Army Chief says all 3 services are preparing for a possible Operation Sindoor 2.0 scenario.
As far as Operation Sindoor is concerned, firstly, it is still continuing. There is temporary cessation of hostilities. So the Indian Army or all the 3 services are preparing well for Operation Sindoor 2.0 if it takes place. Presently, we are looking at enhancing our synergy within the 3 services. We are looking at equipping ourselves for the next warfare.
General Dwivedi stressed that future wars will not be limited to land, sea and air alone. Space, cyber and cognitive warfare are now emerging as critical battlefronts.
As I have told you, the next warfare will not be limited to the land, maritime and air alone. The new entries, that is the space, cyber and cognitive warfare, will play a very important role. What we have seen over a period of time, that it's 24/7. The battlefield is so transparent that every movement is known to the other side. Therefore, we have to be very cautious in terms of our deployment, in terms of our employment and the protection which is required to protect our troops as well as the civilians in the border.
The Army Chief further warned that modern battlefields are increasingly transparent, requiring greater caution and preparedness.
As regards the information warfare, what has been brought out, victory is always in the mind, it's not on ground. Therefore, the information warfare is only successful if the whole of nation gets together and trusts the people who are giving the information. And if that happens, I can assure you that the nation will trust each other and all these stakeholders will always win the war.
Calling for a whole of nation approach, the army chief said trust and unity remain key weapons in modern warfare. Alongside operational readiness, India's biggest military reform project is also moving ahead. General Dwivedi said discussions on theatre commands have been completed and the proposal has been submitted to the Defence Minister.
As far as the theatrization is concerned, I would like to assure the House that it's on the right tracks. As of now, all the discussions on theatrization have got over within the Chiefs of Staff Committee. The complete report has been submitted to the Defence Minister.
The reform aims to improve coordination between the Army, Navy and Air Force through integrated operational commands. The Army Chief expressed hope that the transformation could begin taking shape on the ground within the next 2 to 3 years. From preparing for the next phase of Operation Sindoor to reshaping the military through the theatre commands, India's armed forces are preparing not just for today's challenges but for the wars of the future.
And Jammu Kashmir police have widened its anti-narcotics offensive beyond the drug peddlers and the local handlers, targeting the Pakistan-based masterminds accused of fueling the narco-terror networks across the Union territory. In a major escalation, FIR has been registered against the UAPA against Pakistan-based narco-terror operative Shehzad Bhatti, even as investigators track financial transactions worth crores and conduct operations across multiple states. With the Lieutenant Governor's 100-day anti-drug campaign in full swing, the message from the security agencies is crystal clear that the crackdown will not stop at the border.
As Jammu and Kashmir police intensifies its war against narco-terror, the crackdown has now expanded beyond local drug networks to cross-border masterminds. At the center now is Pak-based narco-terror operative Shehzad Bhatti, accused of running and facilitating a cross-border drug terror nexus.
Jammu and Kashmir police has launched a massive crackdown on Pakistan-based narco-terrorist Shehzad Bhatti. This comes days after the Jammu and Kashmir Police Chief Nalin Prabhat has said that they are going to decimate the entire infrastructure and the ecosystem that is helping Shehzad Bhatti to push narcotics into the Indian territory. Jammu and Kashmir Police has learned to have registered a case under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act against the network of Shehzad Bhatti that is operating in Jammu and Kashmir, following which subsequent raids are underway in the different parts of the country. It is going to be a largest ever operation against any Pakistani-backed narco-terrorist by Jammu and Kashmir police, as the police is now looking into the financial transactions that have been done on the directions of the ISI by the group that is linked to Shehzad Bhatti. Many of the people, those who are linked with the Shehzad Bhatti ecosystem, they have been questioned, and also some of the digital devices have already been seized by Jammu and Kashmir police. Police say that the transaction worth crores is under scanner, and there have been multiple linkages, the back trail of the money that is there, so as to evade the scrutiny of agencies that is now under the radar. The police also says that they are looking actively into the ringleaders of Shehzad Bhatti modus operandi that are active in the area, so that they can also be decimated as the forces continue its major crackdown on the ISI-backed Bhatti.
J&K police has now registered an FIR against Bhatti under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. Meanwhile, J&K DGP Nalin Prabhat also issued a stern warning to Pakistan-based operatives.
A warning to the Pakistan-based Shehzad Bhatti, who is ISI's acolyte and partner in pumping narcotics into India. We will hunt and hound you and your associates and decimate your evil infrastructure.
Investigators believe the network stretches across borders using narcotics trafficking to finance terror-linked activities. Sources tell Republic that the crackdown will target the handlers and the financiers of the nexus that is based in Pakistan. Meanwhile, police teams continue their operations across multiple Indian states. Tracking suspects, financial links, and logistical support is also under scanner. Transactions worth crores routed through multiple bank accounts are now under scrutiny. The latest action forms part of the 100-day anti-drug campaign launched by the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha on April 11 this year. From drug peddlers on the ground to masterminds operating across border, security.
We're getting in visuals from Delhi's Saket, where a house has collapsed, a building has collapsed, and the Delhi Fire Service received the call around 7:44 p.m. That's an hour ago. Dispatched the fire tenders to the spot, but this is a building that got collapsed in South Delhi's Saket area, and we'll just get more details if there are any casualties. You can see the damage, of course, that is quite visible there. You can see the rubble. It's a 3-story building that has collapsed in Saket, the national capital. There could be people trapped. That we'll check with the information we have as far as this incident is concerned. Viewers, live visuals, latest visuals coming in. 3 have been rescued safely. 4 to 5 people are feared trapped. So it's a big cause of concern, what we are picking up right now. 3 rescued safely, 4 to 5 still feared trapped. Ishan joins us on the broadcast for more. Ishan, tell us more details about this, please.
Yeah, the 3-story building collapsed in Delhi's Saket, and a major rescue operation has been launched by Delhi Fire Services. Call was received around 7:44 p.m. and rushed 4 fire tenders to the site. 3 people have been rescued so far safely, while 4-5 others are still feared trapped in the debris. The rescue teams are continuing clearance operations at the spot. The development in the story, story is still developing, so we are still finding out details about the collapse and why the building collapsed. But right now what we are getting is that the 3-story building in Saket area collapsed this evening, showcasing why, and 4 fire tenders were rushed to the site as soon as the call was received, and multiple teams are now looking for survivors at the spot. 3 were rescued from the rubble by the efforts of the Delhi Fire Services, and the remaining people who are being feared trapped are now being searched for. Around 5 people are expected still trapped inside the rubble. Back to you.
For joining us with details. You can see, viewers, those people who have been rescued or taken away in that ambulance. We understand that they are safe, but there are still more people who are feared trapped. Cause of this collapse is still to be ascertained. All right, viewers, several cities now in Rajasthan were engulfed by nature's fury on Saturday afternoon. Fierce dust storm turned the day into dusk. Camera visuals captured a massive red and yellow wall of dust rolling in from the northern desert sectors. Churu, Sriganganagar and Sardar Shahar, and even, of course, Bikaner were among the worst hit by this severe dust storm. Take a look.
Amidst the scorching heat, several parts of Rajasthan saw skies turning dark on Saturday afternoon as a fierce dust storm hit some places. Camera captured the glimpses of Rajasthan's famous Haneri, a massive red-yellow dust storm, turning daylight into an evening-like scene within minutes. The affected places include Churu, Sri Gaganagar, Sardar Shahar and Bikaner. Darkness persisted for half an hour amidst high-speed, dust-laden winds that blanketed skies for 30 minutes.
Pakistan's terror-tainted reputation has plunged to such depths that it has to spend millions of dollars to hire an American lobbying firm to whitewash their image. But can $1 million deal really whitewash, erase the decades of terror, sponsoring and doublespeak that still continues and still gets exposed day in and day out? We'll get you more about that in this report.
Pakistan has made a last-ditch attempt to polish their terror-tainted image. The country has signed a 2-year agreement with a US firm to try and salvage their spiraling reputation. The main aim of the firm is to defame Afghanistan in its bid to clear Pakistan's terror-tainted image. Further, Pakistan wants the firm to arrange meetings with the White House and Pentagon, influence key US Congress members and defense committees, push pro-Pakistan media narratives, as well as reposition of Pakistan as a counter-terrorism partner.
Pakistan is trying to attract the global attention, and Pakistan, they're like a parrot or like a dog, I will say, that they're going to their master's key. Master, please help me out. And this is what exactly is happening now. To me, I'm in a bad shape.
Yeah.
But Pakistan needs to decide where exactly their loyalty lies. Are they with China? Are they with the USA? And sometimes they say that we will not sign this Abraham Accord and all. So why USA will listen to them? Now Pakistan is somewhere trying to come into desperately trying to come into limelight, so that they're telling the world, look, we are happy people within our country also, and we are totally not done anything.
The US firm, however, has its work cut out for them. However, can decades of providing terror safe havens, doublespeak on extremism and chronic political instability be whitewashed for a few million? Pakistan may have hired lobbyists, but the truth is there for all to see.
In fact, here's a testimony to it. Major terror conspiracy, a terror module in India's key cities has been foiled by the Delhi Police Special Cell today. 9 linked to Pakistan's ISI and the underworld have been arrested, with explosives, grenades and sophisticated weapons recovered. Investigators claim that the module was planning attacks on strategic locations in the national capital and even in other cities. That raises fresh concerns over cross-border terror networks operating through criminal syndicates in the country. Here's a detailed report.
The net closed in before the terror plan could be executed. Delhi Police Special Cell arrested 9 accused linked to Pakistan's ISI and the Mumbai underworld network. Investigators claim the accused were preparing for coordinated strikes across major Indian cities. Delhi, Mumbai, and parts of Punjab were on the terror module's target list. During the operation, police recovered grenades, explosive material, and sophisticated weapons. Officials say the recoveries point to preparations for a large-scale attack. Initial investigation suggests the network operated under directions from handlers based in Pakistan. Police say the accused remained in contact through WhatsApp chats. Investigators claim geotagged locations and videos of sensitive sites were found on seized devices. 2 accused arrested from Mumbai allegedly confessed to plans involving attacks on key locations in the national capital. Investigators have also linked the module to Mumbai's underworld ecosystem. Police say the network had financial and logistical support channels stretching across multiple states.
हम लोगों ने 8 व्यक्तियों को गिरफ्तार किया है, जिसमें से पहले 2 व्यक्ति को गिरफ्तार किया गया 17 और 19 तारीख को। उनकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन से ये पता चला कि मुंबई और दिल्ली में कुछ अटैक्स के लिए टीम्स का गठन हो रहा है जिसमें कुछ हैंडलर्स हैं जो पाक बेस्ड हैं, सरकारी कुछ गैर सरकारी जगहों की वीडियोस बनी हैं। साथ ही इन्होंने कुछ जगहों के पिन ड्रॉप्स और जो लोकेशन है वो भी निकाले हैं। तो इसके ऊपर अभी और इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जाए। लड़कों को किसी तरह किसी चीज़ की ज़रूरत होती, जैसे जो लड़के पंजाब के हैं इनमें से 3 लड़कों में से तीनों लड़के जो हैं ड्रग्स लेते हैं। तो जो लोग ड्रग लेते हैं उनको पैसों की ज़रूरत होती है और छोटे पैसों के लिए भी वो काम करने के लिए तैयार होते हैं।
The revelations point to a deeper terror infrastructure combining cross-border support, criminal networks, and local operatives. Police say the arrests have opened fresh leads into other sleeper cells operating in urban centers.
पाक ISI स्पॉन्सर्ड और अंडरवर्ल्ड, मुंबई अंडरवर्ल्ड से जुड़ा हुआ नेटवर्क है। स्पेशल सेल ने 19 तारीख को और उससे पहले 17 तारीख को एक विजय शूटर नाम के डॉन को पुणे से पिक किया था। इनकी पूछताछ से और पता चला कि कुछ मुंबई और दिल्ली में भी मॉड्यूल्स हैं। वो मॉड्यूल्स दिल्ली और मुंबई में अटैक करने की पूरी तैयारी में हैं।
The operation comes amid heightened security concerns following Operation Sindoor and continued attempts by hostile elements to target India. For now, investigators believe a major terror attack has been prevented before it could take shape.
And with that's a wrap on this edition of the news, but we continue to bring you more updates on that terror module that has been busted, and that will be followed by viewers with the debate at 9 p.m.
जब अपना कोई मूव किसी को मूव करता है ना यार, फील आ जाती है। भाई तू अपना है, तेरा सफर मुझे भी करना है। तूने प्रूव कर दिखाया यार, एनीबॉडी कैन ड्रीम। मुझे लगा मैं नहीं, पूरा का पूरा मूवमेंट चल रहा है। ब्रीदेबल फैब्रिक्स, ऑसम कंफर्ट, एफर्टलेस स्टाइल, एडी फ्रॉम द हाउस ऑफ अरविंद।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today
जब अपना कोई मूव किसी को मूव करता है ना यार, फील आ जाती है। भाई तू अपना है, तेरा सफर मुझे भी करना है। तूने प्रूव कर दिखाया यार, anybody can dream.
मुझे लगा मैं नहीं, पूरा का पूरा मूवमेंट चल रहा है. Breathable fabrics, awesome comfort, effortless style, AD from the House of Arvind.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape.
This week on Get Me Right, the Pope weighs in on the morality conundrum of artificial intelligence in his first encyclical that has gone viral. Would the tech bros of Silicon Valley listen to the pontiff? Second, we take a deep dive into the cow slaughter ban debate that surfaced around the Eid festivities, the civilizational ethos that guide the Hindu sentiments on cow and what the Muslims can do about it. And finally, we deal with the private sector ostrich that corporate India seems to have become when it comes to betting on our economy. Are they going to be the black sheep in black forever with no skin in the game? This weekend, only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening and thank you for joining us here on Republic TV this Saturday evening. Ladies and gentlemen, the pictures we've seen today are how do we say? They're shocking. Yes, they're shocking. But they also tell you how sick and fed up people have been of Mamata Banerjee, her nephew, Abhishek Banerjee, aka Bhaipo, and also the Trinamool Congress. Pictures are unprecedented. Abhishek Banerjee chased on the streets of Kolkata all of today. That's our focus at 9 p.m. Here are the headlines. Bengal erupts against Abhishek Banerjee. Eggs thrown, shirts ripped as he tries to pull off a stunt. Anger of people visible on the streets of Kolkata. Major terror plot foiled in the national capital. Network allegedly had vital locations across Mumbai and Delhi on target, linked to Dawood Ibrahim. 17-year-old boy stabbed to death over an argument. He was told, or rather asked, if he had ever seen how a goat is sacrificed and then he was told, come, let's show you, and then he was killed, stabbed multiple times. India signs BrahMos deal with Vietnam, negotiations with Indonesia in final stages.
As far as Operation Sindoor is concerned, firstly, it is still continuing. There is temporary cessation of hostilities. So the Indian Army or all the three services are preparing well for Operation Sindoor 2.0 if it takes place.
Army Chief warns Pakistan, says Operation Sindoor continues and that we are getting ready for the next phase. Before the elections, ladies and gentlemen, before the results were out on May 4th in Bengal, you had Trinamool Congress leaders, one after the other, warning the BJP, saying that this time when the results come, they're ready to teach BJP a lesson. They said, let your forefathers come, let your godfathers come, let anybody come from Delhi. We will not spare them. We will chase them and attack them. Now, these were the kind of statements that were made by the Trinamool Congress, led by, of course, Abhishek Banerjee, who's the nephew of Mamata Banerjee. The pictures from Sonarpur in West Bengal this evening are symbolic because Abhishek Banerjee, the same Abhishek Banerjee, who warned that he would be resorting to violence against the BJP, political violence, was targeted. In fact, he was not attacked, he was targeted with eggs, and people tried to rip his shirt off on the streets, calling him Chor Chor. Now, in the last 2 weeks since the results of Bengal came out, you've had different Trinamool Congress leaders reveal how much of money they had taken. And one by one, their names are out, their pictures are out, and they are being paraded on the street. So these pictures from Kolkata are symbolic. Here's what happened. They're calling it an attack. Take a look at the pictures and decide for yourself what just happened.
Sir, who are these hooligans? All BJP sponsored. अब देखिए क्या हाल किया गया है। ये है इनका लोकतंत्र का नमूना। 1 महीना हुआ नहीं। भाई तुम लोग तो प्लीज सर यू आर ऑन द वे टू मीट द पोस्ट पोल विक्टिम्स एंड अब देखिए पुलिस कहीं नहीं है। पुलिस को बार-बार बोलने के बावजूद भी
Abhishek Banerjee was seen with a helmet on the streets of Sonarpur. But that helmet was not enough to face the rage of the people of Bengal. Eggs were hurled at Abhishek Banerjee, his collars pulled, Chor Chor slogans chanted on the streets of Bengal. His cry for help, he alleged that the crowd wants to kill him.
They want to kill me. They want to kill me. এরা আমাদের প্রাণে মারতে চায়। মেরে দিক।
This comes just after when the CID had served him a notice. The BJP had urged the people of Bengal to not take the law into their own hands and that they don't condone any sort of violence whatsoever.
तृणमूल कांग्रेस के खिलाफ, स्पेशली अभिषेक बनर्जी के खिलाफ बंगाल की जनता के मन में बहुत ज़्यादा आक्रोश है, क्योंकि वो जब पावर में थे, जिस लहजे से जनता के साथ, आम आदमियों के साथ बात करते थे, जिस तरीके से उन्होंने बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ, आम जनता के साथ, बीजेपी के सांसद, मेरे ऊपर जिस तरीके से और बहुत सारे हमारे नेताओं के ऊपर जिस तरीके की अटैक्स हुए हैं उनके समय, उनके इलाके में, वो फौल्ता में हो, डायमंड हार्बर में हो, या डायमंड हार्बर के अंदर बौजबौज आता है, आप जानते हैं बौजबौज में मैं गया था, 1,500 कार्यकर्ता उनके मुझे मारने के लिए आए थे वहाँ पे। बंगाल की जनता ने देखा है उसको, उसका आक्रोश है, मैं मानता हूँ, और उस आक्रोश को हम एक्नॉलेज भी करते हैं।
But the opposition did not stop. He called this incident as a murderous attack and raised concerns of the absence of police in Bengal. Mamata called out BJP, calling them killers. After TMC's years of Jungle Raj, Abhishek Banerjee is now facing the wrath of the people of Bengal.
Okay, so we have on the show this evening Rohan Gupta, national spokesperson for the BJP, Shishir Bajoria, spokesperson for the West Bengal BJP unit, Sudipta Sarkar, advocate for the Trinamool, he's pro-Trinamool Congress, not advocate for the Trinamool Congress, he can be on television, and Dr. Prashun Ghosh is a political analyst, leans towards the Trinamool Congress. Okay, so let me start with you, Sudipta. Sudipta, you remember those pictures of Khagen Murmu? You remember those pictures of Khagen Murmu being attacked by Trinamool Congress? He suffered a fracture, right? Abhishek Banerjee just faced eggs, so why are you guys saying that rulers became killers, etc.? I mean, you just faced eggs, you know? Eggs.
So, what I should say that many people, maybe what they are saying, but I will tell you that I will just want to remind you that in Gita, when Lord Krishna, Arjun want to start the war, he told Lord Krishna that take me to the middle of the Kurukshetra so that I can see both the armies. And after that, he has just unbiased himself and see what is his real strength. And I think today, Abhishek Banerjee has come out of the start-dump attitude and has seen the real strength of ground level, and I hope that his age is very short, he's very young age, and he has a long future in politics. He can, if he continues to face the public, then I hope that today or tomorrow he can be a politician of whom people can rely, whom West Bengal people can rely.
What kind of a statement was that? I asked you a question. I mean,
yeah, no, that is because see, the reality is there. The BJP has faced problems also in Bengal when they are.
Yeah, okay. Let me decipher this. Sudipta. Okay, let me decipher this. 1 minute. I'll speak on your behalf. I will decipher what you said. Rohan Gupta, he's sitting in Kolkata. He's really scared to say anything right now. He's scared. He's sitting in Bengal. He's really scared. You're scared, no, Sudipta? That's why you're being careful about your words. Rohan.
Why you have to be scared? I don't know what question you answered.
He's scared of eggs. He's scared of eggs. Shogata Roy got the egg treatment apparently a few days back.
See, I feel that, nobody should be scared who is legitimate and who is a legal citizen and the legitimate person of West Bengal. The people who are goons, they should be scared from the time this government, that is what is happening. All the TMC goons are scared. They are not able to move out. So I think people of Bengal, they have got their right back. People of Bengal, they are very, very happy now. And the instance for which we are doing debate, one thing is very clear. This is the anger of the common people. If you see the interview of the people who have been there, they were very clear that the kind of road, it is in 24 Pargana. Obviously, it is the stronghold road of TMC law for long years. And there the road was completely broken. There was anger that when he comes to the guy who has been killed in post-poll, so-called worker of TMC, people say that he was not even worker of TMC. They say when Nirbhaya died, why Abhishek Banerjee did go? So I saw all the interviews of common people. There was a strong anger against Abhishek Banerjee. And there is an allegation by Abhishek Banerjee that they have returned to the police and still the police didn't provide. Then why did he go there? If he feels that there is a strong anger of the people on the ground, wherever he goes, He should have waited for police protection before going there. So I think they are just trying to play the victim card. These kind of scenes the people of Bengal have been seen for last 15 years. Now they are getting taste of their own medicine. But at the end of the day, as BJP, we don't justify this kind of violence. And obviously the police will come out and tell who are responsible people. But they must understand this is the anger of the people, and they must say sorry to the people of West Bengal for looting them for 15 years through cut money, through appeasement politics, and ensuring that the right of the common Bengalis prejudiced against their misrule.
Yeah, and now I want to ask this question. There was a statement, Mr. Prashun, Dr. Prashun Ghosh. First of all, nobody is justifying violence. Any form of violence is wrong.
I want to say one thing. I want to say one thing.
Yes, what is that?
All the allegations made by BJP are till now unproved.
What kind of allegations?
It is not been proved by any judiciary. Unless the last judiciary gives his verdict and proves someone guilty, you cannot say guilty in the eyes of law.
Okay, now because you asked for that, I will pull out a list for you. A list of all the Honorable Trinamool Congress leaders who are jailed or are facing investigations as we speak. Give me 2 minutes, I'll pull up that list for you.
Investigation can be there.
1 minute.
Investigation can be there.
Yeah, of course.
It's a part of the.
I will pull out visuals also for you. I will pull out visuals of how they used to store cash under their beds and their beautiful homes, pictures of which are coming out right now.
This is
Bajoria
deflecting the whole thing from Abhishek's
of course.
flight today.
That's about Bajoria, what's going on? Because he's the same leader.
What he's talking.
I wanted to repeat that statement, and then Shishir Bajoria, you can take it. This is the same leader who said, and we play that soundbite again and again and again because we could not believe what he said. He had said, last time I let them go, but this time I will take it in my own hands and I will teach them a lesson after the 4th of May. He had said, TMC would show whose father from Delhi comes to save whom. Now, the kind of statements that were made by Abhishek Banerjee, I mean, kids on the road are throwing eggs at him. Kids on the road.
This is for me, sir.
Shishir Bajoria.
So let me start with this very statement which you have just repeated. There was one prefix to it. He first differentiates himself from Mamata Banerjee and he says, Mamata Banerjee can be forgiving, not me. This is how he started this statement. He stood on top of a car and he said, let me see which father comes from Delhi. And I will see after 4th May, I will see the DJs, the boxes will perforate BJP people's eardrums. Now, 1 or 2 quick ones. He said there was no police. How did he get that helmet? How did he get that helmet? That's a police helmet he's wearing. Look at the people behind him. It's seen on your screen. Yeah. The cops were there. Second, they say, while Trinamool was in rule, they in power. Do you know what security detail Abhishek Banerjee had? He had a security detail of 2,000 people. That means his own government, his own party, his own police knew he's not safe. He's hated. So he needed a security detail far larger than the chief minister. As far as going back a little to the chief minister, on the 10th of March, in a public program, the chief minister has said, if by any chance we lose and I withdraw support from I withdraw the security I provide you, these people, and she meant her flock, her milch cows, the Muslims, will finish you in 1 minute. This is what the then chief minister said. Abhishek Banerjee says, come, your grandfather from Delhi, I will show you. This is what has happened. And by the way, he had full police protection. And so when he says, look at what they have done to me, he suddenly starts realizing what democracy is. When 53 of BJP Karyakartas were killed in 45 days, did they open their mouth? From 4th of May till today, has anyone been attacked? This is an attack with eggs. Abhishek Babu, you could have made scrambled eggs or boiled eggs. But this is the people's anger at you. Another thing he did, he sent white saris to Hindu women's homes. We will kill your husbands and you will be widowed. This is what he has done. You think people will spare him? He was spared all this while because he had the rule, he had the power of the guns behind him. That is gone. This is what you have. And by the way, BJP denounces any such violence.
Yeah, but it's really sad. I mean, I'll tell you, because looking at the pictures that have been coming out of Bengal in the last few days, ladies and gentlemen, we'll pull them out. I just want to give a few list of leaders as I go to Dr. Prashun Ghosh. I'm going, what is documented in the recent past. Rupesh Agarwal, General Secretary of BJP's Malda North, assaulted with rods, bamboo sticks this month by Trinamool Congress. Pappu Sana, local BJP leader, beaten with bamboo sticks, admitted to the ICU in Kolkata. Khagen Murmu, Shankar Ghosh, right, MP and MLA, attacked by a large mob, right, fractured ribs. Yeah, Bankim Ghosh, Jagannath Sarkar, even JP Nadda and Kailash Vijayvargiya's convoys were pelted in 2020, if you remember that.
I was in that convoy.
Yeah.
People rejected Trinamool Congress for this kind of hooligancy. We have seen the results of the
One minute. No, this is not political. Even women are throwing eggs here. Women are throwing eggs. Are you calling public BJP? Are you calling public BJP?
With my due respect to Mr. Bajoria, senior politician, he is much more senior. With due respect to him, can you just tell? Can he tell me that whether the public will take the law and order? He supports the public to take the law and order in their own hands.
No, I do not. I said we denounce it. I'm sorry.
That's what I want to hear from a senior most political leader.
Now, the thing is this. You provoke the public beyond a point. Do you tell me, does any civilized person send to Hindu homes a white sari? Does anybody do it? Does anybody do it? You're an advocate. Say will you do it? No, say will you do it? Say will you do it? Will you do it? It is not done.
And these people should be, Mr. Bajoria ji, these people should be put into jail for their life long. Why they're out? Why the CBI hasn't been starting the trial?
By the way, the people you're talking is the people you're fighting for, Mr. Advocate.
No, definitely not.
Suddenly
not.
Flipping.
Or you have to bring them before the court. You have to bring them before the justice, sir. You have to bring them before the justice.
Sir, justice
people cannot be allowed to take law and order in their own hand. At least
53 people were killed.
Like you should understand.
Where was your law and order? Did you speak? 53 people were killed in 45 days.
People have rejected Trinamool.
Did you speak?
That is why people have rejected Trinamool, sir.
You did not. Please,
that is why people have the law and order, the failure of law and order has been rejected by the people of Bengal.
TMC Neta has been harmed except this guy because
I don't know what is this drama. Shishir Bajoria, I don't know what this drama is. Dr. Prashun Ghosh. Now what is this drama? Because he went to meet people, but you're trying to claim political violence. We were there. In fact, I remember when Republic Bangla launched in 2021, we were all there. I remember the visuals of people being killed and then made to hang from trees. They were killed by Trinamool Congress workers and made to hang.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Correct? Happened?
Yes, sir.
Happened, no?
Sir,
yeah.
Sir,
so what is this drama that he's doing, saying that there is post-poll violence? Where is this post-poll violence?
Sir, I am telling you, this is the simple Newton's third law. Every action has its equal and opposite reaction. People, all speech violence, people violence, and throughout the last 5 years, the violence Trinamool Congress did, this is the response, and this is the spontaneous people's response. Whatever you say, whatever the color you put, this is the people's response. Because last 5 years or last 6 months, the word someone speaks in front of the people, that someone will come from Delhi who can save you and sort of lots of things. That is definitely not political.
I'm a little confused. Are you backing BJP or are you backing Trinamool Congress? I was told that you're backing...
I am telling you the truth. It is not the BJP, it is not the TMC.
So you're one of those people who are switching sides right now.
Whatever
like Kakori Ghosh, like Shantanu Sen, like Shogata Roy.
You cannot... The way you did, the same way you will receive.
So, so one minute. Let me get this right. So, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Prashun Ghosh here is a political analyst. We had introduced him as a pro-Trinamool Congress political analyst. No. We introduced him as a pro-Trinamool Congress. Rohan Gupta, 10 minutes into the debate, he has said...
अभी तो ग्राउंड पे हो रहा था, अभी तो चालू डिबेट में
I will change your window, sir. I will change your window. I will change your window. Pro BJP. Now it is Sudipta Sarkar also changed this. Now it's 4 versus whom? Who is going to argue for the Trinamool Congress now?
No, sir. I will speak whatever the law says, sir.
No. So
I will definitely support I will definitely support that whatever the law will say, because this kind of hooligancy the Trinamool has continued for so long years, and which they have suffered. And I expect a good governance from the BJP, because they are a nationalist party.
You can't take. I'm telling my producers, you can't take pro-TMC windows, labels on them, because they have just changed. They've had a change of heart.
They are running 21 states with law and order. We do expect.
Prashant Ghosh, Dr. Ghosh, 1 minute. He's speaking. No, 1 minute. I want to tell both of you. It's actually very ironic, and how do I say it? I mean, it's very difficult to find a pro-Trinamool, a genuinely pro-Trinamool or a Trinamool voice. How do I say it? Where have they gone, Rohan Gupta? Where have they gone? One of them is saying that they're getting a taste of their own medicine. The other is saying that I will stand by the law. They deserved it. I don't know what to say, Rohan Gupta.
No, whenever.
I think now they realize what has happened. After the results, I think the writing is on the wall. People of the state, they have given the clear-cut mandate for what is right and what is wrong. Obviously, till the time you were in power, you knew that what you are doing is wrong. But for retaining power, it was your majburi. But after you lose power, this is not only one TMC supporter. I have seen on many debates they are talking about balance, many people talking about the governance, many people talking that TMC did this, TMC did that. So it's a good realization. So this is again like what they are saying. Same way what we have been seeing on Hakimpur border for last 2 days. That is the reality. कल तक बोल रहे थे कोई घुसपैठ ही नहीं तो फिर ये लोग कहाँ से है? ये लोग कौन है? अगर घुसपैठ ये थे ही नहीं तो ये लोग कौन है? So they have admitted indirectly they were in power for last 15 years by the session of gundas, by doing things, by supporting Guspetias. So everything is coming openly now.
Today
so what is
the
wrong?
topic is not about Guspetias. But if you want to talk about that, I can put some light on it. Sir, today the topic is not about Guspetias. If you want to talk about that, I can put some light in it.
इनका पहले प्रो टीएमसी निकाल दीजिए.
Sorry. So pro TMC, he's not pro TMC anymore. He's pro law. You said you're pro law, right?
Definitely. When there will be abuse of law, when there will be a law and order problem, I have also spoken in many of my.
I can safely
check my past record.
I can safely stick my neck out.
I have always supported what law says.
Sudipta, just change that branding. I'll just change that branding. So I can safely stick my neck out and say, "Achhe din aa gaye hain."
Cut out the pro with a X. Cut out the pro with a X. It'll look very good. X. लाल में X लगा दीजिए. उसमें आप देखेगा तब
I have been so. See, sir, whenever you can see my past record in Arbangla, you will find that I have spoken always what law says, what the law.
Sir, you were pro. Now you have suddenly decided to be pro.
I have spoken.
Till yesterday,
I am in the middle of the Kurukshetra. I am not. I haven't taken the side.
You were pro. Your past record shows that.
But to give me any kind of post, any kind of positions, I haven't asked IPAC to give me any kind of facilities. So I am biased.
So you're making another confession. Another confession comes on Republic.
So we'll say neutral analyst.
IPAC used to give positions.
Neutral
IPAC used to give positions. There's another confession.
When my party have done
kudos
wrong,
to
I have
Republic.
said.
आज आपका चैनल पे सब कोई कन्फेस कर रहा है.
नहीं. This is fantastic. This is a fantastic day.
You can see my past record.
It's a great day. Sudipta was here. I know Sudipta. 1 minute. Sudipta, the problem with you is once you start talking, you just don't stop, man. Just hold on. You were here in our studios during the elections. How much? I mean, you stuck your neck out and said Mamata Banerjee will win. You were so aggressive that day. I still remember how aggressive you were. But you know, something has changed. Something has changed.
I have said that losing Mamata Banerjee is not worth it. Because at least she should win, because she is the face of the opposition.
Okay, now you've rejected her also.
She is the face of the opposition. But it is very unfortunate that Bhabanipur people has rejected her. And it is a mandate.
I don't think there's a point of continuing this debate anymore. I don't know what we are debating because there is nobody to speak on the other side. Okay, Rohan Gupta, sorry for wasting your time, guys. There's no more Trinamool Congress spokespersons left anymore. And for that reason, I'm ending the debate. Dr. Prashan Ghosh, Sudipta Sarkar, Rohan Gupta, and Mr. Bajoria.
Now you spend more time in fighting at least true TMC supporter.
Yeah,
before debate.
I don't know what to debate.
Do some checks and balances.
Yeah, I don't know what to debate.
That will not change.
Cut out the pro. Cut out the pro.
As Mr. Bajoria is saying, put the X.
Sir, should say.
Okay.
Whatever you have done before,
will
come like that.
Yeah. But all your video clips are there, by the way. I have all your video clips when you back Trinamool Congress and all the things you said about BJP. I have that also. I have that. I'll play that the next time. Chalo. Okay. Thank you for your time. Those visuals, I'm ending with those visuals of Abhishek Banerjee there. Abhishek Banerjee pelted with eggs facing the people's anger on the streets of Kolkata. Defining visuals coming in from Bengal, ladies and gentlemen, tells you the people's anger and how fed up people were with Mamata Banerjee's party, the Trinamool Congress. Taking a short break, back with the headlines. Stay tuned.
जब अपना कोई मूव किसी को मूव करता है ना यार, फील आ जाती है।
भाई तू अपना है, तेरा सफर मुझे भी करना है। तूने प्रूव कर दिखाया यार, anybody can dream।
मुझे लगा मैं नहीं, पूरा का पूरा मूवमेंट चल रहा है। Breathable fabrics, awesome comfort, effortless style, AD from the house of Arvind।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala, delicious, healthy, every day। Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason.
Massive public anger against Trinamool Congress leader, parliamentarian Abhishek Banerjee in Sonarpur. Eggs thrown on Mamata Banerjee's nephew. People chant chor, chor slogans. A massive terror plot foiled in Delhi. Network allegedly had vital locations across Mumbai and Delhi on target. A 17-year-old boy stabbed to death over an argument in Ghaziabad. The killers are on the run. They told him, "We will show you how halal sacrifice is done," and they killed him. India inks BrahMos deal with Vietnam, negotiations with Indonesia in final stages.
As far as Operation Sindoor is concerned, firstly, it is still continuing. There is temporary cessation of hostilities. So the Indian Army or all the three services are preparing well for Operation Sindoor 2.0 if it takes place.
Army chief warns Pakistan says Operation Sindoor continues and that India is getting ready for the next phase. the big story today on Republic, ladies and gentlemen, we were live. In fact, Republic Bangla was live when Abhishek Banerjee tried that stunt and tried to walk to what he called a victim of post-poll violence. And while he was walking there, the citizens of Sonarpur in Bengal heckled him, threw eggs on the Trinamool Congress leader and called him a chore for everything that Bengal has had to go through in the last decade and more. A display of public anger. Here's what happened. The pictures as they came in.
Sir, who are these hooligans? All BJP sponsored. अब देखिए क्या हाल किया गया है। ये है इनका लोकतंत्र का नमूना। एक महीना हुआ नहीं। भाई तुम एक तो प्लीज सर यू आर ऑन द वे टू मीट द पोस्ट पोल विक्टिम्स एंड अब देखिए पुलिस कहीं नहीं है। पुलिस को बार-बार बोलने के बावजूद भी
Abhishek Banerjee was seen with a helmet on the streets of Sonarpur. But that helmet was not enough to face the rage of the people of Bengal. Eggs were hurled at Abhishek Banerjee, his collars pulled. Chor Chor slogans chanted on the streets of Bengal. His cry for help, he alleged that the crowd wants to kill him.
They want to kill me. They want to kill me. এরা আমাদের প্রাণে মারতে চায়। মেরে দিক।
This comes just after when the CID had served him a notice. The BJP had urged the people of Bengal to not take the law into their own hands and that they don't condone any sort of violence whatsoever.
हम वायलेंस को किसी भी तरीके से राजनीति का हिस्सा नहीं बनने देंगे और उस नीति पर हम कायम हैं।
But the opposition did not stop. He called this incident as a murderous attack and raised concerns of the absence of police in Bengal. Mamata called out BJP, calling them killers. After TMC's years of Jungle Raj, Abhishek Banerjee is now facing the wrath of the people of Bengal.
A major terror conspiracy targeting India's key cities has been foiled by the Delhi Police Special Cell. 9 people linked to Pakistan's ISI and the underworld have been arrested with explosives, grenades and sophisticated weapons now recovered.
The net closed in before the terror plan could be executed. Delhi Police Special Cell arrested 9 accused linked to Pakistan's ISI and the Mumbai underworld network. Investigators claim the accused were preparing for coordinated strikes across major Indian cities. Delhi, Mumbai, and parts of Punjab were on the terror module's target list. During the operation, police recovered grenades, explosive material, and sophisticated weapons. Officials say the recoveries point to preparations for a large-scale attack. Initial investigation suggests the network operated under directions from handlers based in Pakistan. Police say the accused remained in contact through WhatsApp chats. Investigators claim geotagged locations and videos of sensitive sites were found on seized devices. Two accused arrested from Mumbai allegedly confessed to plans involving attacks on key locations in the national capital. Investigators have also linked the module to Mumbai's underworld ecosystem. Police say the network had financial and logistical support channels stretching across multiple states.
हम लोगों ने 8 व्यक्तियों को गिरफ्तार किया है, जिसमें से पहले 2 व्यक्ति को गिरफ्तार किया गया